Hello and welcome back. This is V8 TechWorks. So today we are going to start looking at this parcel delivery application. We are going to build it from scratch. So as you can see here, we have the front side or where the user will be able to interact with the application. And also here we have the admin side. So where the admin should be able to log in and be able to do other things that will give the admin those powers to do in our application. So here also I have created the Figma design that we are going to look at also, and here also you can see the diagram that I have built in order for me to be able to explain how this application work. So let's start here and try and log in the side for the admin so that I show you how this application is working. So for example, here I'm going to add like the email for the admin. So let me add the email here and also the password. So I'm going to add the password here like that, and then let me log in. So when I click this button for login, you can be able to see the dashboard here. So, and also I don't want to save this password on the in the browser, so I'm not going to save it. So you can see here, for example, for the admin dashboard here, first thing you can be able to see here, you'll be able to see analytics, for example, the number of users in the database. Also, you'll be able to see delivered parcel and also the pending parcels that have not yet been delivered. Also, you can see this pie chart here that will also show you like all delivered parcels that are in the database, also the pending parcels that are on the database, and also rejected parcels. So also here you can see recent users that have been registered by the admin. So the other thing that you'll be able to see here is that when you click on the left side here, you can be able to see the parcel that this company has handled. So you can be able to see all parcel here. And also when you click on the users here, you can be able to see all the users that are in the database here. And you can see here, I'm using this rich data table, and you can be able to see we'll be able to see the benefit of using this rich data table. So the other thing that also you can be able to do is here on the parcels, you can be able to click on the top right here, you can be able to see this button for new parcel. And here we can be able to add a new parcel into our database. And immediately when you add a new parcel, the email will be sent to the recipient of that parcel, and also it will be sent another email to the person who is sending that parcel. So first thing first, what I'm going to show you is how to add a user into our system. So we are going to assume that there's a new user that want to send a certain parcel. So we are going to come here to users, and then we are going to go to new user, and then here I'm going to register a new user, and I'm going to give one of my email. So I'm going to give the full name here, and also I'm going to add the email here also, and let me add it here like that. And then the other thing that I'm going to add is the age of the sender. Yeah. And also here we can be able to see the country. So here, for example, I can add the sender is from US, like of A, and then here I can add the a new address for the sender. So I'm going to add maybe something that is just dummy, because is not like a real information. So I'm going to add here Ontario. And then the other thing is that now we can be able to click here, create. So when we do that, we can be able to see on the top right here, we have a toast that says user has been created successfully, registered, and an email has been sent to them. So we are going to look into the inbox, or the inbox of the sender has been sent an email for welcoming them to our system. So when I go to the inbox of that email, so let me just look at this email here on the inbox. You can be able to see here, welcome to send it, because this company, we are calling it send it. So let me click on this, and then when I click this email here, you can be able to see there are login credentials. So that means that they can be able to log in into our system. You can see hello alok, your login credentials, and then you can see the email and the password. So they can be able to use their email and also to use their password. So I'm going to also click here. You can see to log in, go to this URL. So when I click it, it will redirect me to the login page of the system. So I'm going to use the email and the password that has been sent into this inbox. So let me copy the email here like that, copy it, and then let me paste it here on the email. And also I'm going to use this password here like that. Let me use it here also, and then I'm going to try and log in. So for example, let me first of all make sure that I use the wrong password. So when I use the wrong password here, you'll be able to see here, please ensure that you use new correct email and password. And also let me now use the correct password. And when you click here, you can be able to see it is logging in. And here I can also be able to reload, and here is where the user, you should be able to see like the parcel that they have sent or they are receiving. So here also, let me first of all make sure that I just across this window. So we have our admin here. You can see, now you have seen how we can register a user, and right now I don't think we have assigned any parcel to this staff. So, or this person or this sender. So that's why you cannot be able to see any parcel here. So let me go back and create a new parcel. But before that, when you come here to users, you'll be able to see that we have a new person that has been registered here. And one thing that I have also noticed is that the email that I have used here is not the email that I should be using, because you can see here this email here is you can see is it is alok mondala 199, and this one that we have registered here is actually, let me see, is alok mondala 99. So I'm going to repeat that process, and I'm going to make it quick right now because already you have seen the process. So let me make sure that I do that. So here is alok mondala like that, and then I'm going to actually, this time I'm going to copy, and I'm going to copy this email right away like that, so that I don't do the mistake again. So let me paste it here. I'm going to actually, it's not this, I don't know why it is not copying. So let me repeat again here. So copy the email, and then I'm going to add it here like that, and then the age here I can add, and then here I can add the country and also the address like that. Let me add Ontario as the region, and then now let me first of all also come back here and also delete this email, so that you'll be able to see the email that will be sent to this email inbox. So let me delete that and also delete again here. So let me delete this file here. So yeah, so let me also click here this create button, and when we click that, you can be able to see user has been successfully registered and email has been sent to them. So you can see also it is clearing this input. So let's go back here, and you can see now we have received another email. So there's this email here. You can be able to see the credentials and the password, and also here I'm going to log out. So click here and then log out like that, and then now I'll be able to use these credentials here. So when you click here, you'll be redirected to the login page. So I'm going to copy this email, like let me copy it again. So and then I'm going to enter here, and then the password also. You can see the password is auto-generated by the system, and it is a very strong password. So I'm going to paste it there and then log in. You can be able to see that we are able to log in, and here you can see, because this email or this sender has parcel that has he or she has sent, you can be able to see those parcels here. You can see the information for those parcels. So that is the way that you can be able to register the user, and they will be able to receive an email in their inbox containing the email and the password, so that they can be able to log in into the system and see the parcels that they are sending or receiving. So also, if I come here to the user, you can see this rich data table, and in this rich data table, you can be able to do various things. For example, you can be able to sort. You can see this arrow that is pointing up. So I'm going to click it, and you can be able to see it is sorting either by ascending or descending. So the other thing that you can be able to do is that you can click these three dots here and be able to filter or search. And here you can be able to search, for example, a certain user. For example, have searched for Alok, and you can be able to see here we have two users who have the name Alok. And you can also do many other things. So the same for the parcel here. Let's create now a parcel for a user, for another user. So let me click here on the top right here, and then I'm going to create a new parcel. So let me do that, and already had created the addresses. So let me go to ChatGPT here. I had already created some addresses with ChatGPT. So I'm going to use ChatGPT to create some addresses. So then again here, you can enter either region or from, and then to here you can add the addresses, something of the sort, and then you can add the sender name, recipient name, sender email, and sender recipient, so that all of them will be able to receive an email that will notify them that their parcel has been delivered, or maybe they have a parcel that they are expecting. So we are going to do that. So ChatGPT here is as if it's taking a lot of time, so we can just proceed. So here I can add any location. You can add even the address. Right now I'm going to just add any, like a region. So let me add that to here. Also, I'm going to make sure that I add another location too, so the destination. And then here is also in USA. Here I'm going to add the sender as Alok, and then M. The recipient here I'm going to assume is James. So because these are going to use my email so that I can be able to access my inbox. So here I have an email. So let me try and paste the email that I want to use. For example, here I'm going to use the email for Mondala. So let me copy this. I'm going to copy this and then paste it here, like that. And then here also I can be able to remove that space if there's space. And here also I'm going to use another email here, this one for James, and I'm going to copy it. So also I'm going to paste it here for the recipient email. And here I'm going to add the weight of the parcel. Maybe the weight of the parcel is 200 grams. And then here the cost will be $50. Also, I'm going to select the day that I'm going to send this, or this parcel is being sent. So I'm going to add or say this one will be date 8, or maybe today date 7. And then here I can add the note. I can say something like handle with care, something of the sort. And I'm going to add that note, and then I want you to notice what will happen when I click this button for create. So when I click here create, you'll be able to see that the input has been cleared. And also here on the top right, you can be able to see this message: parcel has been successfully posted, and emails has been sent to the sender and the recipient. So if I go to the emails inbox of these two emails that I have used, you can be able to see you've got a parcel. And also here for the James, you can be able to see you've got a parcel. So if I open this email here, you'll be able to see like pending parcel. You can be able to see this up here is a pending parcel, and hello log M, you have a parcel that has been sent. Here are the details. You can see that it is from Ontario, US to St. Mary, US. Also the sender is a log, recipient is James, and then the cost is $50, weight is 200, and then a small note here is handled with care. And it is a pending, it is on status is pending. Down here you can see, please, if you are not sending or receiving the parcel, ignore this email. If you have any question, please don't hesitate to contact us at sendit@outlook.com. So you can see this is a template email. You can see we created this design for this email, and I'm going to show you also that. And here for the alloc, you can be able to see that alloc also has the same email. And here I'm going to make sure that also I can be able to just make sure that the email is customized for the sender, so that it will not show here for the subject you've got a parcel. And then I'm going to also come here to the this person that I have selected or has sent the parcel, and when I reload again, you'll be able to see that there will be a new parcel. So for example, here you can see the new parcel that we have added in the database as admin. You can see it here from Ontario, US, and then the weight, the date, and everything. And if I click this here, it will go to the detail part here. So you can see we have this detail part where we can be able to see all the details of that parcel. And the other thing is that also when it is pending here, we cannot be able to leave a message here, or we cannot be able to leave a feedback here. But when it is delivered, we'll be able to leave a feedback, maybe if the parcel was delivered in good condition and things like that. So let me also go back to the admin also. Let me go back here to the admin, and then the other thing that I want to do here is that in the parcels, and we have this parcel that has been sent right now, we can be able to click here, edit, and here we can be able to also do other things like update and things like that. But when we click update here, right away it will deliver that parcel. So meaning that that parcel will be marked as delivered. So let us do that. So when I click here update, it will reload again, and you can be able to see here that it will be marked as delivered. If I go back again into the inbox of this email, they should also receive another email that their parcel has been delivered. So let me just reload again, and let's see if they will receive another email, or if there is some delay also. So I think also we can have some delay or something of the sort. So let me also try and deliver. So here there is no email that is coming through. So I think there's some maybe some delay or something, but also that is something that you'll be able to see. You also be able to receive an email that their parcel has been delivered to their destination. So now the other thing that you'll be able to do as a staff or as a sender is that you'll be able to see all the parcel that you are able to send with this company. And also you can see this rich data table here. You can do other things like sorting. You can be able to see the dates here, and also you can be able to do other things like search for particular date. So for example, 2024, and then maybe June, and then maybe date 7, like that. You can be able to see, you can see the parcel that you sent on a particular date, and then also for the recipient, you can do that with the recipient. Also, the destination, you can do pretty much everything. And also for the data rich table here, we are going to use Material UI to do that. And here also you can be able to do other things like hide column. You can do many other things. So the other thing that also you can be able to do is also you can be able to log out and then leave a message. And I want to see something else here. So right now I have noticed that this one here is not getting delivered. I think that is something that also I will work on when we are working on our system. So I want to show you also the design that I made before I created this project. So here you'll be able to see I used Figma to design the whole system here. And if you look here, we have the home page here. So if I, for example, log out here from this user here, and I log out, you can be able to click here, send it here. You can see this is a logo that also I designed, send it, and you can see the home page here, which I'm showing you here as a design. And also if I scroll down here, you can be able to see the login page here where we are using this image, and also we have this input for logging in. And I just scroll down here, you'd be able to see I had this design, but I changed it later on. And also we have this detail page. And if you scroll down here, you can even see the email templates here. So you have email templates created, and I'm going to show you also to do that. So the other thing is also I'm going to get here, and let's go to the diagrams that shows how this application is working. And let me reload here because I think there's something wrong with the internet or something. So here we can be able to see we have a front end here that we are going to create using React. Also here you can see we have our backend here that we are going to use Node.js, and this backend will do various operations like CRUD operations. We have our database here that is Mongo, and also down here you can see the background services. And background services also we are going to use Node.js, and we are going to use something that is called schedule task. I'm going to show you how to make schedule task in using Node.js. And also here we have our database. So there's something that I want you to notice is that we have our backend that is interacting with the MongoDB, sending the data and also receiving the data. The same with our background services, but you can see our background services is not interacting anywhere with our front end, which we have created here. And it is only interacting with the MongoDB. And our background services is responsible for things like sending the email. So we have separated the task for sending the email and checking after at a specific time in our database for a new user who has been registered, and then they will send the email, and then it will update like their status to a user who has been registered. So the next time that it is checking the database, it will find that that user already is registered and it won't send the email. So that is the main work of background services. And also it is doing the same with parcels. It will be able to check our database for parcels that are pending, and then it will send the email to the recipient and also the sender of that parcel. And then also it will be checking for a delivered parcel after a specific time that we are going to specify, and then also it will send the email to the recipient and also the sender. And now the other thing that has come through here is the email for delivered parcel. So if you check here for the inbox for the James part here, who is the recipient, you'll be able to see your parcel has been delivered. And when I click on this email here, you'll be able to see like delivered parcel here. And also you can see the details also here. There are details here, and you can see we have this button for that is showing that the status of the parcel is delivered. So this is the email that I also was showing you, or I was expecting when I made sure that the admin has delivered or has marked that parcel as delivered. Also for the recipient here, you can be able to see that parcel here, or this email that shows that that parcel has been delivered. And that's when also this person here that is called a lock here, we'll be able to see that their parcel has been also been delivered. And when we try and log in here also again, so let's try and log in here using their credentials. So let's go back here and go to the welcome email here. Remember, we have our welcome email here that has credentials. And also you can see down here, please keep these credentials privately and don't share with anyone. If you did not register for a Sendit account, please ignore this. If you have any question, please don't hesitate to contact us at sendit@outlook.com. And here, let me log in again. So I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to paste it here. And also I'm going to copy the password here. So this is the password, and a very strong password, and I'm going to paste it there. And when I log in again, you'll be able to see that this parcel has been delivered. You can see the green button here, delivered. And also when I click here, you can see this is delivered. The other thing that I can do here is now I can leave a feedback, maybe something like thank you, my parcel has arrived in good condition, and things like that. So that is the whole system working here. I'm sure also I have shown you like how it will work in terms of the technologies that you are going to use, and also how we are going to create this application. So if we look here also at the diagram here, you'll be able to notice that we are going to create 4 applications. We are going to create front-end, back-end here, MongoDB. We are going to have a MongoDB, and also we are going to have a background services. So you can see here, this system contains 4 parts. So it's a bit long project, but also it will give you a lot of skills when it comes to full stack development. So also authentication, we are going to handle authentication using JWT. We are going also to be able to handle things like scheduling tasks, sending email, and also creating template for the email. So I'm going also to give you like this Figma design, so that you can go through it and be able to understand how I created this Figma design. So I'm going to share with you in the description of this video. So that is it here. For the admin also, I can come back and then click on logout, and you can see now this is the login part here for the admin. And you can see the admin also is separate uh, up from the front end here. So also if I come here front end, I can log out. So that is it. Remember to like this video and also subscribe to this YouTube channel, so that also we'll be able to grow together. So see you in the next video, where we are going to start creating our application. Have a great day. Hello guys, we have seen an overview of what we are going to build. We are going to build front-end, back-end, background services, and admin. And as you can imagine, that is a lot of work that I have put in. So if you feel like you want to donate for this YouTube channel and also this project, I have my PayPal account that is on my screen. So you can send as little as you can get, either it is $1. It will mean a lot to me and also give me an energy of building other application. But even if you don't have, that's okay. We are going to just give you the free code, and also you are going to be able to build this project with me. Also, I have other people who have been asking me if I can be able to build for them the application that they can present as the final project in their schools. And you can reach out to me using the email on the screen or my email. You can be able to find it in the about part of this YouTube channel, and we are going to discuss more. I will just charge you a very small money, because I understand that you're a student and also you need to pay for other things like your mentor, for your school fees, and many other things. So also I can save your time. Rather than building the whole application, you can go through it together, and you'll be able to understand how that application will do. And also I'll be able to run it for you so that you save a lot of time. Let's jump into this tutorial and start coding our project. Hello and welcome back to V8 TechWorks. So today we are going to start building this application. So we have our front end here where the user will be able to interact with the application. Also, we are going to build the admin dashboard here, as I talked in the last video. So if you haven't watched the other video, just go back and watch the video for introduction so that we can be on the same page. So here also I have a design that is for Figma that I prepared for this application. So the other thing that you can see here is we have our diagram, and we are going to use this in order for us to be able to see how we'll be able to start building this application. So I want us to start building this application from the backend here. And if you can see here, we have this folder that we are calling Send It, and Send It has 4 folders here. We have admin here. Also, we have our backend, and we have our background services here, and then we have our front end. So here I want to add another part that is called admin. So I can drag this here. So let me select this that is called front end here. So, or maybe let me actually create the admin here, and because we have admin here, this is our admin. So let me drag the admin right here again, and using our admin here, let me add here, let me call it admin first of all, and this one, and we can show using these arrows. Also it will be getting the data from our backend, that is. So I'm going to use these arrows here. So this is arrow 1, and then here also we'll have arrow 2. That is pointing to the backend here. So that means that it will be fetching the data from our backend, and also it will be sending the data also to our backend. And then the other thing that you'll be able to notice is that it's not actually communicating with our background services, because our background services is a standalone backend. It is only communicating with our database here. So let us create this project from scratch. So I'm going to actually close this here, the code here, and I'm going to create a new folder in my documents. So let me just close also this one here, the terminal. So here I'm going to go back, and then now right here we are in the documents here. I'm going to create a folder using mkdir, and then here I can call this send it. That is the name that I give this system. So send it here like that, and then right here I can cd into send it folder, and then I can open now the VS Code. So let me open the VS Code using code and then dot here. So this will be an empty folder, so we are waiting as the VS Code is opening here. So here you can see this is the VS Code that is opening, and then inside here now I'll be creating the folders that we require in our system. So first thing first that we are going to do is also to make sure that we have the right plugins. So when you are in a VS Code, or if you are using VS Code, you can be able to make sure also that you have installed various extensions. So the first extension that we are going to use here is Prettier. So just type Prettier here, and you'll be able to get the plugin that is called look for Prettier plugin, and you'll be able to see this extension here that is called Prettier. You can see already have installed it. Also, we can look for something else that is called console ninja, something of the sort. Then you can be able also to install this. And then the last plugin that I want you to actually install is this that is called Firefly Pro. So we can also install this Firefly here, so that also if you want this, the theme that my VS Code has. So actually it is this Firefly Pro here, and when you install this Firefly Pro, you'll be able to get this appearance that I have for my VS Code. So I'm going now to create the folders that we require in our system. So the first folder that we are going to have is backend. So here is our backend. Also, the other one that we are going to have is our background services. So background services called that, and then the other one is a front end. So we are going to have also the front end where the user will be able to interact with our system, and also we are going to have admin. So let me also add admin here. Let me add admin, and then now let's go back also to our diagram here and see also other things that we are going to have. So now we can be able to first of all start by backend here. So I'm going to take this line here, and also I'm going to cancel this part that is called backend, because that's the part that you are going to handle right now, or the part that you are going to start handling right now. And also the other part is our database here, the MongoDB database. So let's get into this part that you are calling backend folder, and then let us open the terminal here. So a new terminal. Also you can be able to use PowerShell, or also be able, if you come here down, you can be able to see this drop down where you can be able to select git bash and also other terminal here. So you can see command prompt git bash. If you have installed git bash, you can also be able to install to use git bash. So also I'm going to push this part that is called the bar console, or even I can be able to close it. So let me close it so that we can have this space. So inside here, because we are in this folder that is called send it, I can be able to see into now what we are, the folder that is called backend. And right here now I will be able to initialize my node application. So to initialize node application, you need to do npm and then init and then -y, and then we'll be able to initialize our Node.js application. So if I do this, you'll be able to see also it has created another file that is called package.json in this backend here. And inside here now, we can also be able to install other packages that we require to build this application. So the first package that we are going to require is Express. So I'm going to install them. So npm install Express, and also we are going to also use Mongoose. I am going also to install or to require .env package, and we can have course like that. The other thing is we can have is or maybe let me start by also installing on this. And right here I want you to notice something that we have or will occur in this folder here. You'll be able to see that we're going to have node modules. So we are going to have node modules package folder, that is. So that's where the packages will be installed. And inside this also, the backend, I'm going to add here index.js like that. And this is the entry point for our application. So this is where now we are going to start building our application. So before these packages have been, or when these packages are being installed, the other thing that I want you to do is to create another file here. So we are going to have a file that is called git ignore in the root of this project here. and this is where we are going to actually enter things, or we are going to add things that we don't want to push to our GitHub. So this is .env. The first thing that we don't want to push is .env, and also we don't want to also push node modules where we will be able to, or where the packages are installed. So we are not going to push these to our GitHub. So because this .env will have our secret keys and maybe API keys and something that we don't want it to be public. So let it also finish installing those packages. So now let me just save this file that is called gitignore. And then the other thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to close this. And then in here now I can be able to start my application. So first thing first, I'm going to require to import Express. So I'm going to import Express here, and in Node.js we use require so that we can be able to import that package. So this is Express, and you can see here it is as if that Express is not installed already. So we are going to wait until these packages have been installed. So I'm going to pause here, and then I will return when these packages will be. So now all the packages have been installed. So the other thing that I'm going to require here is .env. So I'm going to import .env here. So require .env package. So .env, and then also I'm going to import course, and then let me import course here like that. So the other thing that I'm going to import actually is a mongoose. So let me import mongoose here like that. So this is also is a mongoose. So let me import that package. You can be able to see the auto completion here. So the other thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to create middlewares. So let me comment here middlewares. So here is a middlewares, and before middlewares here I'm going to in config.env so that we'll be able to use the file .env. So here is .env.config, and this will help us to be able to actually make sure that we can have, or we can use the files that are in the .env file. But we have not created .env file. So inside this backend here, I'm going to create a file that is called .env, and this is where we are going to create some of the things that we don't want to push to our GitHub. So this is, we are going to call this, first thing that we are going to have in this .env is a DB or database, and then also we are going to have the port where our server will be running, and also we are going to add other things as we are going to require them. So here I'm going to use port 8000 first of all, and then let me save this, and also I'm going to close that file, and then when we create DB we are going to also add it there. So now that is it. So here for the middlewares, I'm going to first of all use Node middlewares. So I'm going to do first of all I'm going to initialize application, and to do that you need to do const app and then express, and then here I can be able to actually now make sure that I have initialized the app. So here for the middleware I can be able to use app.use, and here we can be able to now use things like course here, so that we can be able to also make sure that we able to make requests from this backend here. So we are going to also to add other middlewares here. So let us first of all not concentrate with that. So also down here I'm going to create server. So I'm going to make sure that here we have a server, and to create a server we are going to make sure that we listen to our port, to a certain port that we created in our .env file. So here we can use, to do that, to listen to a certain port, you can use app.reason as a function, and then this function require two things. So the first argument here will be from our port, so or the port number, and that's why you can be able to see here I have used process.env and then .port. That will be able to access this .env file here, and then we'll be able to retrieve this variable that we are calling port. Or if we go back here, you can be able to see we have this port. Or else also you can be able to create a variable here. So here we can be able to create a variable that is called port, and then here I can be able to do process.env and then .port like that. And then here I can be able to use now this variable that is called port. So that is the long process. So let me do that. And then the other argument that we are requiring in this app.reason is a callback function. So here we need to have a callback function like that. So this one is anonymous function, and that's why you can see it doesn't have any name. So here I'm going to console log so that we can be able to see if our server is running. And then I'm going to use text interpolation. So I'm going to use a backtick here, and I can add any text here. For example, mine here, I'll say server is running on port, and then I can specify now the port. So using this variable, so that is it. That is how you do text interpolation. And then the other thing that we are going to do is now we can be able to run our application. So let's try and run this application. So let's do that, and you can be able to use node mod. So if you have not installed node mod, make sure that you have installed node mod, because node mod will help us to be watching our code when we are coding, and then it will be able to restart our server. So this is node mod, and then we are going to use index.js, and then let's try and run our application. So yeah, you can see here server is running on port 8000 here. So that means that we can also be able to do other things, because anyway our server is running. So the other thing that I want to do here is our database connection. So I'm going to create another comment here, database connection. Let me do that here. So database connection right here, and then here we'll be able to make sure that I do database connection. And to do that, I'm going to use Mongoose. So I'm going to do Mongoose package, and then I'm going to use a function that is called connect. And this one here, I'll be able to have the inside here, I'll be able to have like the variable for our database. So I'm going to do const, and then I can do db, and then because our db is in this file that is called .env, I can do process.env.db, the way we called it in our .env, as you can see here. So we have this .db. So now that is it. So here inside I'm going to use db, and then if it connects successfully, then we are going to have here another function that is called then, and inside this then we can have callback function here, and here is where we can be able to add another text, and then we can console log and say we are going to actually say our db connection is successful, db connection is successful, like that. Also, the other thing that I'm going to have here is a .then, and then we can have also another function that is called .catch, and this function here will be able to catch any error that we can have when we are trying to connect to our database. And here is also a callback function, and right here also you can be able to see that we are going to have an error, so we can console log that error. So console.log here, console log, and then we can console log that error here, like that. But right now we have not created our database, and that's why you can see here our db variable here is empty. So that's what we are going to do. So if you have never used MongoDB, then we are going process one step at a time. So let's go into our browser here, and then let us go to MongoDB website. So either way, you can use MongoDB website to create your database, or even you can install MongoDB into your local computer. So let us first of all make sure that we create our account, and also we be able to log into that account in this website for MongoDB. So I know signing up is a very simple process, so I'm not going to do that for you. So if you haven't signed up, you can use GitHub and also Google here. So because I have already done that, let us proceed on logging in. So here I have my credentials. So let me click this button, logging in, and then now we'll be able to be redirected to the dashboard for the database that I have already created in my account. So if you haven't created any database, also I will be able to show you how to create the database in this MongoDB website. So it is loading, and then here you can be able to see all the projects that I have created here in the MongoDB. So I'm going to create a new project right now. So let me do that. Here I can scroll down, and then after all this project here, I can click here new project. And I don't know what I will call this project. Maybe I can call it a parcel delivery system. And then let me do that as it is loading here. So let's see also if so our application is still running, and you can see here our application has crashed because we don't have any connection for our database, and that's why you can be able to see here it is giving us error. So let's first of all make sure that we create our project. So the project, we are calling it parcel, let's call it parcel delivery. So let me try this parcel delivery delivery, or let me call it full stack parcel full stack parcel delivery system here, like that. And then here I can click next, and then here I can be able to actually choose the here the permission, give your members access permission below. So also you can be able to do that here. So I'm going to create now project right here, and then also after the project we can be able to create now the database. So let it run here. So then let me also make sure that everything is okay in our index.js. Yes, everything is okay. So let me see also if it is has finished loading. So yes, so now you can see up here on the top left, you can be able to see our project now has been selected, and here you can be able to create cluster. So let me click here, create cluster, and then we'll be able to create the database. So you can see here databases, you can see databases here, and now here you can see option that you can choose for. Here for example, you can see we have these clusters that is M10 here that is paid, but if you look here on your right, you can be able to see MO here, which is a cluster that is free, and you'll be able to get 512 MB here storage, and also the RAM here they are saying that it is shared. Then you'll be having a vCPU. So let me select this because we are starting with a free version or free trial here, and then here you can be able to select if you want your database to be in AWS or maybe Google Cloud, and the other one for Microsoft here. So I'm going to just leave it at AWS. And also here you can see the region that you want to host your database. So there is Ireland, Paris here, and maybe South Africa. So let me just leave it at Bernheim. So here also I can come here on the bottom right, and I'll be able to create the deployment. So, and also you can see later on, if you don't want to pay, you can just install MongoDB into your local machine and or your server, and then you not be required to pay. So let me also make sure that I solve this reCAPTCHA. So this is they are looking for the cars, so let me do that here. So I'm hoping that I've done that right, the reCAPTCHA. So yes, so now it is creating for us the cluster, and right here you can see that you have username and password, but we won't require that right now. I'm going to show you how you'd be able to create a username and password so that we can be able to access the database when we are doing the connection. So here you can see choose a connection method, and also here you can be able to choose how you need to how you need to connect, or how you want to connect to this database. So choose a connection method. You can see I want to connect using drivers. You can do other things like shell, you can do MongoDB for VS Code, but right now I'm going to use drivers. So here you can also be able to use, you can select if you want, if you are using Node.js, Java, Kotlin, Mongoose, and many other. So here also you can see the version here. So you can see this is also the terminal command for installing MongoDB. And right here, because we are not going to install into our local machine, we are going to use the live MongoDB in their website. I'm going to use this URL that they have provided here. So I'm going to copy it, and then I'm going to actually make sure that I add it here in .env like that. But here you can see here you need to add the username and then the password. So let me first of all make sure that I complete the process. So after that, now you can see here, now we have the database. So this is where you'll be able to see the database. And then if you scroll down here on your left, you'll be able to see something like a network access, database access. So let me click here on the database access. And here I can be able to add a new user. So add new database user. And here I can be able to create a user. So let me do that like that, and then also I'm going to provide the password like that. So after that, I'll be able to select the role here. I'm going to say that this is Atlas admin, and then now I can add this user like that. So now I have a username and password, so I'm going to replace them here. So let me make sure that I add them here like that, and then the password also here. So you can add also as many username and password as you want. So I'm going to save that, and then the last process, or the last step that we have left with, is network access here. And here now you can see the IP address. It has added my IP address by default, but I'm going to add another IP address. So here I'm going to add the IP address to access from anywhere. So this is 0.0.0, and then /0 here. That means that it will be accessed from anywhere, or even you can click here on this button that is allow access from anywhere. But you can also make sure that you add the IP address like that. So you can see here I have created the network access, I have created a new user, and also now we have our database. So now let's try and connect now to our database, or even yeah, let's try and connect now to our database and see if our application will be able to remove these errors. So let us do that. So I'm going to run again the application here, and let's try and see. You can see server is running on port 8000, and also the DB connection is successful. So that means now our DB is set up, so that we have finished that, and then now we can continue building this application. So now we have other things that we need to do. So for example, we need to make sure that we implement the authentication, and we are going to use JWT. So here, let me first of all add the other folders that we are going to require. So we are going to have routes here, and here also we are going to have models. So let me add the models here, where we are going to create our schemas for our database. So this is models. So actually this is not a file, this is should be a folder. So let me delete it, and then I'll be able to create a models folder here, right there. And then here we can have our schemas. So the first schema here that we are going to have is our user.js, and then also we are going to have another schema for MongoDB that we are going to call it parcel. So let me do that also. So this is parcel.js, like that. And then in these two, now we are going to create the schema. So let us start with the user schema here. So here we need also to make sure that we import mongoose here to be able to create the schema. So this is mongoose require, and then here the mongoose package, and also here we can be able to create our schema. So const, then this is user schema, so user schema, like that. And then here we can be able to use a function for mongoose that is called mongoose schema, and then here inside we can be able to have like an object, and this is where we are going to have now the fields that we need our database to have. But before that, we are going to have to export this file. So I'm going to do module.exports, and then here I can be able to export this schema. So let me do mongoose, and then model here, and then here I can be able to first of all have the name for this collection for our database. So you can see here I have added it as user, but in our MongoDB it will be added as users, and I'm going to show you that. So here is a user schema, like that, and then we have exported the schema, and inside here now we can be able to create different fields. So for example, we'll have a full name for our user. So this one we need also to specify the type. So the type will be string, like that. And then also we are going to require that. So this is required. So required, and then or the require, it is true. So because we need to make sure that we have, as we are sending the data to our MongoDB, and this data is for the user, we need to make sure that we also send the full name, or else it won't create that user. So that is one of the things that you need to do. Also, we have the email. So we have the email here, and then this one also it will be string. So like that, and then here it's require, and then it is true. We need to have email, and then here, because I don't want to take a lot of time, I need to copy and then paste several times. So for this one will be age, so the age of the user, like that. This one now will be number, and this one, because it is not a mandatory field, then we won't require this. So I'm going to remove this require, And then the other thing is here we need to have another field, and this field here is field country. So this is country here, country, like that, and then address. Also we are going to have address of the user, so the address here, address. And then the other thing that also we are going to have is we are going to have the password. Actually, let me paste it here. So this is password, and also password is a string. So the password is string, and also it should be required here. So no user should be created without a password. And then also we are going to have status. So status here, we are going to have a status, and this status here, this will be a number, and this one, it won't be required, but we are going to have default. So default here, default will be just 0. So this 0 meaning that this user has just been created, but email has not been sent to them. So the last thing also we are going to have here is the role. So the role of the user either is user is just a regular user or maybe admin. So this is a string, and here it is not required, but by default it will be added like a user, regular user, just user. So now we have all these field. So this field here for the user, but here also we need to have another thing. So this one is timestamp. So we are going to have timestamp here, and this we are going to add it as true. And that means that when we are adding this user, also we are going to record the time that we have created this user. So this is timestamp. You can be able to see it. Timestamp is after you have specified the fields here. So that is the schema for the user. Also we need schema for the parcel. So let's go to this parcel.js here and be able to create the schema for the parcel. So here let's do the same thing. So let me first start by importing mongoose. So require, and actually to save on some time, let me copy and then paste. So I'm going to copy this from the user, and I want to make sure that I save time here. So I'm going to select everything here, and then Control D to make sure that also I have selected the other one. So actually I have not copied everything, so let me copy it again here. So copy this, and then I'm going to paste everything here like that. And then let me start by selecting this user schema here, and then Control D here to make sure that I select this one schema, and then I can call this now parcel schema. And then for the user now here, it will change to parcel. So parcel like that. And then the other thing now here, the other thing that we are going to change now are the fields. So you can see all these fields. So I'm going to remove all the fields, and then we are going to be left with this full name here. And then I'm going also to change here. So this one will be from. So this is from which location or the address the parcel is being sent from. So here this one is required, and I'm going to copy this and then paste it several times. So the other field that you are going to have is to the destination, the region, or maybe the address that the parcel is being sent to. So also we are going to have the sender name. So this is sender name, and you can see here I'm not using camel case. So also we are going to have recipient name. So this is recipient name like that. And then also we are going to have their emails. So here we can have sender email. So sender email and then also we can have recipient email. So let me do that here. So recipient email, like that. And then the other thing that we are going to have is we're going to have weight. So the weight of the parcel. So here is the weight, and then here this one will be number, and also it will be required. So this is number, and then now the other thing that we are going to have here after weight is the cost. So the cost for sending this parcel. So this is have cost, and this one also is a number. So in terms of currency, and it will be in dollars. So this is a type number, and then requires true. So this is the cost. Also the other thing that we are going to have as extras is date, or we can have date here. And also I think date is very important, so we are going to leave it as require. So the other thing that we are going to have here is note. So I think note is not something that is mandatory, so I'm going to just give it as a string here, and it won't be required. But also because other parcel will not have like a note that will be attached to them. So here also we can have, after the note, we can have the feedback. So the feedback here, it will be a string, and the feedback will be written by the sender when also the parcel has been delivered to their destination. So this is a feedback from the sender. And then here also we are going to have the last thing, that is status. And the status here, this will be number here, and then this one will be not be required, but by default here it will be 0. That means that that parcel is pending, and also the email has not been sent to them. So background services will be able to send the email both to the sender and the recipient, and then it will just increment this number to 1. That means that it has sent the email. So when the parcel has been delivered, then the admin will be able to at least mark that parcel as delivered, and then he will or she will be update that parcel to status of 2. That means it's delivered, but the email has not been sent. So the background services will be able to look for any parcel that has a status of 2, and then also it will be able to send the email for delivered to both the sender and then the recipient. So that is the work of background services. So let me also make sure that I save this, and let me also make sure that I format the code so that I remove the extra spaces. And then also here I will be able to format it, and now we have our database set up here. So now in the next video, now we are going also to start authentication. So in the next video we are going to start authentication and then proceed with our backend. So let me just end the video here, because also I don't want this video to be very long. So remember to like this video and also subscribe to this YouTube channel, and also turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload the other video. So see you, and then have a great. Hello and welcome back to V8 TechWorks. So today we are going to start building authentication. So as you can see here in this diagram, we already have initialized our application, our Node.js application, and also in the last video we created MongoDB here, and also right now we have done the connection. So what we are going to do now, we are going to handle the authentication, including also registration and login, and we are going to use JWT. So that's what we are going to do, and also we are going to make sure that we created the route for that, and also we are going to make sure that our server here is able to interpret JSON data. So to do that here, we are going to get into this entry file here, and you can see here where we have this middleware comment here, we can be able also to make sure that our application accepts JSON data. So to do that, we need to do app dot here, and then app.use, and then this is like a middleware, and then here I can call the express, and express has a function that is called JSON. So that means that it can accept the JSON data. So because if you don't do that, that means that your server won't be able to accept any JSON data that will come through. So that's why you can see we have added this. So the other thing is that also I've noticed that almost 80% of those people also watching this YouTube channel, they have not subscribed. So kindly, if you haven't subscribed, subscribe to this YouTube channel and also like this video, and we can grow together. So let's get into our tutorial now. So here in our diagram, you can be able to see that this is our backend, and you can see for our backend here, we cancelled. That means that we are going to start with our backend. Already our DB is complete in terms of setup and everything. So the other thing after the backend here, we are going to background services. So let's get into now authentication, and we are going to start by registration. So in Node.js, we need to create a route that we are going to call auth, and here also we are going to install various packages like crypto.js, and also we are going to install JWT or JSON Web Token, so that it will help us when it on the authentication. So let's come here in our routes here, and I'm going to have auth.js, and this means that we are going to create a authentication here. So let me first of all start by also installing those two packages that I have mentioned. So I'm going to come here into this terminal part here, and under new terminal, or I will create a new terminal here, and I can make sure that I install those packages. So I'm going to navigate to my backend, and here I can do npm install, and then the first package that I'm going to install is JSON Web Token, like that. And also I'm going to install another package that is called crypto.js, and this one will help us to at least encrypt our password when we are saving it in our database, because you need to encrypt your password for security purposes. So this is a crypto, it is called crypto, and then it's -js, like that. And this is a package for JavaScript for actually making sure that you encrypt your password. You can use other packages like bycrypt or many other packages that are out there. The one that you feel comfortable with, you can use that. So this is a crypto.js, and let us install. And while it is installed, we can continue creating our registration. So let me just come back here in the output, or let me actually make sure that I close this here, and I will be able to see if those packages have been installed. And I think yes, these two packages have been installed. Here you can see added 15 packages and audited 103. So let me also scroll this, or let me push this part here down, so that we can also make sure that we have a space that we can work in. So let me see if my server is running. So yeah, so let's get into creating the registration. So first thing first, I'm going to import express, and here we can be able to require or import express. So express here, like that. And then the other thing is also we can create a route using express. So we are going to create a router, and then this one we are going to call express, and the express has a function that is called router. So like that. And then before any other thing, you need to make sure that you export that router, because you are going to use it in our index.js file. So .export, and here we are going to be able to export it. So let us do module.export and then export that router, because I know I can forget. So let's do that first. And then the other thing here, I'm going to import the package, the crypto.js package, for which will help us to at least encrypt. So this is crypto.js. Let me use camel case, crypto.js here, and this is require, and then here this is crypto.js, like that. And then here we can also be able to actually import JWT also, and then let us require and import it. So this is JSON web token, and also we can be able to import now the user model from the model. So require here, and then this one is models. So let's do models. Let's go out of this folder and into models, and then we are going to use user model here. So now let us start by registration. So I'm going to comment here registration, like that. And here you can see registration, and I'm going to make sure that here I can do router, and then here, because this will be posting data, we can use post, like that. And then this one will just be a route that we call register. And this post here, or any function that you use with router, will accept two argument. First thing is route, and then the other one will be just a callback that will have request and response. And this one is also anonymous function, but also here inside here now we can do our functionality for registration. So the other one here for logging in, here we can be able to have login in, like that, login. And here also we can do the same. We can have router dot post, and then here we can have the login route, and then also the callback function, require and response. And inside here now we can do the logic for logging in. So now here for the registration also, we can first of all make sure that we create the new user. So we have new user here, and the new user is from a user, like that. And then also inside here we can have an object. So this is an object, and we can have full name, and then this full name is coming from request.body. So request.body.fullname, because we are going to send our data using the body. So here also we can have the email. So for the email here, it is request.body and then .email, like that. The other field is age. So this is from request.body .body.age, like that. And then also we have country. So this is the data that we are going to send here. So this is request.body.country, country here. And then also we can have addresses, or address of the user. So this is also from request.body and then .address, like that. So now the last one here, we are going to have a password. So we have a password, like that. And then here we need also to make sure that we encrypt our password before even we save that to our database, because we want to save our encrypted password. So here I'm going to call my crypto.js here. So for crypto.js here, I'm going to have that as a function, or I'm going to call a function that's called EAS. You can see that. And also we can have encrypt. So you can see the function that I'm going to use is here is for encryption, and also we can use for decryption. There's another function for decryption. And here I'm going to have the first argument here for this function for encrypting as we are going as the password or the text that we want to encrypt. So you can see here request.body and then .password, and then we have another argument, which is now we are going to have another one that we are going to call the pass, and this one should be from .env, and that's why you can see here process.env and then password. And then we have now here down we need to do to string to make sure also is a string, and then we can save it to a database. So this is a function also. So here, because we are using process.env here .pass, that means that we need also to import .env here. So I'm going to import .env. So .env like that, and then this one is require, and then .env, and then down here also to make sure that I can use .env, I can say .env.config like that. And then now I can add also this variable here pass in this .env. So here I can have, let me make sure that I don't remove this port number here. So here I can have this pass, and this pass I can write anything. For example, for this one I'll call it parcel at 2024, something of the sort. So also here you can have, because you can see here we have .toString here. So now this is okay. So after this we can be able to do try catch, so that if there's any error we can be able to catch it. So here for saving is like a straightforward thing. So try catch, and here because we need to save into in our database, we are going to do const user, and then now we can call the new user here, and new user, and then call a function that is called save, and this function here is from our DB or MongoDB. So here you can be able to see that we created this new user using this model called user, and you can see this model user here is from this folder that is called models, and then we created the model for our user using schema, MongoDB schema. So that's how you make sure that you can be able to create a user here, and using this new user now we can call this function that is called save. Now the other thing that we are going to do is to make sure that this is a synchronous function. So here I can add a sync, and then here before we save here we need to make sure that this is wait, because this one can take time before it is saved in our database, so that our application work the way it should be. So now the other thing is that I need to make sure that I send this user to the person who is the person who is registering, or the admin. So here I'm going to send user back when it is successfully, when the user is successfully registered in our database. Also down here, if there's an error, I want to send that error, and here I'm going to use status code of 500, and here it is JSON, and then we can send that error in to our front end or our backend or our admin dashboard, that is. So here you can be able to see we have this also status code here 201, which means that is created, and That's the only thing that we need for our registration. So let's get into our login, and this part now will have several things, and it will be a bit long. So for our logging in, we need to start by first of all finding the user in our database. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to have a try catch. And for try catch here, the first thing that I need to do is to make sure that we have that user in our database. Otherwise, we need to return an error message. So here also it is a synchronous function because we don't know the time that it will take to find that user in our database. So here I'm going to do await, and then I'm going to use user model, and then there's a function that is called find one. So we need to find a person, and this function can take a field that you want to check with. So mine, I'm going to check with the email, so request.body, and then also we can have email like that. So you can see here we have this wait, and then a user. You can see we have user here, and then find one. That means we are going to find a user using this field called email here. And then also we can have, we are going to use request.body and then .email that we are going to send in our login when we are logging in. So now after this, now we can be able to check if there is no user. So here you can see if there is no user, we are using exclamation mark. So if we don't have any user, we need to return that message to our admin. So this is we are going to return. So return, and then here is this dot status, and then because this user has not been registered, we are going to use for1, and then here is JSON, and then this data or this status code here is mean that you are not authorized or you have not registered. So you have not registered like that. And then also if you are registered, now down here, then we need to do several things. So the first thing that we also need to make sure is we need to unhash the password, so or to decrypt the password. So we are going to have hashed password here, so hashed password like that. And then here we can have crypto.js like that. And then we are going now to use EAS, the algorithm that we use to encrypt. And then this time we are going to use a function that is called decryption or decrypt. And inside here we can have now from the user who we have found in our database, we can have the password as the first argument, and then we can have now the other variable that we have saved in our .env, and then this one here pass. So using this one that we use to encrypt this variable in our .env and also the password here, we can be able to decrypt that password. So after that also, now let's get now the original password. So let's do that. So const original password here, and we can get that through taking this hashed password here. So we have this hashed password, and we can make sure that we call this toString here. And then the other thing is now we can have crypto.js, and then this time we can call .anc and then utf-8. So you must do that so that your password can be also in UTF-8, so that it will be converted back to UTF-8. So that is now we have our original password, and then now we need to compare. So let's compare that. So we are going to compare our original password here. So our original password, we are going to compare with the password that we have sent. So here, if now the original password that we have found in our database after decryption, and then if it is not the same with the password that we have sent through our body, that's why we are doing request.body.password here, then we need also to return another error message. And this time here we can return using, let me return here. So we can return another error message. So this is response.status, and here we can have 500 as a status code, and then .json, and then the message here will be wrong credentials. So this is meaning that there is wrong credentials, or maybe we can even add here wrong password like that. And then after that, now if that means that user is available, and then this also the password we have matched, then it means now we can proceed with our also the logging in. So the first thing that we need to do here is also we are going to make sure that we can decrypt here, or we can be able to extract some information. So we are going to have password and from the user, and then the rest of the information. And you can see here we have spread the other information here. So we have separated the password and information and the other information, because we don't want to send the password when that person login in our system. So also we have this information from user, and then it is from ._doc here like that. So that's from the now MongoDB. So that is the function from MongoDB. So now the other thing that I want to make is our token. So we are going to have our access token here, and our access token here we are going to have to use JWT or JSON Web Token, and then we are going to use a function that is called sign. And in this sign here we can have now the first argument here, we are going to make sure that we use the data from now our user to sign or to create our access token. The first thing that we are going to use is user ID. So user, and then in MongoDB it is underscore ID, and then also we can use the role of the user, and here we can have user.role. And then the other thing here is the other thing that we are going to make sure that we specify is now we need to have also another secret variable. So that's why you can see we are using process.env, and then jwt underscore seek like that. And then that means also we need to create this variable in our .env. So let's copy that, and then here in our jwt sec we can be able to also make sure that we have a variable here. So will be parcel 1 2 3 4 5, and then this one, because when we are creating that access token also, and we are going to need to also access some routes, we need to use that same variable to make sure that the access token that is being sent is valid. So also after that, now we have also to make sure we specify the time that we want our access token to expire. So here we are going to create here expire in. So you can see expires in, and then here I want it to expire in 10 days. So we are going to do 10D here, and then now this one also it should have as a string, so 10 days like that. And then now we have our access token. So after now we have created the access token, also we need to send this access token to the front end so that it can be saved by by the user in maybe the local storage or maybe somewhere else, and then they can be able, when they are trying to access certain information, they can send the access token with their also the information. So here, let's try and make sure that we can now send that. So we are going to do res.status, and then here is 200 for success, and then we have JSON, and in here you will be able to see that we are going to send info like that, and then we are not going to send the password, because that won't be very secure. So we are going to send only information, the other information apart from password, and now the access token, so that access token can also be used to access some routes. So now we have access token, and then here we can see we have error. So we can have status and then 500, then .json, and then here we can have error now. So we have error, and we can send the error to frontend. So now I want to format my code first of all, because I feel this code has a lot of spaces. So now this is the functionality for logging in, and now the last thing also that we need to do is to make sure that we add that route in here in index.js. So we are going to import first of all that route. So we are going to do const, and then here I can call it auth route like that, and this one is from, so here we are calling it from our routes. So here you are going to slash routes, so you can see the routes here, and then out, you can also be able to see out. So here we need to create another place that we are going to have routes. So let's come here, and we can have routes here. Let's comment that routes, we are going to create our routes here. So this one we are going to have, let me use app.use, and here we can be able to have the auth route, and then auth route we are going to use now this auth route that we have imported. So now we can be able now to try and start by testing our registration and our login. And now before that, I also need to send this or to push this code to our database. So let me, not to our database, but to our GitHub. So let me first of all go back into my browser here. Let me open my GitHub. So this is my GitHub here. I want to push this code, and so that we can also be able to track and how our system is working. So here I want to create a repository. So I'm going to have a repo here, and this one we are going to call it parcel delivery. This repo we are going to call parcel delivery system like that. Then this one is YouTube, or even let me just create or call it full stack here. Let's see, full stack like that. So, and then here I can create a repo. So repo is being created, and here I want to push my code now. So the first thing that I need to make sure that I do here is get into this folder that is for send it here in my documents, where I've created my project. And now I can be able to copy this git init here, and then paste it here to initialize git. So I think it is not working, so I'm going to do it manually, git init. And then the other thing is that I need to make sure that I add every folder on the file that is inside that send it folder. So you can see now we have added everything, and you can see here before we started creating our application, you see this file that we created here called gitignore, and we specified things that we don't want to push to our GitHub. because GitHub is a public place where also other people can be able to see our code. So now that we can commit, so I'm going to make sure that I add here commit. So this one is commit here. So I'm going to add the comment here, and I'm going to add the comment saying add authentication, and authentication have been created, like that. And then now we also need to add our origin. So I'm going to copy this here, this command here, then paste it like that. And then the last thing that I need to do before I push, I need to show you the branches that I have in this repo. And you can see it's only master, and I need to make sure that I create another branch. So I'm going to create another another branch that I will call backend, because we're going to have different branches for our system, for our code. So if I do again git branch here, you can be able to see we have our backend here. So now I can switch to that branch. So let me do that. So let me, or maybe first of all, let me push my code. So git push origin master, and then let us also add our passphrase here. So this is our passphrase, and then now the code will be pushed. And when I reload this part, again you'll be able to see the code has been pushed. So let me see here, and you can see only this folder here that is called backend is the one that has been pushed, and this is because the other folders are empty. So Git or GitHub will just ignore them. It won't push them. And the other thing that I want you to notice is that here we have not pushed a folder that is called node modules, and also we have not pushed .env file here, and that's because I used this git ignore and I specified it here. So we don't want to push .env file, and also we don't want to push node modules here. So yeah, so that is it. I want to also to close that, and now we can be able to open our postman here and be able to at least make sure that we test our backend, but that we do that in the next video. So I don't want to make this video very long because already we have created the functionality for logging in. So in the next video we need to start by make sure that our authentication is working. So see you in the next video where we are going to test the authentication. Remember to like this video, and also subscribe to this YouTube channel, and then also make sure that the notification bell, you have turned on the notification bell so that we'll be able to be notified the next time I upload a new video. And have a great day. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome to Be It TechWorks. So today we are going to continue building our application, and the first thing that I want us to do today is to push our code to our GitHub. So I'm going to go to my GitHub here, and then the other thing that I want us to do is to check the branches that we have in our in this project. So I'm going to do git branch here, and you can see right now we are in the master branch here. I want to switch to the other branch that you are calling backend, because right now we are working with the we are working here the backend functionality. So let us do that. So to switch your branch, you can do git checkout, and then we can add the name of the branch, and in our case is backend. So I have switched that, and if you do git branch, then again here you'll be able to see that the backend here branch has been highlighted using green. And now I want to now push my code now. So I can do git add and then everything. Then I think if it is a green, that means that we don't have any code that we should push. So let me try and add here GitHub worked on the worked on the backend, worked or created authentication. Let me add the comment, created authentication here, and we can also be able to push now our code. So git push origin, and right now because we are pushing another branch, we are going to specify that branch and it is backend. So let's try and push this branch, and also let's do add our passphrase here, and then after that now we'll be able to push that code here. So I want you to notice something when I come to that repo here in my GitHub. So let us see how it will happen. So here we have this full stack parcel delivery system that we added as our repo, and if you are not getting this, that means that maybe you have not watched the previous video, so you can go back and watch those videos. So when I open this repo here, you'd be able to see the notification to pull request here. So after it has loaded, you'll be able to see that here. So you can see here backend has recent pushes 70 or 37 seconds ago. So I can just do compare and pull request here, and then after that also I'll be able to merge. So this is the work of mostly project manager, who are able to compare your code first of all before they merge with the other code. So let's do that, and it's taking time, so we're gonna wait for some time. And also the other thing that I'm planning to do today, I'm going to restructure my code, and I'm going to use controllers, because in the last video, if you check here, I had no controllers, but one of you commented on my video and asked if I could use controllers, and that is what I'm going to do. And because I was feeling like this project is not that big to use controllers, so we are going to use controllers, and we are going to use something that is called MVC, model view control. So let us also make sure that we created a folder here called controllers before our GitHub loads. So right now it has loaded, and here you can be able to see the comment that we created authentication, and here also you can see like a project manager can give you maybe a description, maybe your code is not up to standard or something like that, and then or he can be able to, or she can be able to compare the code here. So if project manager is pleased with what you have pushed, then she or he can do pull request here. So create pull request, because that's the work of the project manager, and then again this one will be able to merge now. So you can see created authentication, you can see here the badge is open, and then after now this is a compatibility. After it is checking for compatibility, then it will be able to merge automatically. So I'm going to wait until this is checking for ability to merge automatically, and then yes, you can see here. So you can do merge pull request now and then confirm merge. So it is merging, and then I'm going to go to the tab for insight, so that you'll be able to see what I mean when I'm creating a new branch. And also you can be able to see how this project we are working on, how it will be. So here you can see we have insights. Under insight, you'll be able to see another tab that is called network. So this one here, and then here you can be able to track all the branches that you are going to create. So just click here network, and under network here, you'll be able to see the graph that will show us the branches. So I'm going to click network here, and it is loading very slow, so we might pause this video, and then when it is it has finished loading, that means that we can continue. So right here our GitHub has finished loading, and right here you can see where we started tracking our code, and you can see we have now this backend here that also we have merged here with our master branch. So now that is what I wanted to show you under this insight and then network. So I'm going back to my code here, and I'm going to now be able to restructure my code. So let me also push this part down here so that we can have space where we can work in. So here also you can see we have our backend. Now we have our controller, and now the controller, this is where we are going to have the logic. So I'm going to move the logic here from the this routes here, and this route will be only for the routes, and then I will push, or I will keep that logic here in controller. So I'm going to create auth here, another auth.js like that, and then here I can be able now to transfer the logic here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a function, and this function, because I'm going to export, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to start with const, and then this one I can call register, and then register user. Let's do register user here. So this one will be the function of registering the user. So this is also a function, but our function will have the request and the response. So just like this. So this one is for registering the user. So here we are going to have the request, and then also we are going to have the response. And inside here now we'll be having the logic. So then again also I'll create another function, and this function here will be for logging in. So let's do that. So here you are going to have login user like that, and then here we can have also we are going to have now the function here, and this one also will have like a request and then the response. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to now copy I'm going to copy everything from now registering here, or even I'm going to cut it because I'm not going to require this function inside these routes. So let's get in here, and I'm going to paste here. Of course we need to make sure that we have a sink here, and also we are going to import some of the stuff here. So some of the things that we are going to require from here is for example this crypto.js also user here, and then also the .env here. All these we are going to copy them, or even I'm going to cut them, and then I'm going to paste them here in my logic, because this is where they will be required. So here we have JWT and everything. So also I'm going to copy the functionality here, or I'm going to cut the functionality from this logging in here like that, and then now I will be able to add it or paste it here in login user. So now controller is only for logic. So after this, now let me format my code. Let me see where the problem is. You can see here we need to add a sink because we are using await in this function here. So that is a sync. Now you can see everything is okay. So now let's go back into my routes here, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make sure also I remove this here from this part, because this one will not handle now the logic. And right here now I can call the function that, or the logic that we have created in controllers, and use it here. So this one I can call register user. Let me see if there will be auto completion, and you can see here we have auto completion. So I'm going to actually, you can see here I have been able to at least auto complete that, and also import that from controllers and then out. And then also here I will do the same for the logging in. So here, so let's do login right here, and then you can see now, actually let me see, yeah, you can see it has been imported automatically. So now also I can be able to format the code here. And the other thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to comment so that also somebody who will be actually reading this code will be able to understand. So in our controllers also, I'm going to make sure that this one I comment is register user, like that, and then login user, login user here, like that. So I have now these two function here, and now we can continue with other functionality. But before that also we can test our backend using Postman. And before I initialize Postman here, also you can be at least subscribing to this YouTube channel if you haven't subscribed, and also you can like this video so that also it may reach many other people. And also don't forget to hit that notification bell. So let me look for Postman here, like that. So let's open Postman. So if you don't have Postman, you can download Postman, and then you can be able to test our backend together, because right now we don't have our frontend. So we cannot test our backend using our frontend. So let's do that. And right now it is loading. So we can just wait until it has finished loading. So here you can see on top left here, you can be able to see we have this icon here for the plus, and this is where we can be able to create a collection. So I'm going to create a blank collection here, and I can name this collection any name that I want. And then right here we can be able, in this collection we can be able to make requests that we want. So right here I want to rename this collection here. So let it load, and it's taking a time to load. And I think also my Postman is as if it has some issues. So what we are going to do is that, because we are not going to wait again for it to load, so we are going to just leave it like that, and then we can continue with other things like the logic for register or for getting all the users, and also for deleting the user, and then we'll be able to test it later on. So let me just close the Postman. And right here, the other thing that I want to do is that I'm going to route here, and I'm going to create another route for that will have the route for registering, not registering, but getting all the users, and also be able to make sure that we delete the user. So right here, I'm going to create another route, and this one will be called user.js. And the same here for the controller. Also, I will do the same. I'm going to create user.js, and this is where we are going to have the functionality. So here for the user.js here, we are going to create now the route. So I'm going to do the same. Here we are going to have to import express. So I'm going to require express here. So express, and then I'm going to also make sure that I create route. So const, and then router, and then here I can call the express, and then the function call router here, so that we can be able to create the route. So the first route is for deleting the user. So I'm going to have deleting user here. And then before I forget is that we need also to export this router. So module.x export, and then we can export now the router here, like that. And then here also we can make sure that we have router. So router dot now this is delete, so we are going to use delete here, like that. And then we can have that here, and the route here should have an ID, because we are going to use ID to delete that user. But right now, because we don't have the functionality for deleting our user here, we are just going to leave it like that. And also we are going to have another route for get all users in our database, and right here I'm going to use router, then this one is get. And now this is because we don't have to have like we are not going to have like we don't have to have ID, then I can leave it like that. And then now we can go and in our index.js, also we need to make sure that we import that router first of all, and then we are going to create now the functionality for deleting the user and getting all the users in our controllers. So let me just come here in index.js, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to have app.use, and then here in routes, and then here I can have users like that, and then I can import now the what we are going to call the user route. So const, and then here you can have user route like that, and then here this one will be require, and then also here we can have to import it from routes, and then you'll be able to see the user here like that. So here let's do that user route, and you can be able to see it now. We have imported it there. So now let's go now and create the functionality to do that in our controllers. So let me close this, and then also I think I can be able now to close this, but let me just leave it like that. Also I can just close that out. So we are here in the users, and we can be able to create now the functionality here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is also to be able to make sure that I import the model for the user. So here I'm going to say user, and then this one let's have a capital U, and then here is require, and then also here we can have now, and from the routes, so not from the models, sorry. So and then also we are going to get it from the user schema. So after that, now I think we don't have to have anything else first of all. So here we are going to actually make sure that this is the functionality for deleting. So deleting, let me just add the deleting user here, and we are going to have another one here for get all users. So let me add here get all users like that. So right here what we can do is we can now have the function. So this is export const, and then this is delete user like that. So this is a function that has a request and then response, and right here also we can have now the functionality inside here. So let me also have this one here, another function here for get all users. So this is export get all users like that, and then this is request response, and then here we can have now the rest the delete user here. So now I'm going to create now the functionality here, and then try and then catch. So let me start by try catch here, because we can have the error. And right here what I can do is that I can have a wait, and here means that we need to add a sync here, so that this will be a synchronous function, because we don't know the time that it will take to delete the user from our database. And then I can use now the model user, and then I can say find by ID and delete. So like that, and then here we can be able now to use, let me just come here and have the request dot params, because we need to have the ID. So request dot params and then ID like that, and this one will be, we are going to access it because in our route we are passing the ID. So now after that, now also we are going to have now to send our message. So here is 201 and then .json, and then here we can be able to send the message the user has been deleted successfully like that. And then here down in our error we can have res.status like that, and then or here we can have like the status code of 500 and then .json, and then you can send that error like that. So now we have the other functionality for getting all the users, and here it's a pretty simple thing. So try catch, and then here we can have now and the users, so const users here, and then this one we are going to await first of all, and here also this is async because we don't know the time that it will take to fetch the users from our database. So this is user, and here we are just going to use this find, and because we want to sort our users, because we need to get the users from the user who has been be able to created the like the last user to be created should be appear when we are fetching. That user should appear among the, or should be the first user to be fetched, or it should be the first element in our array. So let's do that. So we are going to sort, and these are the function of MongoDB. These are not my function. So here is we are going to use sort, and inside here sort we can have an object, and here we can have created at, and then here we can have -1. So just like that. So that's how we can be able to sort our users from the latest one, and then we can be able to send them to our front end. So this is res.status, here is 200, and then .json, and then here we can send now the users like that. So here also I can have now the error. So here .res status, and then 500 can have .json, and then here we can have to send the error that it is that we have if we have the error we can send it here. So now let me actually save this, and then I'm going to format, and you can see here we are experiencing the error, and this is because we have not included the functionality here. So now let's import that, and we can call it delete user, and you'll be able to see here the auto completion, and then you can be able to import it from our controllers here, and also the same here for the get all users here. And then now that's okay. I think I can save that. Also I can be able to save this here. So, and then let's see if we get any error, and then here I can be able to see that I have an error, and I don't know this error where it's coming from. So let's try and see what is happening. So here we have export const, and then register user. You cannot see here unexpected token const, and this is in the auth here. So let's try and see what's wrong. So in auth here we are having this error here. So export const, and then here in our register export const, let me see where the error is coming from. So this is export const, and then so what we are going to do is that, first of all, we are going to ignore this error because I don't know where this error is coming from, and then we are going to resolve this error later on where we are testing our backend. So maybe let me first of all also close this, and also this here, and then we are going to get into the functionality for the parcel. So let's first of all also create parcel here. So the parcel route, here we have parcel.js, and then also we are going to have the functionality here for the parcel like that, and then this is JS, and then here we are going to have the functionality to do the same. So let's get into the functionality for the parcel. In the routes here, let's get into the routes first of all, and then here I can be able to import express. So the express require express here, and then we can have express here, and then also the other thing that we are going to do is to create the router. So here we have the router, and this one is coming from express, and then dot router here as a function. And now make sure that you import it first of all. So this is module dot exports, and then let's export the router here. And then now we can have different routes. We can have different routes here. So the first route here is for adding the parcel. So add parcel like that, and here we can have now the router, and then this one is post function. So here we can have the route, and then we are going to have functionality there. So the other route that we are going to have here is get all parcels here, and then here we can have the router, and then actually this is router here with small r, and then this one is get function or get method, and then here we can have from the route, and then here we can have now the functionality. So the other one here we can have is we can have the another functionality for updating our parcel. So update parcel here, and then here we can have now the route, but this route we are going to make sure that we pass the ID, because remember this one is we require ID to know which parcel we are going to update. So here I can add that, and then can have the ID there, and then the functionality for updating. So now after that we can have another functionality, and this functionality will be for getting only one parcel. So I'm going to get one parcel like that, and in here I can be able also to get the route for that. And then this one is it has just and just this one is just a get function or method, and then here I can have find, and then this one also we need to have an ID. And right here you can see we are using find here because we cannot just add get here and just ID, because we need to differentiate that. So here also we need to make sure that we add the functionality from our controller. And then the other functionality that we can have here is get let's add here get users parcel, so that we can show the sender the parcel that they have sent, and also they have received, or the one they are expecting to receive. So here this one will be router. So this one is router here. Here we are going to use post method, and here this one will be having a route of me, and then the functionality there. So we can have also the other one, which is for deleting the parcel. So here we can have delete parcel like that. Then this route will be router. Actually this one is router with small r, and then here is the delete method. Then here we can have now the ID also. We're going to pass the ID, and then here we can have now the functionality. So we are going to build all this functionality now in this controller here. So we have the controller here. So let's do that. And the other thing that I want to make sure that I do before I forget is that here we need also, I have already created the user route in our index.js. So let me go back here, and now for our route here we have already created the routes that we need. So now we can get here, and here the first thing that I'm going to do is to import the parcel model schema. From now we are going to import it from our models. So this one is from models here, and then from the parcel like that. So here now we can create other functions now. So export const, so export const And now before that, actually I need also to comment. So let me comment the functionality here for adding the parcel. So this one is for adding the parcel. Need to add the comment add parcel or create parcel. Let me call it that. Create a parcel. And then here we can have now the functionality. So let me have a space here. So this one is we're going to call it create parcel like that, and then this is also a function like that, and then here we can have now the functionality. So this is request and then response like that, and inside here now we can be able to do the functionality for that. So it is try catch, so we are going to use try catch here so that we can catch the errors that can occur when we are adding the parcel to a database. So also here I can just add const parcels, and then here I can be able to await, and that means that we need to add a sync here. And then here I can call the parcel, and then this one here will be, we are going to create like that functionality here. So this one we are going to have the parcel, and then I can accept request.body, and then we can save it. So this is actually the parcel. I'm going to call it new parcel here, new parcel, and then here I can be able now, actually this one we don't have to have a wait. We are going to have a wait when we are saving to a database. So here I can have const now the parcel here, and then I can have now a wait and new parcel, and then dot save. You can be able to have this function for MongoDB, and then now I can be able to send it to now the front end. So status and then 201 here and dot JSON, and then this is a parcel we can send to our front end. The other thing is here we can have rest.status. This one is 500, and then we can send the error. So this is error that we are sending in our front end. So now the other functionality that we are going to create here is export, and then here is for getting all the parcels. So here we'll have get all parcels here, and then here I can have get. Now let me first of all start by export. So export const, and then can have get all parcels here, parcel like that. So also this is a function that has request and the response. So request and then response here. So this one should be comma here. So and then inside here now I can have that functionality. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by try catch here also. So try catch, and inside here I can be able to try and fetch the parcels. So here is the parcels, and then also I need to have a wait, and here I can have a sync here like that, and also I can have the parcel model parcel, and then I can have the function to find them in a database, and then I can sort like that. So here I can add created art here, and then I can have to sort it, and then also I can send now the parcels to our front end. So dot status, this is 200, and then dot JSON, and then send now the parcels. So we have the parcels there like that, and then here we can have now the error. So rest dot status, and then here is 500, and then dot JSON, and then this one we can send the error here like that. So now we have two functionality here for the parcel. Now we can add the third functionality And the third functionality is for updating. So here I can have the update. So update, let me add it here, update the parcel like that. And in here I can be able to add now the functionality. So export and then const. Here is update parcel like that. And then here I can be able to just add this function. So this is a request. We have request here and response. So pretty much similar to the other function that we have created. And inside here we can do the same try and then catch here. So then again here I can be able to have a parcel after it has been updated. So here we can have a wait, async here, async, and then here I can have like a parcel dot find find by ID. That's the function for MongoDB. And in here I can have the request dot params and then dot ID like that. And then now the other thing that I'm going to do is to send it to our frontend. So rest dot status, and then we can be able to get that to at least 00 like that, or even we can just have 201 as a creation status code. And then here we can have now the parcel, send it to our front end. Then here also if we have the error, we can have the status of 500 then .json, and we can send that error here. So that error. So we have the other functionality for now getting only one parcel. So let's do that. So this is for updating. So we can have get one parcel here. So get one parcel, and we can have const, export const, and then get one parcel like that. And then here we can have now the functionality. So this one also, it has request and then response, can have the function here. So now inside here we can have try catch, and then here we can also make sure that we get that parcel from our database. So parcel, and then also here remember we are going to use the ID because we need to get that one parcel. So await, and then here async, and also you can see here also we need to get the parcel model. And then here we can use now the function find by ID like that, and then we can pass now the ID request dot params and then dot ID, and then we can be able to send that. So rest dot status, and then this one is 200, and then dot JSON, and then we can have the parcel sent to our front end. So parcel like that. So also we can have now the here for the error. So status 500 JSON, and then we can send the error now like that. So now the other functionality here is get users parcel. So let's do that. Get users parcel like that. So this one should be the parcel that are for user. So we are going to use email here. So I'm going to have the function here. So export const get here, get users parcel, or get user parcel like that. And then this one is also a function that has request and then response like that. And then inside here you can have try catch. So here like that, and then I'm going to make sure that I get those parcels. So I'm going to get the parcels using this model here called parcel, and then here I need to add a wait like that. Then this is async right here, and then also the other thing that I'm going to do here is to get using now this function that is called find. So find, and here this function accepts the variable that you want to send using, or the parcel, or the field that you want to get your parcels using. So this one is we are going to use a field that is called sender email, and then here we can have now our request.body.email here like that, and then this one should get the emails or the parcel that belong to this email. So I'm going to make sure that also I sort. So sort here, and I'm going to have created at, and then -1 right there, and then after that now I can return that to the front end. So this one is 200, and then .json, and then this one is parcels like that. If we have error, then again, yeah, I can just copy and paste because it's the same thing. So copy and then paste here. So I think now we have only one functionality that we need to add here, but let me just check. So right here we are on get all users parcel, so we have to have this one for deleting, and then now let's do that here. Delete a parcel like that, and here we can have now export const, and then delete. Let's do delete parcel here, and then this is a function also. So here we can do that. You request response here, request and then response, and inside here we can have try and then catch. So try catch, and then again here we can have a wait, and then parcel dot find by id like that. So this one should have async here, async. So find by id, you can see here find by id and delete like that, and then here we can use the id. So the id will be sent using params. So this is request.params.id, and then now we can send like a message. So rest.status, here it will be 201, and then .json, and then here we can send a message, parcel has been deleted successfully like that. And then now down here also I can now have the error sent to our front end like that. So we can format that. We get into our parcel here, and we can be able to import all those functions now. So here will be create. We have that functionality for create. So let me first of all make sure that I also save that in controller, and then here we can have create parcel. So I'm going to call it here. So create parcel. So you can see here auto completion, and right here we cannot be able to see it. So I'm going to try and import it manually. So let me import. Here I can see we have export const create parcel. So I'm going to try and import that. So import, and then this one is from now the controllers. So here we have Let me try and get from the controllers here. You can see controllers, and then this one is a parcel. So let's see. So we have the parcel here in our controller, like that. I think that's the how it should be. So yeah, you can see here we have parcel here, and then again we can now be able to import create parcel. You can be able to see it there. So create parcel here as the functionality. So also we can have get all parcel. So you can see here the function, and it is being imported here automatically. The other thing is update parcel. So I need to get it from controllers here. I auto import, you can see it there, and then the other one is for the get one here, one parcel, and then here we have get user parcel, and then we can have now delete parcel. So delete parcel like this one here. And now the other thing that we are going to do here is that when we are going to create middlewares that we will be checking for authentication, we are going to add it here before we call our functionality, so that when we make route request in this here in for example add parcel here, it will run middleware before actually going to fetch that data or getting into our create parcel here. So that is it. We are going to create middleware in the next video. Also here I'm going to make sure that I import the route. So here I can paste that, and then here this one will be parcel route. So parcel like that, and then this one should be the parcel like that. And then now I can create the route here like that, and then me paste here. This one is for the parcels like that, and then here we can have parcel route. So parcel route like that, and then I can save this. And then because I don't want this video to be very long, I want to end this video. So in the next video, first of all, we are going to tackle this error, and then also we are going to make sure that we test our backend until where we are, and then also we are going to create middlewares for checking if the user is authenticated, in order for us to be able to know which data they can access and how to control them. So that is it. If you haven't subscribed, kindly subscribe to this YouTube channel, and also like this video, and again you can turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. So see you, and have a great day. Hello and welcome back to V8 TechWorks. So today we are going to continue building our application, and right here in the previous video you can see here we had an error, and this error is pointing here to this function that is for registering the user, and actually you can see also it is pointing on this keyword here, export. So that's what we are going to do. We are going to tackle this error, and also we are going to push our code to our GitHub doing the pull request. So if you haven't liked this video, kindly like, and also you can subscribe to this YouTube channel so that it may reach many other people. So let us do that by starting by at least making sure that this error is gone, so we can get into where the code is pointing, or this part here where we are the code is pointing the error. So let us get into the logic here for controllers. Then here we have the parcel, and then we need to at least eliminate these exports here. So we can export using another method. So I'm going to remove this export here like that. Also I'm going to remove this export here. All these export here, you need to remove them like that. So let me remove it here. And then also there is another way that you can remove all the export here if you highlight it and then Control D. So that's also the one of the things that you can do. So right here now, I want to export now. I'm going to use module.exports like that. And then here I can export them. So I'm going to at least make sure that I export all the functions that I have here. So I'm going to start with this function for delete parcel here. So we have delete parcel, we have the other function that is up here, get user parcel. So let's do that. So get user parcel here. So also we have the other function here that is get one parcel. So get one parcel, yeah. And then we have the other function up here, the one for update parcel. So let me include it here, update parcel. Let me just use this is a small u, so small u here. So update parcel, actually this is update parcel like that. And then we have other function here. So we have update parcel and also we have get all parcels. So get all parcel. So you can see all the function that we have here. So we have get all parcels, and lastly we have create parcel. So this one here like that. So now the other thing that I'm going to do is that also I'm going to remove this importation that I have done here. So I'm going to remove this, and then I can be able to save this file, and also I'm going to format my code. So also I'm going to do for the other logic and controllers so that we eliminate that error. So here for the auth.js also I'm going to remove export, and here because already we have done with that with our parcel, now this I'll just make sure that I do it quickly. So here I'm going to highlight this export here like that, and then I'm going to control D to remove every export in this page. And then down here now I'll be able to export it. So module.export exports, and then here I can be able to at least export them. We have these two functions, register user and login user. So login user and then login user, and then have register user like that. And then we can proceed to this other user controller here, and here also I'll do the same. I'll highlight the export and then control D here, and then I'm going to remove it, and then down here I'm going to export. So module.exports, and then here I'm going to export this one, get all users here. So we have users here like that, and then we have the other one here for this function delete user, just like that. So delete user like that. So I think now we should not have the error right now. So let's us check if we have any other error. And right here it is restarting, and also you can see here server is running on port 8000, and then the DB connection is successful. So the other step that I want to take here is to make sure that I push my code to GitHub. So let's do that. So I'm going to cross also these files here first of all also. So let's get into the folder that has this project, and it's here in documents, and then send it. So I'm going to do git branch first of all to see which branch we are at, and here you can see we are in this branch that you are calling backend. So here I'm going to do git add first of all, git add everything, and then I'm going to comment. So git commit here also, and here I can add something like structured the code to use controllers like that. and then I'm going to do that to push now. So git push and then origin like that, and this time I'm going to also push the backend branch to our repo. So let's do that. And if you also don't understand what we are doing, that means that you have not watched previous video. So go back and watch the previous video so that you'll be able to understand what we are doing here. So we have pushed our code, and then I'm going to visit my GitHub here. So my GitHub, so let me see the notification for pull request. So after it has loaded here, I can go to repos. So we have the repositories here, and in here we are going to have now this full stack parcel delivery system repo, and here we'll be able to see we have a pull request that we need to do. So you can see here backend has recent pushed 34 seconds ago. So I'm going to click here, compare and pull request here. And in here also you can see structured the code to use controllers. And then here also we can add any comment here, but this mostly is the work of project manager. So you can see the code that we have added so far after now the previous versioning or the previous changes that we did. So I'm going to make sure that I create pull request here, and then after that we can be able to merge now our code. So you can see it's checking for ability to merge automatically, and after this we can confirm the merge here like that, and then now that is it. And also if you come here to the insight, I want to show you the graph that GitHub is making for us. So here you can be able to see now we have made two merges here from this branch that is called backend, and also you can see we have merged twice here in this with this master branch here. So that is it. I want also now to go and first of all now be able to test our backend using this postman here. But before even we do that, we can just make sure that also we create a middleware that will be checking if the user has authenticated, and also if maybe the user is admin or a regular user. So let's do that. So in here in our code, and here also in this backend here, what we can do is that we can create another folder. So this folder we are going to call it middlewares like that, and under this here we have middlewares. We can create also a file that we are going to call verify token, because this is here where we are going to handle the logic for first of all checking our token. So remember the token that a user is being given when they log in. So that's the token now we need to verify, so that other fetching the data also can be controlled and under control, and we know who is able to at least check or be able to fetch the data. So here I'm going to first of all make sure that I import JWT, you can see here, and this here I'm going to require it from now JSON web token here like that. And in here also I can be able to create the function. So this one is a verify token like that, and then here I can be able now to at least create anonymous, or this function here is not anonymous function, and this one here has three this one will have like three arguments. So the first one here will be request, and then response, and then the next function. So I'm going to show you how to use all of this. And the other thing then I'm going to do is that I'm going now to create the logic here. So the first thing that we are going to do is to check if we have authentication token. So to do that, I'm going to have a variable here that I'm going to call auth header here, just like that. You can call it the way you want, and here I'm going to check it from the request and then headers and then token, like that. So this is where we are going to check, first of all, if we have a token. And first of all, if we don't have token, or if we have this auth header here, now that's when we can proceed on other things. Else here we are going to send another, we are going to send a message here. So rest status, and then we are going to use for one status code. That means that the user is not authorized, and here we can just send a message, you are not authenticated, you're not authenticated, like that. Now, the other thing is, if we have auth header here, what should we do? So we need to make sure, first of all, also the auth header contain a token. So this token here, we can create a variable to store this token. And to access this token, we need to get the auth header here. So this auth header, and then inside here, we can split it. And through splitting here, we are going to split using the space, and then we can now access now the second element, like that. So this is, or the first, this is second element, because in array number 1 means that it is a second element, so 0 is the first element. So now the other thing that I'm going to do is to verify now if the token is valid or it is not valid. So to do that, I'm going to use jwt.verify here, and this is the function of JSON Web Token. And here I'm going to pass the token now that we have gotten from our headers. And the other thing that I'm going to do is now I'm going to use remember the pass phrase, or the pass variable that we created on our .env here. So I'm going to use that, and to do that, I'm going to make sure that I also import .env. So I'm going to import .env here. So require .env here, and I'm going to config that .env so that we can be able to access .env file. So .env, like that, and then .config, and then now through this, now we can be able to access now every variable that is on .env here. So here I'm going to add here process.env, and then here the variable was jwt. So it is jwt underscore sec here. And this is the variable that we use to sign our token. If you come here to auth here, you'll be able to see that. So let's just check. So here, if you see here, you can see when we are signing this token, you can be able to see we are using this process.env .dwt underscore sec. And also, if you open this .env, you can see this one, jwt underscore sec, and that's what we are going to use here to verify. So let's do that. So we need to pass the token, the variable that we use to sign, and then the other thing that we need to make sure is to now get we are going to get like a callback function here. And then this callback function should contain two things. So the first thing that it should contain is error or info, but in our case is user, because we stored user when we were creating this token. So if you check here, you can be able to see we also stored the ID, user ID, and also the role of the user. So those are the things that now if we verify and it is successful, we are going to get now the user. If it is not successful, that means that we have error. That means that this token is not valid. So let me check if there is an error. So if there is an error here, what we are going to do is that we can have now, we can send the message here 403, and then this one here is let me send the message here, and this message will be token is not valid. Token is not valid, like that. And then down here, if there's no error, that means that we can continue here. So what we are going to do down here is we are going to have another part here that we are going to call request.user, and then this one we are going to also assign it the user now, like that. So and then now we can be able to call the next function here, so that it proceed with the request. So let us save this and then format my code, and I'm going also to just make sure that I close this .env here and also index.js and auth, so that now we have only this verify token here. So the other thing that I need to do is to export. So module.export exports, and then here I can be able to now export my token, or this function verify token. The other function that we need to create here is another function for now checking if also the user is if the user is just a regular user, or maybe if the user is an admin. So I'm going to create here verify token, and also this one will be authorization. So here we have authorization, like that. And this one we are going to create a function here, and this also function should have the three argument, that is request, and then response, and then next. Yeah, so inside this function, and also here down, we need to make sure that we export that verify token and authorization. And down here now, we can be able to make sure that now we verify first of all the token using this function up here, verify token. And inside here now, we can be able to have request response as argument, and then we are going to have a callback function inside here. So first of all, that means that our application will just verify the token first of all when we call this function verify token and authorization. And after that, now we can be able also to make sure to check if the now request, so if the request dot user, and then remember we also have the we are also storing the user in the role of the user in our token. You can check if it is admin, and if it's an admin, then that means that we are going to call this function next. So that means that we can proceed. Else, then that means that we can send a message, and this user can be, we can tell this user that he is not, or she is not permitted to do that operation. So here is .json, and then again here we are going to send you are not permitted, you are not permitted, something of the sort, to do this operation, like that. Or even you can include a message like maybe this operation is only permitted to the admin, something of the sort. So I'm going to do that and save, then format this code like that. And then let me see if all my server is still running and there is no error. So you can see here we don't have any error. And now the other thing that we need to do here is to test now our backend. So let's do that by going to our Postman here. And if you don't have Postman, you can make sure that you download this Postman application here that will help you to be able to test your backend here. So I already created some of these routes here, and I'm going also to show you how you can create the collection here. So yesterday my Postman was not working, so I'm going to show just do a quick recap of how to use Postman. So I'm going to make sure that I create a new collection. So and then collection is just like a group of requests that you will do so that you can organize your work. So let's do that. So I'm going to close this request here, and then I'm going to close also this. And here on the top right here, you'll be able to see this icon for plus, or this add icon, and also you can be able to click that, and that will create for you a new collection. So here we can also be able to rename this collection here. So just rename this, and we can call it the way we want. Maybe we can say parcel delivery system, delivery system like that. And inside now you can see here we can have this another collection, and here up here you can see another collection that I had created. So here parcel delivery system, you can see these three dots here. You can click on them and also create a request. So for example, this request, we can call it the way we want. For example, we can also come down here and add you can rename it and maybe call it create user, something of the sort, and then we can just call it like that. And then inside here now we can choose the method that we want to make, and also we can be able to choose how we want to, or which route to be able to make that request to. So because I had already created those all those routes, or those requests, so let us use this that is up here, and I'm going to make it a full screen so that you'll be able to see how to make the request. So to start with, we have the register user here, and you can be able to see here it is loading for register user request here. And here you can be able to see we have user, and down here also, or up here you can see here we have a port 5000, but our backend here is running on port 8000. We need to change that, so I'm going to change it to 8000. So it is should be here 8000, because it's running on port 8000. And here also have created like the fields that we need to push to our backend. So you can see here when we are registering the user, so or when you're doing the post request, what the first thing that you need to do is to make sure that you come here to the body, and then after you click here body, you'll be able to see this row data here, or this row. You can also make sure that you select the row. Then here you can also select JSON, or even if you are not using JSON, you can also select other format of the data, maybe text, the XML here, and all these options here that you can see here. So here I had already created that, and when you select JSON here under the body and then row here, you'll be able to actually create now the data that you want to send. So for other requests like get, you should not be concerned with sending the data. So you won't have like you not come here to the body and then the row and then select the data to JSON here. So now let's start try and make the request to this route here, and then the register here. And also I want to make sure that we have this version 1 in our route. So let's come here to the index.js, and in our routes here we don't have that version 1, so we need to create that version 1 here. So also this one should be version 1, and then also this one here. So we need to add that like that, because also you may find that sometimes you need to update on some things, and then you can call it version 2 of your backend. So let's get now to out here, and on the top right here you can be able to see this send. So you can be able to click that, and you'll be able to see if you are able to make the request. So here you can see 404, that means that we have not found that route. That means that also we need to add this API here, because if you check here, you need see we have let me check here. You can see here we have the API and then version 1 out and then register. So you can add this API, or even you can just be able to ignore it if you don't want it. So this is API and then slash out here. So for example, this request that you are going to do here, you can see it is version 1 and then auth and then register. So if it will come here and then hit this route API version 1 and then auth and then register. So it will just go and check into this auth route here. So auth route, it is on this part for the route here. You can see the routes here, and here it will be able to find now the register route, and then it will go to check here on the register user in our control, the functionality. So let me now try and make the request here. So if you do that, you'll be able to see now the request is successful. We have registered the user, as you can see here, and then that means that we can continue with the other request. So for logging in here, you'll be able to see now we need to log in here, and this one is loading. So I'm going to show you here the function here for in our controllers here, and then out. You can see here when the user has been registered here, we are sending the user back to the front end. So and that means that is successful. So I think now the logging in has loaded, as you can see here. And now here we need to change also the port here to 8000, because that's where our backend is running. And then now we are going to make sure that we are able to log in using the email and the password. So I'm going to check also for the register here, up here, and you can see we have registered this email, and also we are also the password. You can see the password here. So we are using the same. You can see here the same email. So let me confirm if the email is the same. So here you can see we have this email here and the password, but for logging in we are using a different email here. And if we try to do that now, we're going to have an error from our backend telling us that user is not registered. So let's use this email that already we have created this user. So let's try and logging in. And when we try and log in here, you can be able to see, yeah, it is successfully, we are successfully logging in, because you can see the data that we are being sent here and the access token. And I want you to notice something here. You can see we are not sending the password to our front end, and that is a security measures that we was taken to place. So here, if we are logging in, you can be able to see that first thing that we did is to destructure our user from our database, and then we are sending here the information and then the access token. We are not sending the password. So if we try and use an email that is not registered, so for example this email here, let's try. So we are sending the request, and here you can see you are not registered. That means you have you can see this one here, up here. It is able to make sure that it's getting or is sending you the message you are not registered. That means because that email is not found, it is not found in our database. So let's continue with other requests here. So we have the other request for get all users here. So this is another request, and then you can see here we have these two here, the post request that we have done here for register and also for logging in. So this one will be a get request, and that's why here we are not going to the body and then trying to create any data, because this is just a get method that doesn't require any data. So for getting all the users here, so this one should be users like that, and then also here we should change to 8000 like that, and then let's try and hit our backend here and see if we can get the users. So here you can see we have internal server error, and then we can just check if we created this route the correct way. So you can see API version 1, and then let's check that. So API version 1 here, and then users. So let's also check here. Yes, so I think there's somewhere that we have done the mistake, but we are going to rectify that. So let me first of all make sure that I send again, I make the request again, and you can see here this is 500 or internal error. So we can just go to our controller here, and inside our user here, we have this method for get all users, and then here we can first of all make sure that we are getting to this place. So dot call logs here, console log, and then here I can just add users, or maybe something like all users. And if our request is getting to this part here, you'll be able to see that it will also console log here in the terminal all users. So let's try and send the request again. So if we do that here and then check here for our console log here, you can be able to see, yes, we are getting here. So all users, it has been printed, and here now we are going to also see where the problem is. So right here I see where the mistake is, and this is because this is .find here is a function, and we need to make sure that we have added this these two brackets here to mark that that is a function. So that was the problem here. And also the other thing that I want to do is now to make sure that I send now the other request. So if we send this request here, you can be able to see that we are fetching the users, and right now, because we have already registered only one user, you can see we have the user here, one user here, and this function here, or this logic here, should be only permitted to admin, that is, and I'm going to show you how to do that, be able to only make sure that it's only the admin who can be able to fetch all the users. So I'm not going to cover all the requests here. I'm going to also make sure that I use, or I make a few requests, so that also you can do the others on your own. So let me also go here to get all parcels, and here I can change this to here to parcels, and then here also this is 8,000, like that, and then we can try and make that request. So let's try that, and here you can see we don't have any parcels, so that's why you can see here this is an empty array. So we need to add a parcel here, so let's do that. So add a parcel, and it's still loading here. So when we add a parcel here and come back here to this request for get all users here, you'll be able to see that we'll be able to at least get at least that one parcel here. So let's do that. So I'm going to try and create a parcel here, and this one here won't be successful because this one we have not changed the port here to 8,000. So let's change that, and then let us see if that will work. And yes, you can see now we have created this parcel in our database, and if we come back here to get all parcel requests, we should get at least one parcel, and you can see here this parcel that we have created. I can create another parcel so that you understand what I'm doing. So let me create a similar parcel, and when I come back to this here get all parcels here, you can see here we have two parcels. So you can see these are two parcels here. So now I'm going to cover another one request here, and then after this, now the other one you can do it for yourself. So this is still loading, and what I need to do here, because updating we need to have we need to also send an ID. so or to use an ID. So let me just make sure that I grab an ID. Right here I want to grab an ID for a certain parcel here. So this is the parcel ID here, one of my parcel ID here, and I can copy it, and you can see this ID here. We never created that ID. This ID is coming from our database, or MongoDB database. So, and also I want you to notice that this is not ID, it is underscore ID. So that will be very important when we are creating our front end. So we are going to access that using .id, not using .id. It will be underscore ID, not ID. So let me just come here and try and update this parcel here. So if I come here to the update, I need to pass now the ID here. So I need to do that, and this request here will be put, not post or get or delete. And right here I can specify the field that I want to update and then the data that I want to update. So I'm going to make sure that I send that request like that. And then here you can see we cannot be able to do because this is 8,000. So let me try and do that. So you can see now this one we have updated we should have updated now the status to 2. So if I come here and get all the parcels, so this request here, let's try and see if we have updated that parcel. So I'm going to drag this up. So if I do that here, and then here you'll be able to see we have updated, we should have updated the status to 2. And right here I can now see that we have updated. So let me grab the ID here again. So let me copy this and then update parcel here, and then I'm going to paste it here in my URL, and then let me try and update that. So it should have updated here. I don't know why it is not updating. So this is a put request, and then the parcels here, and then this should be update because this is a put method. And then if I come back here to get all the parcels, so let me try and see if it will have updated. So it is not updating, so that is something that also I will be checking it. So now the other method you can do for yourself, so the other requests like deleting the parcel and also deleting the user. So there's something that I want to show you here using middlewares. So how to use middlewares. So let's come back into our code here, and we want to make sure that we control how the user is able to access the data. So for example, here in our routes, we can come here to the parcels, and in here before the user creates the parcel, we need to make sure that that user is authenticated. So I'm going to call now the function here, or our middleware function, that is verify token, and you can see it here. So I'm going to import it here and also use it here. So let's try again to create a parcel here. So if we try and do that, so let me just come back here, and for add parcel here, like that here. So let's try and create that parcel. So if I do the request here again, you see that you are not authenticated. That means that you cannot be able to create that parcel since we are not authenticated, and we have not sent we have not sent also the token. So also here I want to show you how to make sure that the admin, or to check for the admin. So I'm going to come here to the get all parcels. So you can see here get all parcels here, and in here, because this only should be permitted to get all parcels, this only should be permitted to only the admin. We can call this method here verify token and authorization. And if we do that here now, let me save this and try to get all the parcels here, like here. Yeah, I'm going to send this request, And when you try to do this request, you see you are not also authenticated, and also this will not be able to, even if you send like the correct token and you are not admin, then that means also that it will not be able to accept that request to get all the parcels. So I don't want to make this video longer than this. I'm going to show you also how to send the token and in later videos, and how also to make use of this verify or this middlewares again when you are a user and when you are an admin. So remember to like this video and also make sure that you have subscribed to this YouTube channel, and also make sure that you have turned on the notification bell. So see you, have a great day. Hello and welcome to V8 TechWorks. So today we are going to start looking at background services here. So we have already completed here our backend, and now we are going to look at our background services. So our background services is just a small backend here, but it will do some task like checking if there is a new person who have been registered and the email has not been sent to them. So that is the work of background services, and also the templating of those emails. So if you haven't watched the demo video, you can go back and watch the demo video so that you'll understand what I'm talking about. So first thing first that I need to do is to make sure that also I push my code to our GitHub, and also because we are tracking our code, so let us to do that first thing. So I'm going to come here and then do git branch like here to see the branches that we have. And here you can see now we are in this branch that is called backend. So I'm going to push, because this is the last changes that we did here in our backend yesterday, where we created the middlewares. And then from today now we'll be working on the branch that is called background services. So let me now track this code. I'm going to add here git add and then everything, and then I'm going to commit, and here I'm going to say like a comment of added middlewares. So added middlewares here, and then also here I'm going to be able to push my code, so origin, and here also I'm going to use now the backend here. So I'm going to push the backend branch, and we are going also to enter our passphrase. So let me add passphrase here so that we'll be able to push the code. So you can see here now the code has been pushed, and we can confirm that in a very fast manner. So I'm going to come here to repos in this repo here, and then I'm going to reload again here, and then you'll be able to see pull request here as a notification. So let me do that here. So full stack here, you can see this repo is where we are pushing our code. You can see backend has recent push, we say 25 seconds. So the same procedure here is compare and pull request. Again, you can create pull request here, and then again you can merge the code. So this time is checking for ability to merge automatically, and after that now I can come here, confirm merge, and then my code will be merged like that. So my code has been merged now, and then you can come here to the insight and also track through the network how the code is being tracked. So right here you can see the times that we have merged our code. So now that is it. So here I'm going to come here to the also my project, and I'm going to create another branch, and this branch here I'm going to call it background services. So to create a new branch, you can do git branch and then the name of the branch. So here you can see git branch background services, and I'm going to now be able to do git branch again to see the branches. And actually I misspelled the branch, so here is git branch, and then here you can see now we have the, but if you can check here, you see here we have this branch that is highlighted green, and that means that we are on that branch. So now we need to check out to background services or switch to background services branch, because that's what we are working on from now on. So I'm going to do git checkout here, like that, and then I'm going to add background services like that. And then actually we don't have this branch. I don't know why I have created that, but it's still okay. So let me just check the branches. So we don't have that branch, so let me switch again, check out, and then background services like that. And then if you do that, you'll be able to see now branch uh, switch to branch, and then the background services branch. So if I do git branch again, you'll be able to see here now we have switched to this background services, and it is highlighted using green. So let's go back into our code again, and then here also, because you can see our diagram here, I'm going first of all to explain what is background services and what we are going to do using background services. So I'm going to actually select this line here and cancel background services. So right now, as you can see here, this part that we have cancelled here, we have already worked in these parts. So for example, backend here, our MongoDB, and now we are going to start working on our background services here. So before I start explaining the background services, consider subscribing to this YouTube channel and also liking this video, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload the new video. Now here in our background services, we are going to do something very special, and this one will be scheduling the task. So we are going to run a different task here, and this task will be scheduled. For example, we are going to run a task that will be checking in our database every second to check if there is a user who has a status of 0. That means is a default status, and that means that user has been newly created, and now email has been sent to them. And then what background services will do, will send the email to the email of that user, and that contains the information like their email and also their address, their country, and also our backend also will have generated the password. So after that, now what we are going to do, it will just then also update the status of that user to 1, so that the next time that, or after 1 second, when this background services is running again and going through to our database, it will find that this user has a status of 1, and that means that user has already been created and the email has been sent to them. So it will skip that user and check for another user who has at least that status of 0. So that's how our background services will work. And here I'm going to use something that is called node cron. So I can come here and maybe search for that package that will help us to be able to schedule those tasks. So I'm going to go into npm node cron, and here, if you can see here, so this is a node cron, and we need to also be able to install it. And I want us to check how this node cron will help us. So here we have the documentation, and through this documentation here, you can see the node cron module is a tiny task scheduler in pure JavaScript for Node.js based on GNU Contrab. And this module allows you to schedule tasks in Node.js using cron tab syntax. So need a job scheduler with the support for worker threads and cron syntax. Try out this one here. So getting started, you can see you need to install it, and then also you need to create a variable to import this cron here, node cron, and then here you can use now cron and then schedule, and then you are going to use this inside this function that is called schedule. You see here you'll be able to use this asterisk here, and through this asterisk you can be able to schedule. For example, this asterisk means different things. So for example, here you can see these are like 5 asterisk, and you can see every asterisk means something different. For example, this first asterisk here means the day of the week. Also here for the other one is for the month, the other one is for the day of the month, the other one is represent hour, the other one represent minute, and then we have for the second here, of which for the second here is option, and here you can see there are 6. So you can just avoid, or you can just actually, and you can just avoid to use this for the second here, because you can see this is option, and then it will just work okay. So now let's go also and see how also you can use cron tab or this scheduler in any other way. So you can see here, for example, this one is uses this asterisk here, and it has this asterisk where it has replaced it with 1, 2, 4, and 5, and here you can see the meaning is this task is running every minute, in minute 1, minute 2, minute 4, and minute 5. So I want to show you also where you can be able to know how to use this cron tab, because this is a very essential. So you can come to this website here that is called cron tab guru. So cron tab guru here, and this is where you can be able to exercise on how to use scheduler. So, and then click this one here, and here you can be able to at least make sure that you do everything. So for example, if I add here like 1, you can be able to see that here also it will tell me what that means. It means that this will run at 0 for 4 here, and then on the Monday, and if I come here and present like add like 2 here, you can see at 4 or 5 here on Monday, every Monday in February. So it will be actually running this schedule on at 4 or 5 on Monday in every February, and all Mondays, that is. So that is it. So you can come here and then just you can just be able to play with this, and we'll be able to understand. So now let's get into application here. I don't want to explain too much also, because you can go and read the documentation. So here I'm also going to just close these other files that we opened in our backend, yeah, like that, and then also we are going to close this backend. And then the other thing is that we need to get now to our background services here. So I'm going to open another terminal here, and then I'm going to navigate to background services and initialize another small backend here. So let me cd to background. So cd to background. Let me just come here and add background services like that. And in here now, I'm going to initialize a Node application, because it's just like a backend application. So here I'm going to do npm. Actually, it should be npm init and then -y like that. And then here we'll be able to actually initialize Node application. So if I check now again, because this folder was empty, if you check here now, you can see we have package.json. So it is just the same as creating your backend. So, and then also something else before I forget, I want to show you is that if I come here to my drawing, you can be able to see that our background services here, this small one here, you can be able to see that it is only interacting with our MongoDB, and it will be sending like the data to MongoDB and also receiving the data from MongoDB. It is not interacting in any other section like a backend or maybe frontend or even the admin side. So let me just go back here. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to actually make sure that I install the packages that we will need here. So I'm going to do npm, and then I can add I, or even I can just add install. And then here I want Express. First of all, I also want to have Mongoose here. So we have Mongoose. We need to have another package like .env. We need to have EJS that will help us to template our email, and also we need to have Node Mailer for sending our emails. And then I think this will be enough for now. So let me, or actually we need to have this package also that is called Node cron here that we have here, because we could have forgotten it. So node cron, and then let us add here node and then cron like that, and then let us install all these packages. So these packages, we are going to need them. And here the EJS one, I know it is not that familiar to many other people, and this one here will help us to actually send now templated emails. So what I mean by templated emails is, for example, let me check if I have any templated email here. So I'm going to get into the inbox of one of my email, and I'm going to check if I have any templated email. So it is running here, so let's just wait, and here you can see, maybe let me check if we have templated. So from this one for Zapier here, actually you can see this one is templated, because you can see how it has like a logo of Zapier, and also you can see other things like this button, and also these icons here, and this button here, and also the signature here for the co-founder and SEO. So other ones here, if we check, you can be able to see that we have for like maybe here for the Neil Patel here. I think this is not templated, and let me check for another one that is templated. So for this one here, for the invoice home, here, if I just click on it, you can see this one is templated like here. So we are going to be able to send emails that look like this. So, and then you can see also here it has like a very good footer. So that is it. So let's see if our packages have been installed, and right here you can be able to see that they have been installed, added 104 packages and audited 105 packages. So I'm going to clear everything here now, and then the other thing that I'm going to do is the same thing that we did with our backend here. I'm going to start by actually importing now, or actually I need to create the index here. I need to create the index.js here, this entry file. And if you have noticed is that when we install the packages, then we have this node underscore modules here folder has been created, because this is where packages has been installed. And then here I can be able to actually import now Express. So I'm going to start with const, and then here I'm going to import Express, and then here I'm going to require Express like that, and then also I'm going to create app, and to create app here I'm going to do const, and then this one we are going to actually call now this function for Express, and then I'm going also to have to import other packages here, and I'm going to drag this down a little bit, and here I can be able to get, for example, this one .env, and then import .env here, .env. Also, I'm going to actually have the cron here that will help us to schedule the task. So here also this one is node cron. You can see it here. And then we need also to have like the mongoose package. So mongoose like that, and then this one is we are going to import it from mongoose like here, and then also I think that's enough for now. So the other thing that I'm going to do is to make sure that I have here .env config, so that we can also be able to use .env file. And that reminds me that also we need to create a .env file here, where we are going to put our secret things. So now what we are going to have in our .env here, first thing is our port that we want this server to run on. So I'm going to have a port here, and right here I'm going to use port 8001, because our backend is running on port 8000 and we cannot run on the same port. So I'm going to use port 8001, and also we are going to have our DB. So our DB URL here, and we are going to use the same DB because we are going to use the same DB. That means that we can copy here from here now this URL here. So let me copy it like that, and then I'm going to close this, and in here I can be able now to add that URL there. So because remember, we are using the same DB. As you can see here in my diagram, you can see we are using the same diagram here, and we are making the requests and also to the same DB here. So let me go back here, and the other thing that I'm going to do is now to make sure that my app here is running. So I'm going to start by reasoning now. So here I'm going to do port, and actually let me get now the port now. The port, we are going to get it from process.env and then .port. So this one here will help us to access variables that we have put in .env. So for example, here you can see we have port, and this is, we started by process.env and then the variable name that we put on this .env file. So now let's do app, and then here app we can use reason, and the first argument here is the port. So the port like that, and then we have callback function. So we have this, and inside here we can add console.log like that, and also we can have backtick. So after that, now here we can have now text interpolation, and here I can say background services is running on port, and then I will just get the port here. And then now if I save this, let me save this, and then here also I can add like a comment, and then this one is I'm going to write here server, or maybe something of the sort. Let me just also remove this space here. So that is our server here, and then I'm trying to now run my application. So to run this application, I'm going to run the same with our backend. So I'm going to add nodemon. I'm going to type nodemon here, and if you have not installed nodemon, make sure that you install this nodemon here. You can do it globally, so you can just do npm install nodemon like that, or maybe you can install it globally. I think by installing globally, you not need to install every time that you are creating a backend application. So let me just have the nodemon here, and then I'm going to now have this run this index.js. Let's try, and you should see background services is running on port 8001. So you can see how easy it is. And then the other thing that you need to make sure is to make sure that it's connected to our backend, or our DB, sorry. So here we're going to do DB connection like that. So that's why I'm commenting this here, and I'm going to use Mongoose now. So Mongoose has a function that is called connect, and here to connection we can use now the port, or the variable that we have in our .env, and it is .db, or we can do the same here with this one here. You can see for the port, you can come here and create that variable if you want that. So here we can have db, and then this one will be from process.env, and then the variable name, which is db. And then here now we are not going to use all this, we are going to just call db, and then here we are going to have .then, and then here this is where you will be able to maybe display something. For example, we are going to display console.log, and then here we can add something like db connection. So I'm going to make sure that I remove that. So db connection is successful like that. And then here now, because when we are also trying to connect with our database, maybe we can have error. So I'm going to have .catch here. So what we are going to catch is an error now. So we can have catch, and inside here now I can have now this one, like this can this e here, which represent error, and then we can now be able to display that. So let me do that. So let me just have that here. So I'm going to do console.log, and then that now the e part here, or the error. So we can be able to see the error, or then if it is successful, we'll be able to see this text, DB connection is successful. And when I save here, let me show you. When I save this file, what you'll be able to do is that you'll be able to see that the MERN package will be help us to rerun our server, and that's why we don't need to keep rerunning our server. So if I save that, you'll be able to see here starting due to changes, starting node index.js, and you can see background services is running on port 8001, and also here you can see DB connection is successful. So we have now successfully connected to our DB, and also here we have the server. So now the other thing that we need to do is to make sure that also we have our scheduler, or something like task scheduling. So I'm going to add here task scheduler like that, scheduler as a comment here, and I'm going to now create a function here. So let me create a function here that we are going to call it run, or even I can be able to just copy from the documentation here. So if you check here, you can see we have a documentation, and through this documentation you can see, let me check. So here you can be able to see how to use it. But first of all, let me create a function. So const, and then run this one. We are going to have it as a arrow function. So take that. And then inside here now we can call this cron.scheduler, and then like that. So this one runs after every minute. So let me copy this, and then here I can be able to just paste it like that. And then the other thing that I'm going to do is to call that function down here, run, and then that means that we'll be having our scheduler here. So because this one is running after every minute, so let me show you here. So if I save here like that, you can see also our server has been restarted, and this is because we have made the changes, and here you see DB connection is successful. Now after every 1 minute, you'll be able to see that it will console log this running a task every minute, because also I don't want us to waste a lot of time. If I add another asterisk here like that, so you'll be able to see, actually you can see here it has a console log this running a task every minute. So if you wait another 1 minute, you'll be able to see that it will also console log the same here. So I'm going to remove this, and here now you can see I have added another asterisk here, and right now asterisk are like 5. So let me add one, so that we have 5 asterisk here, and this means that this will run after every second. So let me show you. So if I save this and then it reruns here, you'll be able to see that it will console log now after every second. You can see here, and then this one should change here to second, after every second, like that. So if I save that, we see after every second here it will console log that. So you can see running a task after every second. So because I don't want to just make sure that I console log after every second here, because you can see here it is a bit messy, then I'm going to remove this like that. So let me remove that. And the other thing is that, let me also push this down. And now when we are actually creating any task, we are going to call it inside here in cron.schedule inside here, and this is where we are going to make sure that that function is being called. And now, because I don't want also to make this video very long, I want to end my video here. And from now, the next video, we are going to look at how to send templated emails. And I think that also will be a very interesting topic. So here, before I end the video, and I need also to add the folders that we are going to need in our background services. The first one here is help us. So here, this is where we are going to create functions that we are going to reuse in our background services. Also, we are going to have models, just the way like the one that we had in our backend. And also we are going to have email service. So email service like that. So this one should be here in our background services. So let me move it, and then now you can see we have our helpers here, where we are going to put now the functions that are going to be reused. We are going to use models here. So also, because we are going to connect with our database, also you can see email service here, and this is where we are going to create our services that will be run by background services. And then I think we don't have any other thing. Here also we are going to have templates, email templates, but that one we are going to do in the next video. So remember, if you haven't subscribed, kindly subscribe and also like this video, so that also it may reach many other people. So that is it. I have a great day. See you in the next. Hello and welcome back. So today we are going also to look at background services and other parts of background services, like templates, the templates that we are going to use when sending our emails. And also we are going to check on how we are able to send emails using our background services. By now you should be able to know how the background services is working, or which the main function of background services, as I explained in the earlier video. So if you go to the previous video, you'll be able to understand the work of background services. And our background services here will be able to help us to schedule the task. And we are going to have like 3 or 2 tasks. That one will be checking if there is a user who has been registered and email has not been sent to them. And also we are going to have another service that will be checked by background services, or we are going to check using background services if there is a parcel that have been created and the emails has not been sent to the person who is a recipient and also the sender. And also there will be a service that will be checking if the emails have been or the parcel have been delivered and the emails have not been sent to the recipient and also to the sender. So right now I want us first of all to make sure that we push our code to GitHub, as we are doing right now here. So I'm going to open the terminal here, and also I'm going to clear everything. So just like that, and here also I'm going to add git add like that to add everything. I'm going to add the code that we added last time. So here I'm going also to do the comment. So here I'm going to add, or to say started on background services. Background services. So let me type it here. Background, it should be background services like that. So I'm going to add that, and here I can also be able to see the branches that we have. So you can see right here we have 3 branches already. We have worked with for our backend here, and also right now we are working on our background services, and you can see background services here has been highlighted using green. So I'm going to push now the background services here. So this one is git push and then origin, and now I can be able to push background services branch, because this is the branch that you are working on. So this is background services, and now let us push. I'm going to enter my passphrase here, and then my code will be pushed to my GitHub. So right here you can be able to see that our code has been pushed. And if I come to my GitHub here, we need to see the this notification here that is for background services has been pushed. And if you aren't able to understand what we are doing, go back and watch the previous video so that you understand the what we are talking about. So this is the branch that you are working on, and if you come here, you'll be able to see that here we have now a background. You can see here had recent pushed 31 seconds ago, so I can compare here and then also pull request. So create a pull request here, and the other thing is also here it will be checking for ability to merge automatically, and after that now I can click here merge confirm, and then here I have confirmed. If I come here to the insights and then come back here to network, you'll be able to see how we are working on our code. So right here you can see we have we had our backend branch here that we merged here after we finished working on our backend, and also here you can see we had created, or we have created these background services here, and also we have merged that. So this is the work of project manager, and this is how you need to know to work, because you need to work in a group of teams if you are working for a company. And this is how you'll be able to track your code. So the project manager will be responsible for this master branch here, or to merge the code that you are pushing as developers, and then developers will be assigned different branches which they will be working on. So now that is it. I think now you are able to understand how we are tracking our code. And the other thing that I notice is that also 80% of those people who are watching this YouTube channel, they have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, and this is a great disservice, and I kindly urge you to subscribe and also like this video. And also you can leave a comment. Let me know how how this project is taking you. And now after that, now let's continue with our background services, to work on our background service right here, because you can see we are on background services here. Let's get into our code. And the other thing that I want to show you in this diagram is that we are sharing the same MongoDB here. So what we are going to do here, let's start looking at our models here, and our models will be the same with the ones for the background services here, or for the backend, that is. So here I'm going to create the same models. So you can see we have this model for parcel and for the user. So that's what we are going to do, and then we are going to copy code from this parcel and user, because they are just similar. We are using the same database. So let me come here into the models, and I'm going to create a file that is called parcel.js, like that. And also we are going to have another one that is called user.js, like that. And right here now, let me get into my backend here for the models, and then for the parcel here, for this model, I'm going to copy it. So I'm going to copy it like that. Let me copy it, and then I'm going to get here to this model for the background services, and right here I can be able to copy and paste it there. Remember, we had already also make sure that we install this mongoose and everything. And now the other thing is that I'm going to come here to this one for the user, and I'm going to copy everything here because it's just the same. So let me paste it here like that, and then I'm going to save this. I'm going also to come here to this parcel and save, and I'm going to close them because we need to have a space that we can work on. So like that, and now right here we can also close this up for backend, because we are not working for a backend. So the other thing that I want us to have is our templates. So let me do that. So here I can be able to just go to the previous project that I showed you in my demo, and I want to just make sure that I copy some things from there. For example, this project here is on this YouTube 2024, and then we are calling it send it, and it is in background services where we have these templates. So you can see these templates. So I'm going to copy them, and you'll find the link to get all this template, in the description of this video I will attach a link there whereby you can be able to download these templates. So I'm going to get into my code here, and I'm going to paste them here. So I'm going to come here and try and paste those templates here, and right here, because I see that we cannot be able to do that, what I'm going to do is that I can try and maybe let me open it like that, and then these templates here like that I can try and copy. I'll put them to these background services here. It should be on the root of these background services. So I'm going to make sure that I add it there. And if you check now, right now, you can be able to see that we have templates. So these templates, these are the ones that we are going to use to send our emails. And I want to show you what are these templates here. And also the other thing that I want you to notice is that if I open, for example, this one is talking about delivered parcel.ejs. So we in the last video we installed EJS package that will help us to template our email. But generally, this delivered parcel.ejs here is just a HTML code that will be sent with our email, so that emails will be looking fine. So we are able to send data using this template, and that one you can be able to see it here down. So you can scroll down, and right here you can be able to see how you send the data using this template. For example, you are going to send the sender name here. We are going to send this from which destination to which destination. You can see the sender here and recipient, the cost, the weight, and you can see this one. This is how we are going to send that data using this template. Don't worry if you are not able to understand right now, just follow with me. You'll be able to understand that in the later videos. And also I'm going to copy this. Let me copy this to show you how this look like. So it's just a HTML and HTML code that we are going to use. So I want also to show you for this one, for welcome here, also you can see the data that we are going to send here. Welcome to send it. Also here you can see we are sending full name, email, and then the password. So you are going to understand as we are going, or as we are progressing with our project. So just stay there, you'll be able to understand that. So I want to show you how this work, and or how this template look like. So I'm going to come here, and here I can be able to create like a file. Let me try and create a file here. So this time let me first of all make sure that I maybe can come here. So I'm going to copy, or I'm going to create a file here, of which eventually I'm going to delete, because this one is just a demo to show you how the templates look like, so that most of you will be able to understand. So I'm going to save this, and I'm going to open it in a web. So this project that we are working on is on these documents here, and if you check here, you can be able to see this send it. And here you can be able to see now this file that we have created here, index.html. So I want to open it. So I'm going to come here to the files and try and open it. So if you open it, you can be able to see this is just a template here, and already here you can see we have a little bit of animation, but you'll be able to see that animation is not working on when we are sending the email. So if you watched the demo video, you are able to see these emails that I sent. For example, this one is for delivered parcel. You can be able maybe to copy for this welcome here. So if I copy this and maybe make sure that I create another file here, or maybe another file here, you'll be able to see that. So this one we are going to call it welcome.html here, like that. And when I paste this also and save, and then go back here, you'll be able to see that when we open it, you can see that we have like this template here. We have the image, we have where we can say hello, and then we are going to pass now the name as we are sending that email. Also, we are going to add the email and the password here. So that are the main things that you are going to have. So here I'm going to save to close this, and also I'm going to close this. So I'm going also to delete these two files here, because I have already shown you what is templates. So it's just a HTML code. So I'm going to delete this, so and put it in a trash. And also this one here, I'm going to delete it. Let me delete it like that. So right here now we are in background services. So let's do that. So let's continue with other parts. So right here you can see we have templates. I'm going to attach these templates so that you'll be able to just add them to your project. So I'm going also to remove this, and also to remove this delivered parcel here. And let me also close this. So now the other thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to make sure that I actually now start working here for the helpers. And here we can actually create a file that we are going to call it sendmail. And this one we are going to create here because we need to make sure that we create a function that will be reusable in here in helpers. So I'm going to create here a file that is called sendmail.js, like that. And now here I can be able now to create that. So I don't know if I installed another package that is called node mailer that we are going to use. So let me see if I installed it. So I can come here to package.json and able to see if I installed the node mailer. So you can see we install node mailer and also EJS. So that is okay. So I'm going to close that package.json. And right here, I want first of all to create a send mail function. And this is where this one is that will help us to send emails. So first thing first, make sure that you at least import node mailer, because that's the package that we are going to use to send emails. So node mailer here. So let me see node mailer, like that. Also, the other thing that we are going to do is to actually get .env here and import it. So require .env like that. Also, we are going to at least make sure that we config this .env so that we can use variables that are on .env file, like that. Now the other thing is that we need to create a transporter, because this one will help us to send emails. That's the first thing that you should do. So here I'm going to create a function. So create a function here, and this function you are going to call it create transporter, like that. So create transporter. And then the other thing is, yeah, we need to at least add configs here as an argument. And then here now we can have now the function to create transporter. So I'm going to do const, and then here I can create transporter. So transporter, like that. And in here also I can be able to now get the transporter from node mailer. So you can see this one should be node mailer. I added it as node mail. So this is node mailer. So this here also should be node mailer. And then here I want to have a function that is called create transport. So this one here. So like that. And then we are going to accept config here that we are passing as an argument. So after this, now we need only to return that transporter. So let me do that. So return transporter here, transporter, like that. And then after that, now down here, what we can be able to do is that we are going to create configurations. And these configurations are just simple things. So this actually should be an object, and this object will have something like a service here. And this service will be, we are going to use Gmail here to make things simple. So also we are going to have host. So the host here will be, let me do smtp.gmail.com, like that. And also here we are going to have the port. So we are going to have the port here, and the port will be 587. And then also we are going to have require TLS. So require TLS, like that. And this one will be true. Also we are going to have auth here. So this one is auth. And the other thing is here, now we are going to add several things. So inside this auth is just also an object. So we are going to have the user. So this is the email that is going to send that, to send the email. So here we are going to use the .env file. So here we are going to create a variable that is called email. So you can see here process.env.email, and I'm going to add that in few seconds. So here also we are going to have the pass, and this one is the password of the email that we are going to use to send emails. So this one also is process.env, and then .password, like that. And then now I'm going to leave it here first of all, and I want to show you something, because remember, this password is not the regular email password. This one, you create something that is called app password in your email. So let's do that first of all. So I'm going to come here, and before that also, here in a .env, I need to create those two variables. So we have these two variables. The one is the email. You can see this email here, and also the password. So here I can come here to this part, and I create for the .env here, I create the variable name email, and also the password here, like that. And this is where now we are going to press those two. So for the email, I'm using a different email. So this one here, alok mondala. So the first thing that you need to do, select the email that you want to use to send emails. So I'm going to get into my inbox first of all, and then I'm going to select the email that I'm going to use. So this is loading here, and also I'm going to just select here the email that I'm going to use is this alok mondala here. And after this one, there are something that you need to make sure that you do. First thing that you need to do is to make sure that you have enabled two-factor authentication. So this one is alok mondala. Yes, you can see alok mondala here. And then the other thing that we need to make sure is also we go to the manage. So we can come here to the security manage. First of all, let me copy this email, because this is the email that you are going to use to send the emails. So I'm going to copy it, and here we are going to add it here. Then the other thing is we are going to use or to have is to create a password, app password. So let's come here. So we are going to come here and manage your account, something of the sort. And when it opens here, you can come up here and write app password, or just app, and you can see down here you have app passwords. So, and then this is from the security part. So you can also come to the security and then look for app passwords. So here I'm going to click on that, and the first thing that I told you need to have is you need to have enabled two-factor authentication. So let me go back. Before I do that, I'm going to show you under this security tab here, you need to make sure that you have enabled two-factor authentication. As you can see here, two-step verification has been enabled. So that's the one of the requirement that Google will be able to at least require you to be able to have done before you create the app password. So then you can come here, and then you can click here app password, or write here app password, and you can see here this app password. And then you need to enter the password of the email and that you use to get into the inbox of that email, and then you go next. After that, now you'd be able to be redirected to this. Here you can see we have only one app password, and if you want to create another one, you just come here and maybe for this one we can call it send it, because our app is called send it, and then create. So when you create here, you'll be able to see the password here. For example, this is one of the password that I have created, and you can create several passwords. So I'm going to copy this like that, and this is the one that you are going to have here. So make sure that you do for your application, and for your email, the email that you are going to use to send emails. And here you need to remove these spaces. To just let's remove these spaces here like that, and then we are going to save. So this password here, this is the one that you are going to use. And and then the other thing is that don't try to use this, because even if you try to use this, it won't work, because I'm going to delete the password here. So after here I can say done, and here I'm going to delete this after this video, because it will pose some security issues in my email. So that is it. So the other thing that I'm going to do now is to continue with where we left. So we here in our send email JS here. So after that, here down, we need to create now the function that will be reusable. And this one, we are going to call it send mail. And here we can have now this function. So let's create this function. And here we can accept now message. We are going to accept message option like that as an argument, and I'm going to show you where these message options will be important. So here now we are going to have now the first thing is the transporter. So const and then transporter. So remember we created transporter. So what we can do is to call the function create transporter. So you can see create transporter, that is up here. You can see this one here. We are going to accept it or to call it, and then also you can see we need to make sure that we call the we need to add the configurations, and we have already created the configurations up here, this one here as an object. So that's what you need to add here. So after that, now the other thing that you need to do is to verify. And something else that I forgot is to add here async, and also here await, because this we don't know the time that it will take to create our transporter. So here we need now to call the await and then do transporter. So here the transporter, and then I'm going to do something like verify here. And if you want to understand how to use Node Mailer, you can go to their documentation and read more about how to use transporter. So here also I'm going to add await, and then here is a transporter. So here we do transporter, and then also I'm going to call this function that is called send mail. And in here, this is where we are going to actually now pass the message options. So you can see here we are accepting in this email here, send mail here function. You can see we are accepting send option. This one is the one that we are going to add here, or to pass here to this transporter.send email, and then here we can add it like that. And in here now, if I do that, we can also have we are going to have two arguments. The first one is this message options. The other thing is a callback function here, and this callback function, we are going to have either the error or the information. So we are going to have the error or info like that. So if we have error, so inside here now we need to check if we have error. So if we have error like that, or this error, I don't know, I call it error here. So I need to send or to console log here. So console log, so console.log here, and we can add, or we can just console log this error here. So let me show you like this, or else that means or else that means that we can console log the ID of that email. So console.log, and here to get that ID is info. So the information that we have gotten here in the callback here, and then we are going to do info dot the response. So the response, you are going to see this response here like that. So I'm going also to save this. So let me format and then save this file. So the last thing that we have that we need to do is to make sure that we export this function that is called sendMail, because this one we are going to use it in different files. So here I'm going to do module dot exports like that, and then here we are going to add send mail like that. So as simple as that. Let me save that and also make sure that I format my code. You can see send mail now. So now this function is complete. You can see what we did here. Also we added the email. This is where I want you to concentrate on how this is the email that we are going to send, to use it to send to other emails, and you can see this app password here that we have created. So I'm going to close this also, and also this, and then now we need to create those functions here that we are going to use to send our emails. For example, we are going to have a function that we are going to call the welcome email. So let me do that. So welcome email. So welcome email here .js like that, and in here we can have now what we call the function that will be checking for a database for our user who is for the user who has a status of 0. That means that has been newly created and email have not sent to them. And then here we can have now the function to do that, and also maybe make sure that we update that user to a status of 1. That means that email have been sent to them. So here I'm going to first of all import EJS, and we are going to require here EJS like that. Also the other thing that we are going to import here is .env. So here we have .env, and then here is we are going to require that. So .env, and the other thing is we are going to have now to call the send mail. So remember the function that we have created in helpers that is called emails, send emails, that is. So here we are going to have require, and then here we can have the helpers, and then this function that we call send mail. So the other thing is, or that we are going to import, is the user models here. So the user model is from, we can import it from models. So here is the models, and then also the user here like that. And then here the last thing that also we are going to have is crypto.js. So crypto.js here, I'm going to show why we need it here, because let me first of all make sure that we have that here. So we have crypto.js, and we are going to import from crypto.js, and right here, because we have not installed crypto.js here. So let me check here in package.json, and yeah, I don't see like we installed the crypto.js. So I'm going to open another terminal here, and this terminal here we are going to get into background services, and then we are going to install crypto.js. So cd into background services like that, and then here I can do npm install, and then we are going to install crypto and then js like that. So this is crypto.js, and then when we install this, we are going to use it to decrypt our password. So let me do that. So after that, now we have installed it, and then also we can go back to our background services here, and DB connection is successful. So we are here in the welcome email here, and then we can require it, So require crypto, you can see crypto.js is this one, like that. And then now we can create now the function, or before that we can do .env .config, like that. And then here, let me now create the function here. So we are going to have a function here that we are going to call it send, or be able to call it send welcome email, like that. And here we can have, now this the function here, like that. So this is where we are going to make sure that we create that function, and also make sure that this function we can export it. So module.exports, and then here we can be able to send it, because we need to make sure that we do that, because we are going to call it in our scheduler, our task scheduler. So here we are going to send it. So here it is send welcome email, like that. Now let's start. Now inside here we need now to have everything, or now we need to start creating our function here. So the first thing that we are going to do here is to make sure that we check for the users that has a status of 0. That means that they have been registered but email have not been sent to them. So this is await. Here we need to have a sync. Okay, async await. So also here we need now to use await, and then we are going to do user. So this user is from our model, and then here we can have dot find, like that. And then here to find we can use status, and then we need the status of 0. So that this means that this will be checking for the users that has a status of 0 only. So it will ignore the users with any other status like 1 or 2. So here also, after we have gotten those users, first of all we need to make sure that those users are present, and to make sure that are present, because they would be in array, we need to do dot length, yeah, and then we can be able to look for greater than 0. And after that, now we need now to start looping, because we need to send, if there are many, also we need to send emails to them. So here we need to say for, and then here we can say let, and then here you can add user, like that, of users, like that. And then this is how you can be able also to loop. So you can see let user of users here. Now this is where we are looping, and the first thing that we need to make sure that we do, because we are going to send and the password here. And remember, if we fetch like this, remember the password has been hashed or has been encrypted. So we are going to first of all make sure that we get the password. So the hashed password here, so the hash password, like that. And then here we need to call now the crypto.js here, the crypto.js, and then here we can use AES. Remember that we encrypted using this function that is called AES, or AES here. And dot, now we are going to decrypt, like that. And here we can be able to now get user dot password. So we have the user dot password here. So, and then here we need to also add the variable that we use to encrypt that password. So we need to add process.env here, and then here we can have now the pass. The pass, this one we used when we were on our backend. So here is .env. So we are going to add a variable here called pass. And in here now we are going to copy that from our backend, because this is where we encrypted our remember, this is where we encrypted our password. So I'm going to copy this here, like that, and then I'm going to close it and then paste it here, because it should be the same, the one for encrypting and also for decrypting. So I'm going to save that, and in here now we have this hashed password, and to make it text, a regular text, what we need to do here is also to make sure that we create an original password. So original password like that, and in here we need now hashed password here like that. And then the other thing that we can do is to do dot string, and then here inside this function we can call crypto.js. So let me just come here, call crypto.js, as you can see here, this crypto.js. And then the other thing is here encode, and we are going to use UTF-8. You can see UTF-8 here like that. Now we have an encrypted password right here. So this is original password, and now we can call EJS here. So this EJS here, we are going to render file. So this one is a function, and then here this is where we are in this function we are going to pass several things. First of all, we are going to make sure that we add our templates. So our templates is in the templates, and then the template that you are going to use. So you can see this, we are specifying the folder, and the folder should be in the root of these background services. So here we have templates, and then we are going to use this template that is called welcome.ejs. This is where we have our template that we are going to use. And now the other thing is that here we are going to pass several things. Now we are going to pass the this information like full name, and then the password and something of the sort. We are going to do them. We are going to do that to pass them. So to pass them, we need to make sure that we specify here. So you can see we are specifying the full name, and the full name here we are getting it now from the user, and then full name dot full name like that. Also, we are going to have a password like that, and this one we are getting from use no, not user dot password, because that will be hashed, and we are going to get it from original password here like that. And then the last thing that we are going to pass is email like that, and then this one will be from user dot email like that. So now the other thing after this, now this argument, is that we can have now the callback function that will have either an error or info or information. And here let me just go back here. So this one will be a callback function, and this callback function we can now be able to do several things inside here. So we can also be able to check if it is an error, or maybe if there is an information. So if it is successful, if we render this file successfully, we are going to get info. But if we render it error, the way it should not be, then it should be an error. We need to have an error. So I want to cross this, and I want to show you how to pass, where we are passing this full name, the password, and then the email here. So remember, we are using this welcome.ejs here as our template. So let's open the welcome.ejs here. So you can see here we need to pass the full name here, the email, and the password. So that's why you can see here we have the full name, the password, and the email, and then the email here. And you see they need to be called the same with the variable that you are passing here. So that's how we are passing the information. So inside here now, in the callback function, first thing need to add here async like that. And then here we need now to make sure that we pass the information, or we are going to create here something. We are going to call this message option, and if you remember, we need to pass these message options in our send email function that we created in our helpers. So here I'm going to push this down right here so that we can have the space. So here we need to have the first thing that we need to have is we are going to have from. So this the email here from now the process we are going to get it from the which email. Now this is from process.env and then email like here like that. So we are sending from now this email that we added, and also we are going to send to which email. So we are going to send to the user.email like here. And also now we are going to also the other thing that we are going to specify is also the subject. And you can see also this is an object. So the subject here will be welcome, welcome to send it, to send it. So send it like that. So the other thing that we need also to send now is the we are going to send the data HTML here. So this HTML is the data, as you can see here. So this one, or just info, we can just call it info because here we called it info. So here you can see we called it info. So this is the one that you are going to pass here as a HTML, because after ejs.render, now this one will be, we are having, if it renders correctly, you need to have this info, and this info is the one that we are adding here, or you can call it data the way you want to call it. So after we have this now if we have now this message options here, we need to do try. You can see try catch here because we can have error. So here inside here we can try and now send the email. So we are going to use this send email here and then pass those message option. So message option you can see here. So we have message options here, and if it is successful, actually here also I think we need to make sure that we await like that. And then if it is also successful, then we need to update the status of that user, because we don't want to keep sending them email after every second. So I'm going to do await, and then here I can use user now, user, and then I can do find by ID. So find by ID here, find by ID, and then update and update here like that. And then here we need to pass now user and then underscore ID, because we need to know which user to update. And then here we can set, so let us do set. So set, and then the other thing is here for the set we need to set status. So the same status we need to set it to actually 1. And also you can do something like user.status dot status plus 1. Yeah, also something else that you can do here, you can add user.status, because it will be 0 and then plus 1 like that. You can do that, but in our case I'm just going to add it as 1 like that. So that means that now that after we have successfully sent the email here, then it means that we are going to have, you can see here also I think I can actually remove this. So this one will be await and then user dot find by ID and update. So we are passing the ID of that user and also set the status to 1. So that means the next time now this our task scheduler is running, then after 1 second, it will find that this user that we have updated here, it won't select, because this user will have a status of 1, not a status of 0. So that's how this one is working. And then here we can just console.log here, and then we can console log the error. So this one, the error down here like that. So here we can console the error. And then the other thing is that I can save this and also format the code. So here I want to show you now these message options. So remember when we created this helper here and then send email, you can see here this is the function, and also we are exporting here, and also we are coming here and importing it up here. And then this one we are calling it here, and then actually passing these message options that we added here, because these message options are, they need to be added here in the transporter.send email for this function here, that we add these message options, and then this will have either an error or info. So then again, if we come here, we need now to create this message option and then pass them here. So, and then if it is successful, then we are going to actually pass, we are going to run this code user.find by id and then update that user like that. And then after that, now you can see here we are exporting this function. So what we are going to do, this is one of the service that we are running using background services. So now this function here, we can call it actually in our now index.js here, and we are calling it now under this cron.scheduler that is running after every second. So here we can just call send, you can see send what, so send mail. So you can see send welcome email here. So from now, what we are calling the from what we are calling from this email service. So you can see we have imported it from this email service. So we are going to have another service for delivery emails, and also for pending parcel, and also for delivered parcels. So that is the work of cron or this scheduler. And what we can do is that I want to save this so that this one can run, and we'll be able to see emails being sent to our inboxes. So let's try this. Let me just push this up here. Let me try and open another terminal here. So let me open a terminal here. So you can see others for example, this one is for background services here. And when I save here, so let me save this and try and see if we will have an email, because if I let me save first of all, so like that. And then in our database we have one user. So you can see here it's running, will be running after 1 second. Here we'll be able to see if we have, you can see now, like this one, we have this ID. This means that email has been sent. And if we check again here, you'll not be able to see any other email, because we don't have any other user. So that means that we don't have any user that has a status of 0. And let us check here. So if we come here to our postman and then come back to get all users here, so get all users here. So let me try and get all users. If I just send that, you'll be able to see that here we have this only one user here, and you can see now the status is 1, and we added this having a status of 0. So this is the work of the background services to send the email and also update the status here. So I'm going to get in the inbox of this email. So I'm going to come here and open this email that we used. You can see we have this email here that we used 2023 here at gmail.com. So if I open that email, we'll be able to see that that email that we have been sent using background services. And right here you can be able to see it. We are using this email called Olok Mondala, and you can see here, welcome to send it. So welcome to send it, you can open it, and here you can see how it looks like. So this is the template that we used, and we used this template here. I want to show you. So this one here, we used this template welcome.ejs, and then we passed the full name, password, and the email. So that's where you can be able to see here we have hello Angela you, and then maybe something like email. Here is my email, and also you can see the password, and this password here is after we did the decryption. If I go back to my code here, you can be able to see we did the decryption here before. So if we pass this, if we are passing this a password from our user directly from our database, it won't be it will be encrypted, and that means that user cannot be able to log in with that password because it's an encrypted password. So, and then also you can see here, to log in you can go to this, send it and then log in. So that is it. So that's what I wanted to show you in this video. So now that is it. I think now you have understood the work of background services clearly, because this is where I find most people being confused. So now the other thing that I wanted to point out is that if we send the email and then also we don't update the status of the user, that means that user will be sent an unlimited emails, because it is running after every second. Our background services is running after every second, checking for the user that has a status of 0. So that's why we are updating the status of the user right here using their ID. So that is it. I hope you have understood now the work of background services. Thank you also if you have come to this far. Make sure that you have subscribed to this YouTube channel, and also you have liked this video. So let me see you in the next video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back to V8 TechWorks. So in our last video, we looked at how we can be able to send an email, and we created this function under help us folder here called send mail, and this is where also we are able to create transporter and also make sure that we create this function that is able to send emails. And this function here is reusable, as I discussed in the last video, and that's why you can see we are using it here into our welcome email service here, and also we are going to use it in our pending parcel service and also in our delivered parcel service, so that we can be able to send emails for pending parcel and also for delivered parcel. So but before that, I want us just to push our code to our GitHub, as we are doing in every video. And I can come here in this terminal here, and right now I can check the branches that we have right here, and you can see we are on this branch that is called background services, and this is because right now we are working on background services. So I'm going to do git add and then everything that we added from the last video, and also I can comment. I can say git commit and then -m here, and I can say worked on send mail function and email and welcome email service like that. And then let me push this, so I can now be able to push this to now my GitHub. So git push origin and then the name of the branch. Right now we are pushing the background services because this is the branch that you are working on. So this is let us push. So I'm going also to make sure that I just make sure that I enter my passphrase, and then now we are going to see that our code will be pushed. So right here you can be able to see that everything is up to date, so there is nothing that we can be able to just push to our GitHub, and then that is okay. So here I can see git push origin background services, and because here it has said that everything is up to date, then it means that there's nothing that we can push, but we are going to look into that. As also right now I know you understand what we are doing. So if you are not understanding what you are doing, just go back and also make sure that you go through the other videos so that you understand. So also make sure that you have subscribed to this YouTube channel, and also you have liked this video so that also it may reach many other people. So now let's close this function here that we are calling send mail, and also now we are going to create another function that is called delivered or pending parcel. Let's start by pending parcel, and this one is under here email service. We are going to create something that is called pending parcel pendingparcel.js like that, and then this one also will be like this welcome here. So I'm going to copy everything that is up here, but I'm not going to actually import crypto.js. So I'm going to copy here everything that is up here like that, because I'm going to need all these ejs.env and then send mail here, and then I'm going to change this user to parcel. So I'm going to do that. So let me paste it here, and here I'm going to actually import parcel model from models here. So this one is parcel, and it's not user. So the parcel here, let's import it like that, and also I can just save, and then here I must do .env .env.config like that, .env .env.config, and then now we can be able to use everything that is on .env file. So I'm going to push this down here so that we can have a space where we can work in, and then here I'm going to create now this function that is called send parcel pending email. So I'm going to create this as a narrow function. So this one will be, let me just start by capital here. So send parcel send parcel pending email like that. I think it's just a name. You can call it the way you want. You can call your function the way you want. So this one also, this is a narrow function here. And inside here, this is where we are going to make sure that we create that. So here also, I'm going to make sure that export. So let me also export this function first of all. So I'm going to do module.exports module.exports like that, and then here I can be able to export this. Send, this is send parcel here, parcel pending email. So I can see my auto completion is taking time, so you can bear with me. So here I have now to, first of all, check for those parcels that are pending, and those parcels that are pending has a status of 0. So let me do that. So I'm going to create an array here. So I'm going to create a const and then parcel. This will be array of parcels. And then here I'm going to do await. That means also I need to add async here, up here. So async like that. And then the other thing that I'm going to do is to await. And then here, actually here I need to just call parcel. So parcel here, and then I'm going to use find. And here I'm going to check now. I'm going to check for status of 0 like that. And then now if I have that, I'm going to check if I have like parcel in this array. So to do that, I'm going to do parcel here, parcels dot length. So dot length here. If parcel dot length, you can see here, then it's above 0. That means that it has parcels. So then again, now I need to loop through those parcels and send the email to the recipient. So, and also to the sender. So let me do that. So here I'm going to loop. So I'm going to do for let parcel. So let parcel of parcels like that. And in here now, what I can do is that I can be able now to make sure that I loop through. So here I am going to just template using this in EJS, and then here we have render file like that, because this is how you are able to template so your email. And here the first argument here, we are going to specify our template. So our template is from templates, and then here you can be able to just use pending parcel .ejs like that. And this one is this, inside these templates you can see this pending parcel.ejs. And also if you are not able to get this these templates, you can come to my GitHub here. You can just visit my GitHub. I'm going to also add the link of this GitHub in the description of this video. You can come here and check. And this let me check here under this project. So this repo, we have this repo, and also we have this one. You can check, for example, in this parcel delivery system here, under background services here, you'll be able to download this. You'll be able to download this template here and use them. So you can do that, and you won't have a problem of creating the templates from scratch. So now after that, this ijs.render function here has the first argument as the templates, and then after that it has now the data. You can specify the data that you want to send. So for example, here we need to pass several data. For example, if we take here in our pending parcel template here, you are able to see the data that we are sending here. So for example, you can see we need to send here the sender name. We need to have from which destination to which destination. You can see the sender name, also the recipient name, the cost, the weight, and then the note. And then here the status you can see is pending. So that's what we are going to do. So here we need to have the first data here to be sender name, and then it should correspond with the how you are calling those variable in your template. And so this one here will be coming from the parcel now, and then dot sender name like that, dot sender name like that. And also I can be able to actually add another one here. This one is from, and then here we can have parcel dot from like that. We are going to have two here, and then this one is, we have a parcel dot to like that. We have also like recipient, so recipient here. I'm hoping that I'm spelling it correct. So here is the recipient name, and this one is we are going to get it from parcel, and then recipient 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 name like that. Also we are going to get the cost, and then the cost here is parcel dot cost. And then the other thing is also we can have weight, and then here for the weight we can get it from parcel dot weight like that. Then the last thing here that we can pass is the note. So for the note here we can have from parcel dot note like that. So this is the data that we are passing, and now we can now have the other argument, of which the other argument is just like the other argument is just like a callback function. So this one is a callback function, and we can add it here. So I want to format my code first of all. So let me save this, and then I'm going to format my code here so that it just look fine. So you can see ejs.render file. The first thing we pass is a template. Also we are passing the data here, and then the other thing that we are going to have here after we do this, we can have either the error, or maybe we can have the data. So we can have the error here like that, or the data. And I'm going to add a sync keyword here, because we are going to send the email here. So now if you can check here if you have error, and then if you have error you can do various things. But in my case here, I'm just going to just add create the message option. And because we did that in our last video, I'm going to just copy from the welcome here, because it's just the same thing. So I'm going to copy here like that, this welcome here, and then I'm going to make sure that I copy this, and then here I'm going to just paste it. But this time here for the subject, we are going to change several things. So for example, here we can just say you've got a pending parcel here. So you've got, so let me add here, you've got a parcel like that. So that is the like a message option here. And now after this, now we can do try catch. So try and then catch here. So here we are going to send now the email. So here we can have send mail that's like that. And then here send mail, we can have now the message option here. So the message option is right here now, like that. And then here we need also to add a wait, because this can take time. And then here also we can console log that error, console.log, and then error, like that. So I'm going to make sure that I also like format my code here. So you can see here we are sending this email here, but remember this one we have sent to, actually here we have to send to the recipient. So this one should be, or the sender. First of all, let me just make sure that I send to the parcel, and then the parcel has a sender email. So here is a sender email, like that. So after this, now we need also to make sure that we send to our recipient. So to do that also, I'm going to copy this EJS, because also we have another template for our, we need also to send another, we need to send another email, but it's the same that here, and we are going to use the same template here. So I'm going to do that. So let me just copy this, the EJS here, out of this until maybe here. I think here is where we need to have it, to copy it. So I think this is, yeah, this is where we need to copy it and then paste it here down. So here we are going to do several things. We are going to change several things. So here also, because it's the same email, and the template is the same, also the data is the same. So here also, actually we need to change here. This one should be, your parcel is pending. For the subject of the, for the sender here, we can say your parcel, your parcel, let me add, your parcel is being processed, is being processed, like that. You'd be notified, and you can add anything, like if it is delivered, then they will be sent an email. So here now we can just leave it, for recipient we can just leave it as you've got a parcel. And then here also we need to change now this from the sender to recipient now. So from sender and then recipient here. So this one will be for recipient. So for the recipient here, I'm checking so that I should not make a mistake. So this is recipient email. So parcel.recipient email. Now we are going to send this now, the email. And then now, because we have sent the two email here, we need also to make sure that we update that parcel, because this will be, if we don't update that parcel to a status of 1, that means that also we are going to have like email being sent in a loop, because our service is running after every second, checking for the parcel that has a status of 0, and then sending the email to the sender of that parcel and also the recipient of that parcel. So what we are going to do here is to update. So I'm going to do await, and then here I can be able to do something to update with our parcel. And then here I'm going to do parcel, and then we are going to do find by ID. This is the function of MongoDB. So find by ID here, and update, like that. And here we can just pass now the parcel dot id underscore id, and then also we can be able to just set. So set now, the what we need to set here is the status. So let me do that. So status, like that, and then here the status is 1, like that. So after this, now everything is okay. I think we don't have any other thing here to worry about. So this is the parcel here. We can be able to see here we set, and then I think this is okay now. So after this, now we have completed now this service for pending parcel here. So you can see here, if you are not understanding what we are doing, is that first of all we are checking the parcel that has a status of 0. That means that that parcel has been created, but emails have not been sent to the sender and the recipient of that parcel. So, and then after that, now we are going to check if there is any parcel, that has a status of 0, as you can see here, and then we are looping through it. And when we are looping through it, we are able to use EJS to template now the email, and then pass in the data here, and also make sure that if it succeeds, then we send the email down here. So that is the first email that is being sent to the sender of that parcel. And then after that, also we template here the email, another email here, and then we send the same data here. And then also, because now this is the second email, now we need also to update, because if you update here, so if you maybe update here after the sender, it won't send the second email here. So that is it. I hope you're understanding. So let's create also the one for the delivered parcel service now. So let's do that. So I'm going to just create here another service, and this service, we are going to call it uh, delivered parcel .js. Yeah, so this is another service here. What we are going to do is that also we are going to in here, what we are going to do is that I'm going to copy everything from here, because it's just similar thing, but we are going to change on several things. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to make sure that I paste here. And then when we paste here, we need to just make sure that we change some things. So for example, here I'm going to change here the pending email here to delivered email. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to do Control D, and then here I can say send parcel, and then delivered delivered email, like that. So then the other thing is that from up here, what we are going to do is that, remember when we are sending, or when in our pending here, when we send the email for pending parcel, what we do is that we update the status to 1. So what we are going to do here, we are going to now check the or we are going to make sure that we check for the parcel that has a status of 2, because as an admin, you need to change the status of this parcel from 1 now to 2, making sure that 2 mean that that parcel is has been delivered. So here we are going to check 2, because we cannot be able, we are going to, as admin, we are going to at least change the status of that parcel to 2 from 1, which here remember that when we are sending these emails, we are going to change the status of that parcel from 0 to 1, and then when the parcel has been delivered, the admin should change that status to 2. So right here, you can be able to see that we are checking for the status of 2. That means that that parcel has been delivered. And here also you can see, now we are going to use delivered parcel here template. So delivered parcel .ejs. So this is the template that we are going to use, and also we are going to send the same data here. We are not going to change anything here, but now here down, when we are sending this email for delivered parcel here for to our sender, or the sender of that parcel, now we are going to make sure that the subject has changed. So here we can be able to add here, like for example, we can change this to your parcel has been delivered. So let me do that. So has been delivered. And then here we are going to make sure that we send that email now. And then the other thing is that also we are going to do the same for our recipient. So let me change this to delivered parcel.ejs here. And then here we can be able to pass this information here, and then also we can be able to change the subject here, and we can say your parcel has been delivered, like that, has been delivered like that. And then that means also that we need to update the status of that parcel from 1 to or that from to 2 now to 3, and then that means that now the status of our parcel should be 3. So any parcel that has a status of 2, that means our admin has updated that parcel to a status of delivered. But when also that parcel has a status of 3, that means that email has been sent to the sender and also the recipient of that parcel. So that is the way this system works. So I'm going to make sure that I format this code here, and remember now our service. So now that means that our here in our index we need to call those two service. So let me just close this, and then inside here index.js we under inside here from the here in the cron.schedule we are going to at least import those two functions. So the first function here is pending parcel, or let me see how we call this. So this is send pending parcel. So here is send, let me just call this send, like that. And then I think we can have auto completion here. Yeah, you can be able to see it. Then we can import this, then call that. And then also we need to have another one for send delivered. So this is for send delivered parcel. So you can be able to see this one here. Let me copy it or just import it, and then here you can be able to see we have I have imported these two services here. So now services are okay now. So that means that every second this application or this background services will be running these three services. It will be going to to check for the user that has a status of 0, and then if there is any, then they will be able to send them an email. And also it will be running and also looking for the pending parcel, and then it will be able to send the email to recipient and also the sender of that parcel. The same with delivered email here. So now let's do that. So let me try and see if we can run this, because I had already stopped my application here. So I'm going to just clear everything. I'm going to push this up here. So after that, we can get into background services folder like that. And then here we can do node-mon and then index.js like that. But first of all, I want to check if we have any parcel. So here, for example, so let me run this service here. So this one we have this one that we are saying that it's not authenticated. So let me first of all make sure that I check that. So I'm going to get into this. Let me make sure also that our backend is running. So let me get into my backend, and then here I can be able to do node-mon and then index.js like that, and then this one should be running right now like that. You see, so this one is yeah, you can see server is running on port 8000, DB connection is successful. So here in our backend, and then I can get into controllers here. Actually I want to go to routes, and then here in our parcel I want to first of all remove here this get all parcel. I'm going to remove this middleware here because we are need to test. So let me first of all test using this. So when I send this request here, we need to see if we have any parcel. So if we have any parcel here, so this one is giving me here could not send request. I don't know why. So this is, let me just scroll up here. Another thing, let me also make sure that I can be able to send the request here. I know maybe my postman is yeah, now it's running. So we have two parcel here. So you can see the sender email here is my email, and also you can see here recipient email is another email. So let me try and now make sure that I am running my background service. So when I run now my background service here, so let's see. So it's taking time. And also the other thing that I want you to notice is that here you can see the status of this parcel is 0. So after the email has been sent, these two parcels here will have a status of 1. So let's see. So here we can be able to see that let me try and see here. So here we can see the HTML info under this pending here. So there's somewhere that I did the mistake, I think so. So let me try and maybe correct that. So here after now you can see here we have the HTML info, but here you can see we need to use the data. So let me do that. So I'm going to change this to data there. And then also here we need to change this to data not info, like that. So the same I'm going to do for the delivered parcel here. So this one is data, like that. And also if I scroll down here, also I need to change this to data, like that. Make sure also you change for yourself. And then here if I run again here now, so here let's try and see. You can see already their emails have been sent. You can see we have sent all these emails here. So if I then again here, you can see the status is 0, but when I fetch again here, you'll be able to see that status will have changed. So if I do this, so let's wait, and here we'll be able to see the status is now 1. So you can see this parcel has a status of 1. So that status of 1, that means that our parcel is pending, but emails have been sent to recipient and then also to the user, or to the recipient and also the sender, sorry. So now I want to update my parcel here. So let me do that. So to update my parcel here, I want to update the parcel to have a status of, let's say, something like 2. That means that parcel has been delivered, because that will be the work of the admin. So here I want to change. So let me change here to B2, and I want to update here the status. So this is the work of this here we are using a postman because we don't have a front end right now. So here I want also to make sure, actually I have done a mistake, sorry. We need to update this parcel. So I need to go here to update parcel, and here I want to change here the status to be 2 here. So actually then also I need to go to my code here. So let me go to the routes. So here let me just go back to the routes here and then the parcel. So for the update here, it's okay. So let me do that. Let me try and do that. So if I do this here, you'll be able to see like I have let me just see if I have changed the status to B2. So if I did that, then you'll be able to see that here the emails will be sent. So let me see if email have been sent, so I can come back here to get all the parcels and then see the status. So if I check for the status here, so status is still 1 here. So I don't know why it is not updating, but this is something that we can look in later videos, because I don't want this video to be longer than this. The only thing that I want us to check is the inbox of my email here to see if the email have been received. So let me check in this inbox of my email and see how that email look like. So let me just come here, and then I'm going to get into here into this email that I used as a sender email for that parcel. And when it loads, you can see here your parcel is being processed. when we open that, you can be able to see how it looks like. So you can see we are pushing, or we are just making sure that we also pass the data here. Hello Jendo, you can see you've got that, you have a parcel that has been sent. Here are the details from Ontario to Michigan. You can see everything here. So that is it. I want to also make sure that we can be able to push our code right now. Let's try and do that. So git add here, and then I'm going to make sure that I commit like that. Then let me try and push this branch now. So this branch, so this called background services like that. And then I'm going to add my, here, I'm going to add my, now my passphrase. So you can see here, I can see here that we are having error. I think this error, don't know why we are having this error. So you can see everything is up to date. So we are going to also to make sure that we we look on this problem later on in our videos. So that is it. I don't want to make this video longer than this. Make sure that you have subscribed to this YouTube channel and also like this video, and make sure to turn on the notification bell, because you'll be notified the next time I upload the next video. See you in the next video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back to V8 TechWorks. So today we are starting now to look at our front end, and specifically we are going to start with the admin side here. So you can see here in our diagram, let's go back to our diagrams. You can see that we have already worked for our backend. We have already worked on our backend. Also, we have worked on our database. And also in the last video, we completed working on our background services. So if you haven't gone through the other videos, kindly make sure that you go through the other videos so that we'll be on the same page. So in today's video, we are going to start on the admin side here. And what I want to do is to cancel this part for the admin. That means that we are going to start working on our admin. And then finally, we are going to work on our front end here, where the user will be able to log in and see their parcel status and do many other things. So let us start working on the admin side here. And the other thing is that in the last video, when we were trying to push our code, we were getting an error, and this is because I noticed that we were using we were making mistake when we were pushing the code. So I want to show you what we were doing here. You can see this command here, git commit, and then -m here. You can see I open it using this single quotation mark, and then I closed using this double quotation marks. So right now I want to just make sure that I correct that. And if you can check here, I had already corrected it. So you can see I used double quotation in both ends. So if you have made this mistake, please make sure that you correct this mistake. So now after I did that, you can see up here that I were able to add these files. And now the other thing that I need to do is to check the branches first of all before I push. And right here you can see we are on this branch that is called background services. So now what I can do is I can do git push and then origin, and then now background services here. So this is background services like that. And then now I will be able to push now the code. So let me add my passphrase like that, and then I'll be able to push my code now. And right now it won't tell me that everything is up to date. So you can see now we have pushed the code. So if I come here to my GitHub, let me just do that. If I come here and then reload, come here to the project, actually repo, sorry. So I need to come here to repo, and then here I can be able to see this full stack parcel delivery system. So if I load like that, you'll be able to see that here background services had recent pushed 27 seconds. So I'm going to compare and pull request, and right now also you can see that I'm going to show you that later on. So if I create pull request here and then wait for it to check for compatibility, you can see here checking for ability to merge. So I'm going to merge pull request and then confirm. And then after that, we can go to the inside. Up here, you can we can go to insights and then go back here to the networks, and you'd be able to see how we are creating our project. So right here, you'd be able to see all the branches that we are going to have and how we are merging to our master branch here. So the other thing that I want to show you is that when you come here to full stack parcel delivery system, you can be able to see now we have our backend and the background services here. So you can see, even if in our project we have these other two folders here, for example, for this admin here, you can see it is empty, and also this is Frontend here is empty. That's why you cannot be able to see them here, because it's as if in a GitHub it doesn't add the empty folders. That is, so that is it. So the other thing that I want to do is now to make sure that we can be able to make sure that we can be able now to start creating our project using React. So another thing before I forget is that I have noticed that 80% of those people who are watching my YouTube channel haven't subscribed, and I would like to kindly please urge you to subscribe to my YouTube channel, and also like this video. Turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. So now let's get into the tutorial and start creating the React application. Now, when we are creating React application, and especially nowadays, we have tools that makes our work easier, and one of those tools is Vite. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to look here for Vite. I'm going to look for Vite React. So I can be able to type Vite React, and also here I want to use Tailwind CSS. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to click this Tailwind CSS and then .com/docs and then guide Vite here. So Vite is very, very important when you are creating a React application, because it makes your work easier. So what we are going to do here is to make sure that we use Vite and also Tailwind CSS to create our application. If you haven't used Tailwind, don't worry, it is very easy. So we are going to go through Tailwind CSS slowly, and I'm going to show you how to configure it. So here you can be able to see that all the commands that you need to create your project using Vite, and also down here you can be able to see how to install Tailwind CSS and also to configure Tailwind CSS. So let's do that. So here in my code here, inside here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to delete this admin folder here, because I want to create it while I'm creating the project. So move to the recycle bin like that, and then here now, because I'm already inside, actually let me use this one here, because this is inside now the project. So what we are going to do is that first of all, I'm going to copy this here. This is the first command here. So I'm going to copy it, and then here I'm going to make sure that I add it here. But now I'm going to make sure that here I name it to admin, so to make it very nice. So here you can see npm create wait and at latest, and then admin dash 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 template, and then react. So let me try and add this. So you see how easy it is to create application using Vite. So let us wait, and then after this, now you can see I can it is asking me if the package name should be admin. I will say enter, and then here you can see the instruction that they are giving us. But now for us, I'm going to follow this. So cd into the project. So cd into the project admin, like that. And right now I want also to show you something. If you check here, you can be able to see there are folders and files that has been added here. You can see there's folders that has been folders like public and srs SCSRC, so or source. And now let's continue also. If you are using create react application, it would be a very heinous task, or it will be a very tiresome task. So now here we're going to now be able to create or to install Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to copy this like that, and then I'm going also to make sure that I add it here like that. So let it install Tailwind CSS. After that, now we can init now the Tailwind CSS here also. And also you'll be able to see here the configuration for our Tailwind CSS. It is very easy. So let's do that. So you can see right now here that our it is installing, so we can just pause for a while and then just wait until this installation of Tailwind is complete. Now you can see that that we have already now or installed the Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to paste the other command here for Tailwind init-p, and then here also we can proceed and see other things that we should do to configure CSS or Tailwind CSS. So here you can see we need to look for this file here that is called tailwind.config.js, and then add these 2 lines of code here. And then let me first of all make sure that also I cross everything inside here, because these are the files from our background services. And now I'm also going to cross background services folder, and then inside here now in our admin I can be able to look for this tailwind.config.js. And here also I can push this down, because I want us to have a space where we can work in. And then here you can see this one is empty, but in our instruction here we are being asked to add these 2 commands here. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it inside here like that. So I'm going also to format this like that, and you can see that's the only thing that you need to do here. The other thing that also you need to do in our instruction here is to come into index.css here. So I'm going to copy here these 2 commands or these 3 lines of code, and this one should be added at index.css. So I'm going to look for that file here, and it is inside this source folder. And then here you can be able to see index.css, and inside here what you can do is that I can come up here and make sure that I add these 2 lines of code here, and then I can save this. The other thing is now the easiest thing now is and the last thing is to come up here and now make sure that we run this application. So I'm going to copy this, and the other thing is that I'm going to make sure that I'm creating a terminal here, and this where I'm going to navigate to my admin folder, and then I'm going to make sure that I npm run dev here. So after this, now this will be able you'll be able to see now the application here, and because we have already application that is running on port 71 or 5173, our application automatically will be assigned a port 5174. So I'm going to follow this link like that, and then you'll be able to see our application right here. So it is opening our application. So I can also close this guide here. So if you want to make sure that you follow what I have done, and you can just come here to this documentation in this website tailwindcss.com/docs/guide and then /vit. You'll be able to see this guide here. So want us to close that, and now we want to create our application, this admin here, to just look like we want to create this one here to just look like this admin dashboard. You can see this admin dashboard, how it looks like, how beautiful it is. So here also we have Vite plus React here. So let's do that. And when you click here on this button here, you'll be able to see that is incrementing this counter. So let's do that. Let me first of all make sure that our Tailwind first of all is working. Our Tailwind CSS is working. So I'm going to push this down like that, and then I'm going to get into where we have this code. So this is a boilerplate code that is showing us this part here. So I'm going to make sure that I delete everything inside here like that, and then I'm going also to remove this. I'm going to remove unnecessary things here. So everything that is inside here, and then this one application will be empty. So format the code, and then if I save this, then come back here, you'll be able to see that this one is just an empty application. So inside here now, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a head one tag. So here I can just say admin. Let me just say hello admin, like that, and then let us save this. And when I come back here now, you can be able to see hello admin. One of the things that also you need to notice is that we have like a default margin and padding. So I'm going to come back here, and there are some things that I want to remove. For example, I want to remove everything that is down here, like that. Like that. Also, I'm going to remove this styling in our index.css. So I want to remove these buttons here, also the heading here, like that. And then the only thing that we are going to be left with is this body here. And here also I'm going to remove this, and then I'm going to add padding of 0. So padding is 0 here, and also the margin is 0. So also I want to remove this a tag here, and then let me see, I think this is okay. First of all, right now I'm going to just, or maybe let me just remove it here, like that. Let me remove it, and then here we are going to just have this body, and then we have specified here that our margin should be 0 and the padding should be 0. So when we go back to our code here, you can see like our background here, our background color is white. And also the other thing that I want to do is to make sure that my Tailwind CSS is working. So I'm going back to app.js to .jsx, and here I can be able to use Tailwind. So for example, here I can add here class name, and then here I can say something like text and then 3xl, like that. So this is just Tailwind CSS, and this is like increasing the font size of the text. So if I save this and then come back, you'll be able to see that it's working, because you can see the font size has been increased. So that is it. So now let's go back into my index here, because I want to use a specific background color. So I'm going to add a background color here. Let me do that. Okay, let me just go back to, I had this code. So what I'm going to do is to copy this or cut it, and then I'm going to remove this route. So this background color, I'm going to specify it here. So let me do that, and also format the code here, save this, and then when I come back now to my application, you can be able to see that we have this hello admin, and then our background color here has been, or is a different background color. So it's just like this background color here. So also the other thing that I can do now here is for example, I want to specify the let's say the color of the text. I can do text and then white, or even I can do something like green, and also I can add something like a variation 500 or something of the sort. So here I can specify like that, and then here you'd be able to see like it is changing. So hello admin. So now the other thing that I want to do is to make sure that I create maybe the things like the components and also the pages that we are going to need in our application. So here inside the source folder here, I'm going to create another folder that is called components, like that. And also I'm going to add another folder that is called pages, like that. So here in our pages, we are going to have different pages, and here in our components, we are going to have different components. So let's do that. So here in our components, we need to have a navbar. So here we are going to have navbar.jsx, like that, and inside here I can do rfce, like that, and then we are going to be able to create a component like that. So as easy as that. So if you are not able to use rfce, then you make sure that you have added a plugin here that is called I think it's React ES7. So React ES7, something of the sort. Yes, so this one ES7. So this ES7 plus React. So you can make sure that you add this, you install this extension so that you can be able to use RFCE and then create component in an easier manner. So also I'm going to close this. I'm going to close this tailwind here. And then let me go back here into my code now. So the other thing that I'm going to create in our components here is our footer. So here, let's add a footer here, .jxx here, like that. So, and then also here we can be able to create a menu. So first of all, let me also do create a component inside this footer. So RFCE, like that. And also I'm going to remove this like that. So here we are going to have now a menu. So menu will be like a sidebar. So let me do that, menu dot JXX, like that. And here I can do RFCE like that. I'm going to remove this like that. And then here, let me save this. So now after this, now we can be able now to also add pages that we are going to have. And there is something that I have remembered before we go further. We need to create another here in our branches. So let me just go back here in our folder, and here if we check here now, we are still working on a branch for background services, and yet we need to work on our another branch that is called admin. So let me first of all create a branch that is called admin, because this is where we are going to work in our application in our admin side. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to switch to that branch. So git checkout admin, like that. And then if I do now git branch here, you can see that we are working on this branch that is called admin, and that's because we are working on our admin dashboard right now. So now the other thing that I'm going to do is to specify the pages that you are going to need. So in our pages, we are going to have the first page here that will be home. So let me create home here. So home.jxx, like that. So RFCE like that. I'm going to remove this because I don't want to use it right now. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to close this. Also, I'm going to make sure that here I have another page. So this page here, I can add a login page. So .jxx, like that. And then here I can use RFCE and then remove this like that. So let me specify another page also. So we have another page now, that the page we are going to add here is a new parcel. So where we are going to add a parcel. So this is new parcel.jxx, like that. And then here also I can just create the component RFCE, and then you can be able to see this one here. So let me do that, and I'm going to close this also, and also this one. So we are inside these pages. So here the other one that we can make sure that we create is new user. So we can create a new user. So this is new user dot jxx, like that. And let me also create a component here like that, and then remove this. And then also I'm going to save here. So now we can have another pages, because here remember we need to have different pages. So for example, we need to have another page that will be called parcel, that is going to show only one the details of one parcel .jxx, like that. So here I can say RFCE. So let me create another page now, and then the other two pages now. So here we are going to have another page that is called parcels, where we are going to display all parcels, and this is where we are going to have data rich table. So like that. So RFCE, RFCE, like that. And then here you can see we have specified now the page now. So I'm going to save this, and then the other thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to have the last page, and this page here is called users. So let me create it. So users, where we are going to display all of our users. So JX edu RFCE here, like that. And then right here now I can be able to remove that, and then now we have different pages. But now remember, in our application we don't have any other way of showing these pages, so we only just have this part here that we are coding, or this page that we are coding here, the or this page that is called app.jsx. You can see this is the only page that we can be able to view right now, and this is because we don't have a way to show other pages. So here, if we try to go, for example, to something like parcels like that, you will be able to see that you cannot be able to access that page. You are still being redirected to this hello admin, and this is because we don't have a way to tell our application which pages to show when we go to different routes, and we can do that using React Router DOM. So let's look at React Router DOM. So React Router DOM, you can see it here, and we can see how to use it. So this is React Router DOM version 6, and then here you can be able to see getting started. You can see maybe something like, you can come here, tutorial, and how to do that. You can be able to see how to use it. So I'm going to show you how to use it while I'm creating the application, so that you can be able to see different pages. So let me come here and in my application, and let me open another terminal. So I can create a new terminal here, and this terminal will be able to, actually I can select another terminal here. This one has something that is running. So if I come here and then navigate to admin here, like that, inside here now I can be able to do npm install, and then I'm going to install React Router DOM, just like that, React Router DOM. And then when it will be installed, now we can be able to use this React Router DOM package to show different pages in our application. So let it install. So you can see it's a very small package, and right now it has finished in uploading or installing it. So I'm going to come up here in this app.jsx. So here I'm going to import now. I'm going to import different things here from, now I'm going to import from React Router DOM. So you can see from React Router DOM, just like that. And then here I can be able to show different things. So first of all, let me remove this like that. So here I want to import different things. The first thing that I want to import is create router or create browser router. So the other thing that I want to get here is router provider, just like that. And then here I can be able to maybe import, I think these are enough actually. So let me create first of all a router. So inside here, in this function, I can just say const router, and then inside here I can be able now to create the router. I can create the router using create browser router, yeah, like that. And then here I can be able now to be able to specify inside here. I'm going to specify the pages that we are going to have, so the paths and the pages to show. So inside here I can be able to add, like for example, like an object here, and then I can specify the path. So I think I'm doing this the wrong way. because here I need to have, this one should be like an array. So let me remove this. So we are going to have an array here, an array of object, and then we can specify, for example, you can see path, and then here we have path. So for example, the path here, you can see we have path, and then we can specify which element we want to show. So for example, we have element here, we can show home, so the home page that we created. So I can just add it like that. I don't think I have auto completion, or let me check if I can auto complete this. So I don't have auto completion. So what I can do is that I can import it direct. So import home, and then I'm going to import it from. So let me check now the folder that we have the home. So I'm going to go up one step and then get into the pages and then home, like that. So here now I can specify. Now you can see now we have home. We have specified like when you try to go to this path here, the root path here will be redirected, or you'll be able to see home page here. And what I can do now is that I can now specify, or I can be able to return here. So let me make sure that this is a fragment. Here I'm going to return this router provider here. So this provider here, like that. So let me add it like that, and then here I can be able to specify the router. So the router here, you can see it here, and then I'm going to add this router now, like this router here, we are going to add it here. So let us save our application and see what is happening. So if I come back to my application here, you can see that this one is telling me that 404 is not found. So let me just reload again. So let me just remove this and then try and reload again. Yeah, you can see now, if you check here, it is not showing very clearly, but you can see home right here. So, and to show it, I can come here to my pages. So my pages, and then inside home here, I can just use Tailwind CSS. I can just say something like text and 2xl, and then something like text and then white, so that we can be able to see that. So if I save that and then come back, you can be able to see now we are specified with home, but now we don't have any other, we cannot be able to show other pages. So for example, if I try to go to the parcels here, we cannot be able to see any other pages. So we need to create that route. So let me come back here, and I can now copy this like that and then add it here down. But now this one we are going to specify as parcels, and then here we can also be able to show that. So parcels. So let me see if I can be able to import it direct, and I cannot be able to auto import it. So here I'm going to import it manually. So I'm going to do parcels, and then this one we are going to import it from dot slash pages, and then dash or slash parcels, like that. And then now, because we have specified the route here, slash parcels here, and then show parcels. So let's see what if we can be able to see now the parcels. So I'll just try and go to parcels. Right now here you can be able to see the parcel. If you want to see the parcel here, let me just come here and add class name like that. Text is 2xl, and then text is white. So text white, like that. If I save that and then come back, you can be able to see. Actually, it is not showing. I don't know why it is not showing. So actually I've done it in the wrong place. So this is in parcel. So let me save this. Or actually I can leave it here like that, and then I'm going to paste it here in the parcels. So let me do that like that, and then here you can see parcels. just like that. So let me do the last one. So here, if I load, you can be able to see home. Also, I can be able to go now to the parcels, and you can be able to see the parcels here. So those are the pages that I'm creating in this part here. So I'm going to close this and also this. And now the other thing that we can be able to do, let me come here, copy this, and then paste it here like that. And then I can be able now to make sure that I add another route, and this one we are going to call it parcel. But this one will be different because here also we are going to add like a parcel ID, because this one we want to show one parcel page or a parcel detail page. So like that. So I'm going to import it. So let me import parcel from now the parcel. So let me just import it from the pages here, and then from the parcel like that. So here, this is where we can be able to, let me save this. And then if I save this, we can try and navigate now to the parcel here. So this one I'm going to add as parcel ID like that. So let me try and access that. So to access, now to be able to access this page here that we are calling parcel, so we need to add slash parcel and also the ID. So I can just come here and add, let me just add parcel, and then ID here I can add anything now. So now I can add anything like that, and you can see we have parcel. So this is just ID. If you add any other ID like 1, 2, 3, also it will be able to direct you to this page also. So you can see how easy it is, and for you to be able to create a multi-page application using React Router DOM. But right now there is something that I want to do, and because if you check here, so for example, we have our application here. You can see we are using this menu here on the left side to be able to navigate to different pages or different parts. So you can see here we can be able to go to parcels, we can be able to go to users, and also we can go back to our homes here. This is what I want to create. And also you can see there are things that are not changing. For example, if I click home here, if I go to parcels, you can see we have navbar and also we have footer here. They are not changing. So we need to create this route or layout so that it will be able to create or to have this the navbar and also footer, and then also we have this the navigation or this sidebar that will help us to navigate to different pages. So to create something like this, let us create a layout. So I'm going to come here up and create another something that we are going to call layout. So const and then layout like that. And here we are going to make sure that we can add the layout like that. So this one we are going to call it layout, and this layout here we are going to return. So let me return the layout that we want. So here this is the layout, and then here we can just have a div. So let's have a div here, and then now here I can be able to specify how I want my application to be. So first thing I want to have a navbar. So let me have the navbar here. So I think I cannot be able to auto import it, so I'm going to actually make sure that I import the navbar. So like that, from now the components, you can see the components and then navbar. And then let me also import the menu. So menu from now the components. So components like that, and then slash menu. And then the other thing that I want to import is the footer. So footer, and then I'm going to import the footer here from now the components, and then the footer, like let me just import here footer like that. So here this is where I want to specify the layout here. So the first thing I need to have like is the navbar, and now after navbar also I need to have another div here. So this div here, inside here we need to have a div. So this is another div here, and this inside now this div, this is where I'm going to specify the menu. So we are going to have our menu, and this is the sidebar. This menu is the menu that you can see on this left side here. So this is where we are going to have our menu, and then also inside here we can have another div here, right here. So inside this div I want to add something that we call outlet. So let me try and import outlet. You can be able to see it here. Outlet is inside now the React router DOM. You can be able to see it here. We have auto imported it. So we have outlet, and then after that now we can have now the footer. So let's have the footer here. So like that. So this is our layout. So that means that we are going to have the navbar here. It won't change, and also the footer here, it won't change. But also we are going to have the menu here. But now the other thing is that we are going to have everything else down here. So other pages will be displayed here in the outlet. For example, things like all pages, all parcels, or parcels, parcel users, all the other pages will be displayed here. But we want to also make sure that we need also to make sure that we do several changes here in our router so that we can be able to show our layout. So I'm going to remove every other paths here and leave this path and then slash here. And here we can specify now this one. Here, rather than having home, we are going to specify layout like that. And then after that, we can have children now. And then inside here now we can specify. So let me just specify the paths now. So here the children is just an array now that has the paths now. So you can see the first path here that we have is our parcels. So you can see we specify it will go to parcels. So the other thing that we can be able, actually here we can specify also, and actually let me just leave it like that, and then I'm going to copy it up up here, another path, and this one here we are going to just leave it at a default, or the root here, and then specify this to be home, and then we can have the other parts, for example for the user or for the parcels. So let me add for the users here. So this is for the users. I think I don't have users right now, so I'm going to add parcel and then slash. Actually it is slash and then this colon, and then add parcel id just like that. We are going to have, so let me add here. So let me add also, like let me see the other pages that are specified here. So this one is the parcels. So this one should be the parcel like that. Also I can have users here, and then here I can specify the users. So let me see if I can import users. So I cannot be able to see how I can import users directly. So here I'm going to import now users from now the pages, or the from components, and now pages, sorry, and then users. You can see users here. So this is how I can be able to make sure that I create my layout. So this layout, let's see how our layout looks like. So if I come back to my application, here is my application. You can be able to see we have our navbar here, we have our menu. So I'm going to make sure that I just come here into my pages. So I have these pages. I'm going to copy this because I need you guys to be able to see. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to add in the footer here. I'm going to add that so that you can be able to see. Save that. You can be able to go to the menu here. I can save it there, and then also I can be able to add it in our navbar here, just like that, and then save. So if I come back here, you can be able to see we have navbar here, we have menu, and then we have parcel. So right now we are showing parcel here, but we need to, let me just go back to my app.jsx, and here, this one down here, it should be having home right now, just like that. So this time is showing parcel here because we are specifying this path. So let me just go to this home page here so that you'll be able to see. So you can see right now, because we are in our home page, you can see we are going to have a navbar, the menu, the home, and then the footer. If I try and go to something like parcels, I want you to notice something. You can see now we have gone from now the home, now we are going to parcels, and the other thing are being left intact. For example, we are not changing the navbar, we are not changing the footer, and also the menu is just there. So now the other thing that I want to do is to make sure that I specify how I want my menu to, or this part to look like. So I want the menu to be on this left side, and then the other pages will be displayed on this other side. So let me do that. So I'm going to come here and under this flex here. So under this part, I'm going to have, let me add here, so class name, and then I can just say flex. So this is like a display flex in CSS. If I do that, let me just show you. So if I do that now, you can see the menu and then the parcels, or even let me just go to the home page, just like that. You can see the menu and then the home, and that's what. And then if I go to the parcels, you'll be able to see now the parcel have changed here. So the other thing that I want to do here is to make sure that I specify the width that I want my menu to take. So I want my menu to take 20%, like that. And here for the other pages that we are going to display here, it will have a width of let's say 80%, so that it occupy 100%. So if I do that and go back to my application, you'll be able to see now the menu will take like 20%, and then the other pages will take like 80%. So that's what I wanted to show you guys on this video. So I think this video we can end it here, because I feel like it will be a very long video. And also the other thing that I want to add is that remember to subscribe to this YouTube channel, also like this video. And in the next video now, we are going to start creating our menu here, and also able to create we are going to be able to create our navbar, our footer, just like what you can see here. We are going to create everything here now, so from the next project. So make sure that you also turn on the notification bell, so that you'll be notified when I upload that video. So have a great day. See you on the next project or the next video. Hello and welcome to V8 Tech Work. So today we are going to continue creating this admin dashboard here. In our last video, we created the layout of how the navbar, the footer, the menu, and the other pages will be displayed. So in today's video, we are going to continue creating the components here, the navbar, and also the footer, the menu. So now the other thing that I want us to change is this title up here, Vite plus React, and that one I want us to do it right now. So I'm going to come here to index.html, and this is where you find the title. So I'm going to change this to at least admin, admin send it. I think this will be okay. And if I have an icon, then I can change here. I can come here to this link here, and then I can change this, specify the and the icon. So because I don't have icon, we can just work with the bit icon. So I'm going to close this, and if I reload again, you'll be able to see that now it has changed to now this admin send it. And the other thing, now I want us to continue creating the navbar here and also the footer, but before that I want us to push our code to our GitHub, because that is what we are doing in every video that we are releasing for this project. So let me come here, and then I'm going to actually clear everything. I'm going to check my branch. So git branch, and you can see the branches that we have here. We have this branch that is called admin, and it's highlighted in green. That means that we are going to or we are working on this branch that is called admin. So I'm going to add every changes that we did in our last video, you can see here. So I'm going also to commit, and I'm going to add here the comment. So the comment here will be started, let me add here started working on admin side or dashboard. You can call it the way you want, or you can add any comment that you like. And here you can see we have added the changes. So here I'm going to push git push origin and then admin, because this is the branch that you are working on. So git push origin admin. Here I'm going to add my passphrase, and then after that, now we are going to push my code. So after that, now we can come here to now this part here, and actually you can see here that we had already had the notification. So let me go to repositories here, and here we are pushing to this full stack parcel delivery system. And after that, now I can be able to make sure that I compare and pull request here. So let me compare and pull request. So I'm going to come here and create pull request like that. So let us wait here. It will be checking for automatically compatibility and merging. So checking for ability to merge automatically, and here I can merge pull request and confirm merge. So right now I'm not going to the insights, because that is something that we have been doing, and I'm going also to make sure that I just go back to the home page. And also please make sure that you add the star or you fork this project that is called full stack parcel delivery here. The other thing that I want us to do before we continue is that I want to get now the icon or the images that we are going to use in this project. So I'm going to place them in this public folder here. So I'm going to come here, and under my downloads here, I'll have these two. So this logo here and this hero images. So let me put them here inside here. So if I open this, like this logo here, you'll be able to see this is just the logo that I created for this project. So, and we are going to use it. So I'm going to just close this folder. So also I'm going to close this component that we are not needing them right now. So I'm going to get into components, and let's start by creating our navbar. But before that, remember to like this video and also subscribe to this YouTube channel, so that these videos can get to many other people. So the other thing is that also you can turn on the notification bell, so that also you'll be notified the next time that I upload a new video. So let's get into the tutorial. So here in our navbar, let me first of all make sure that I remove this styling that I have here, like that. And then here now we can start creating now our navbar. So the other thing is also to make sure that I remove this text here. So here now we can start creating our navbar. So the first thing that I want to make sure that I add here is the height of our navbar. So I want to specify specifically, I want it to be 100 pixels, like that. And then after that, now I want to specify the background color. So we have a background color that looks yellowish. So I'm going to add here the color. So the color is hash E9, and then also we have EB, and then also we have 77, just like that. So this is like a yellow color, a variation of a yellow color. And also here I can have to call this flex. I can just add the here flex and then items to be center. So you can see here we have this auto completion, and also here we are going to add justify content to be between, just like that. And then the other thing is here we can have pixels to be, at least this is the padding, and then also we can add the padding there. So the other thing is that inside here now we can have the first thing. So this part here we can have, first of all, let me add the link, or let me just add the image first of all here. So this image here we are going to get from the logo.png, just like that. And also we can have like a text. So this text here will be, or let's just create a button, or just have it as a button. So this button here we can have it and call it log out actually. So let us save this and see how it looks like. So if I check here, if you check here, you can be able to see that we have added this and how it looks like. So also I want to make this logo to be at least small. So here let me come and specify the height. So the height, we can add the height to be something like 200 200 pixels, and also the width should be the same, or of the like 100 or 200 pixels. So let's do that. So here we have 200 pixels, and then the other thing is here we can actually, we can leave it like that, and then when we go back here we'll be able to see that it has been reduced in the size. So if you want to get this logo here, this logo, and also the other hero image, you can just come to this repo here, and here you'll be able to see this one, parcel delivery system. And what you can do, you can just come to this part that is called admin here. So under admin here, you'll be able also to look for something, this public folder here, and you'll be able to download these two images, or even you can just download even this GIF. So that is it. I wanted to show you there. So right here you can see it is taking shape, and I think now what I'm going to do is to add the link here, because I want when you click the logo you'll be taken back to the home page. So here I'm going to import link. So let me do that. So link, yeah, just like that. Yeah, we are going to import it from React Router DOM, and then here we can just paste the image like that. So here I can have now two like that, and then yeah, I can just add the route there. So just like that. I don't want to do anything else here right now. So I think this is has taken the shape and it's look good. So I can just leave it like that. Let me see. Yeah, so I can, the only thing that I can do is to make this button at least larger first of all. So I can just come here and add here class name, and here I can say something like text, and I can specify the font size using these square brackets here, and I can say text and then 18 pixels. And if I do that, you can be able to see that it's taking shape. Also I can make sure that the text is bold, so I can just add here semi bold like that. So, or font, actually it's font and then semi bold like that. And then let me save that, and when you come back here you'll be able to see that actually it has bolded. So, or even we can just leave it like that. It is not a must we make it bold. So the only thing that I can try and make is cursor to be pointer. So cursor is pointer here. So if I now come back, so let me come back here to my project, you can see now the cursor is pointer. So the other thing that we need to do is to make sure that we look into this footer. So let's try and create our footer. So I can just close this, and then inside here into our components, let's type our footer. So our footer here, the first thing also we need to remove this styling here. So also this text that is inside here, like that, and then here now we can be able to start styling our footer. So I'm going to add the image here. So let me open navbar first of all, because here I'm going to need to copy this image here because I don't want us to take a lot of time. So I'm going to copy this one, and then I'm going to paste it inside here now. So let me add it there, and then I'm going to save. And then the other thing is also I can just copy the styling here from our navbar. So let me copy this. Let me do that. So I'm going to copy everything inside here. So copy that, and then I'm going to paste it in this footer here. So let me paste it here. So let me try and paste it here like that. Actually, let me just go back here, and inside here, this is where I need to paste this. So I don't know where I have done the mistake, so let me just remove these quotation marks here, and then it's okay. So now the other thing that I can do is to continue here. I can just add this to be 200. I think that would be okay. And when I save this, go back to my project, you can be able to see that my footer is just here. So I want also to make sure that I add the text, because if you check here in this project here, you can be able to see in our footer we have this admin, and then to this copyright 2024. So let's do that. So I can come here after the image. Now we can have like I'm going to call it a text list, that is. So here we can have the first list here to be admin, like that, and then also here we can have another list, and this one here we can have like a copy like that, and then after that, now this one will create for us that icon for copyright, and then 2024. So here I want to do some styling. So I want to add class name, and after this now I can have margin. I want to make the margin here to be 20 pixels, like that. So you can see how it looks like. So I think this is looking nice. So the other thing that we need to do is to make sure that we work on our menu here, or our sidebar. So here we need to create this. We need to import all these icons, and because I'm going to use icons from React Icons, I'm going to import it, or to install it, sorry. So here I can be able to open a new terminal here. So let me open the terminal, and then here I will be able to just make sure that actually I can just use existing terminal here, and I'm going to do npm install, and then React icons, like that. And then now here I'll be able to use the icons from these React icons. So after this, now let me maybe push this down. So here I want to close this and this one here, and then open now the menu here. So for the menu, I want to also remove this styling that I have here, because we are going to use different styling. So the other thing that I want to do here is to remove this text, and then now we can start styling now this menu. So the first thing that we are going to do here is to give it like the height. So let's start by that. So I can give it the height here, and I can specify the height should be 90 VH, that is. Actually, this should be inside this square bracket, so 90 VH right here. The other thing that I want to do is to give it a shadow. So actually, let me just go back and see first of all how it looks like. So you can see here, we cannot be able even to see the menu right now. But when we add now the shadow, So let me add shadow X, let me add XL here. I think this will be okay. So XL, and then if I come back, you'll be able to see that we have a shadow, but you cannot be able to see it right now very well because it's we don't have text here. So we are going to see it if I, for example, I add here sidebar. Let's, for example, have it like there. Let me see if I have that. So you cannot even see the text because text is black here. So let me try also to style the other part. So here we are going to have a list. So let me add an ordered list here. And inside here now we are going to have like this list, just like that. And then here we are going to have this list will have an icon and also like the text. So let me style this class this list. So I'm going to add here class name. The other thing that I want to add here is flex. So let me add flex here. We are going to have items center like that. So and then also we are going to have like a text, so a text, and then I can specify here the like the color that I want for my text, and this one is this color here, like that. It's just like a white color. So the other thing is I can give it like I want the a certain or this font size of 18 pixels. I also want when you hover my text here, you will have a different text, or you'll have a different color, that is. So when you hover over my text here, you have this color here. So this one is hash, and then hash E9, 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 and then EB, EB, and then also 77, like that. So it's just like an yellow color. So and then after that now we can have cursor pointer. So this one should be having a cursor to be pointer, and then margin top should be 20 pixels. So this one should be inside here, and I can specify it to be 20 pixels, just like that. And then now inside here we can have, actually this one I think there is something that I don't really have to have there. So for example, this cursor pointer here, let me remove this, also this hover. So I think this one is let me just make sure that I remove some things here. So I'm going to remove this styling here until here. So after the flex here, what we can do for this one is flex column, like that. And then here I can just say item center, like that. And then we can have justify to be center, and then margin to top to be 20 pixels, just like that. And then now we can have inside here, now we can have the list, and here is where now we can specify the styling now. So the first thing that we need to have is inside here is flex. We are going to also make sure that we paste the other styling that we did up here. So this one for item center, and then the text, the font size, and everything here. So here I want now to add here I'm going to add the icon. So the first icon that I'm going to add here, I don't know if it will auto import. So here is for home here. So this is the icon for home. So let me just import those icons here. Or what I can do is that I can come to this or actually I have already moved from my GitHub. So let me just import it. Let me import them manually. So I'm going to import here. So I'm going to import them from now React icons. So you can see React icons here, and then /fa, like that. And here I can be able to have like far home. So far home, like that. And then I can be able now to use it here. Far home, like that. And then now I can add now the text here, home like that. So let's try and see how it looks like. So here I'm also going to format my code, and also I'm going to push this down like that. So save this, and here you can be able to just if it reloads, we should see the icon. So it is reloading, and after that now you can be able to see here that we have this icon here and the home here. So let's try and make it look good. So here I can just check here. This is item center. So this is flex, and then item center here, and then also I think this is should be okay. So let me add the text here. So maybe the text should be like 20 pixels, and then let's see how this one will look like. So 20 pixels, I think this will be large or big. So I think the other thing that we need to have here, so this is cursor pointer, and text here should be 20 pixels. I need to change this to item center like that, and if I do that here, you'll be able to see that they are on the same page here. So the other thing that I can make sure that I do here is to add here I'm going to add a class name. Here I'm going to add the margin here to be margin, actually here margin right. So let me try and make sure that here I have a margin right to be at least 15 pixels like that. So if I come back to my project here, you'll be able to see that now this one looks nice, and also it's making like it's taking shape like this one here. So you can see how it looks. So the other thing that I want to make sure is I can copy this. So let me copy it. Actually, let me just go back here. So I can copy this and then paste it here. So the other link that we need to have is this one for profile. So I'm going to add a profile here. So this one, let me try and see if I can just have a file user. So you can see how easy now it is. And then this one is profile like that, and then save this. If I come back here, you'll be able to see that this is profile. If I go back here, you can see how it looks like. So let's add now, if even if you check here, so when you check here, you see there is a space and then the other ones here. So let's add another thing here. So here we need to add a hr, yeah, like that, this tag, and then this one we can have a class name and give it a margin, or I can give it actually the height of something like 12 or 20 pixels like that, so that it will give us some space. So after that, now I can be able to paste down here the others. So for example, we can have another one here for, or let me first of all show you how it looks like. So when it reloads here, you can see now we have a space here. That's why, because we added this hr tag here. So here we can add another link, and this link here we can, that we want to add is for box. We can add alpha box. So I think this one here, yeah, that one. And then here we can add the, now what we are calling the parcels like that. And then let's see, yeah, you can see now the parcels here, right there. So let's paste another link here like that. We can have this one to be, let's say, users, file users. So file users, and then import it. This one is users like that. So, and then the other one here, we need to have the other icon here that we can add here is for orders. So orders, that, so far orders. So, or maybe let me see how it is called. So for the orders here, we can add this clip or clip, and then I think clipboard list, yeah, this one here. And then here, this one we can call it orders like that. So you can see every icon that you are using, we are importing it here from React icons /fa. And then now we can continue with other parts, but before that, remember we need also to separate here. So we copy this here. Let me copy it and then I can paste it here. So just like that. So if I go back and see how this one is going, so you can see it is creating a very good list here. So the other thing is that let me just copy this and I'm going to use it down here. So like, for example, now we need the other one here for the elements. So I'm going to come here and say var elements. So I think, let me just see what we are going to call it. So we can call it just elemental just like that. So this one are elements like that. Also here we can paste here, and then this one we can call this one after elements. Here we can have settings. So this one we are going to have a cog icon, so settings here. So this one will be var cog. So let's have a cog here and then we import it like that. So let me paste also here another one here. So here we have settings. So here we can have backups. So backups like that. So for the backup, we can use an icon that is called var HDD or hard disk. So let me just come here and then can just say HDD here. I can import it, and then so this one just backups, and can copy this also this add here and then use it or add it here like that. And then now here I can be able to then make sure that I use other list. So here let me paste this. So this one, after the backups, now down here we can have charts. So let's have charts like that. For the charts here, I'm going to use, let me just check for the icon that we can use. So here we can use chart bar like that. And then let me paste the other one here for the logs. So for the logs here, we can have logs, all logs. And here we can have now what we are going to call the clipboard. So clipboard, I think, yeah, this one here, we can import it like that. So the last one here that we are going to have is our calendar. So let me just do that. So calendar like that. And then here I can use an icon that is called calendar alt just like that. So you can see how it looks like. So this is a list. Let's go back into here and you can be able to see that this now is a full menu. You can see now our footer here. You can see we have our part here that or we have this part that we are calling our navigation here. So right here I want to use now to navigate to different pages. So if I come here, when I click here, you can see it's home, but I want, when I click this part here, I go to home. When I click this, I go to parcels. This one I go to users. So let's try and do that. So here I can be able to come to my code also, and then I'm going to first of all make sure that I cut everything here, and then let me import now the link right here, and you can see I'm going to import it from React Router DOM. Make sure that you import this from React Router DOM here. So React Router DOM, and then here I can be able to paste now home. So when I come here, and I can come here and now add 2, and then I can just add the route here, and then let me just format this code. It should be inside now this link here, and when Also for the parcels here, I need to do that. So I'm going to copy this and then add the link here like that. So this is the link. So I'm going to paste inside here. I'm going to paste now these parcels, and here I want, when I click this icon, I go to now the parcels right here, and also I can do that for the users here. So let me copy everything. So this is link here like that, and then here also I can be able to just add two here, and then here is for users like that, and then here also I can be able to paste everything inside here. I can save that and then format the code, yeah, just like that, and then save. So if I go back now to my application here, when I click on parcels, you can be able to see that this one is changing. We are going to a different page. So if I go to users, you can be able to see also we are going to users. So you can see now this is how you create a very beautiful admin dashboard. So in the next video now, we are going to start creating our home page here, and then we are going to create our parcels, and also the other thing is we are going to create users here. So the only thing that I forgot to let you know is that now, because we created our layout here, so let me go back to my app.jsx here. So you can see we have this layout, and also we created how we want our pages to be displayed, and you can see our pages in our application here. When you click home, you are being taken to home here, but when you log out here, you need to go to a login page, and that means a login page doesn't have this sidebar here, or this navigation sidebar or a menu. So what you can do to create that login page is that you'll make sure that you are outside this path here, this route, or this path here that is called, um, this path that is called route, or the route path here. You are going to add directly here, you are going to add a path. So in this path here, we are going to have it is as /login, and then here we can have now the element, and this element here we can add. Let me add now the what we call the login. So login page now. So let me do that. Actually, this one, I don't know what is happening here. So this one is login like that. So I want to import that here. So remember we created the login page. So login here should be login, and then from now the login. So you can see it is in pages and then /login here, just like that. When I save that, and then when I save that, and then let me format my code also. So you can see now we have our route, we have our route that we created the layout here, we have the path, and also we have our login here. So let me save this, and for example, let's now try to go to the login. So when we go to login here, just like that, you'll be able to see that we are on this login page here, and we cannot be able to see it. So let me just come here to the pages, and then inside login here I can add like a text styling here. I can add text to be 3XL and then text to be white, so that we can be able to see. So if I save this and then come back here, you can be able to see now this is login page. But when I go to the default here now, this route here, you can be able to see that we are in the home page or our admin dashboard, and then login. Now we are able to just make sure that we can log in so that to get into this page here. So that is it. I wanted to show you this part here, and I think this part also is very important. So let me see you in the next video. I don't want this video to be longer than this. And then the other thing that I want to remind you is to subscribe to this YouTube channel, like this video, and also turn on the notification bell so that you're notified the next time I upload a new video. See you in the next video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back. In today's video, we are going to continue building our admin dashboard, and I'm so excited if you have come to this far. And if you have come to this far and you have not subscribed, kindly subscribe and also like this video. Let me know in the comment section what is helpful in this project and how it is impacting you on gaining skills to become a software developer. The other thing is, don't forget to turn on the notification bell so that also you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. I'm doing my level best to make sure that I complete this video, this project. And also the other thing that you can do is, if you want to also see the full project, is that I'm linking the link to the full project or the GitHub with the full project in the description of this video, so that also you can go ahead and look at how the project will be like when I'll be have completed it. So I'm doing my level best to make sure that I complete this project. So don't worry, I'll push it until we finish it. So now let's get into the tutorial. What I want now is that I'm going to create this home page here for our admin dashboard, so that also we can proceed with other parts like parcels here, the users, but now let us first of all work on our home page here. So let me go back into my code, and here I have opened the home page here, and the first thing that I'm going to do is to remove this tiling here like that. And here, if you check now in our project, you'll be able to see that we have this part. We have this part that we are having statistics. Also, we have this other part. So we have two parts here. We have the first part that is holding statistics, and we have this second section here that holds the pie chart, and also this part here for recent users. So let's go back here and try and create the first section that holds statistics. So I'm going to create a div here inside here, and this part, this is what we will have hold now the statistic part. So here I'm going to add the class name, and then here I'm going to add the flex, and then here item center, because remember now this one here, this one will be just a part that holds these cards. So you can see this part that hold these three cards. So now I want to design those two or three cards, sorry. So the first card, let me create it here, and then I will copy and paste. So that we are going to have a class name here. And then the other thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to add flex, and then here, because the information in those cards is displayed vertically, you can be able to use flex column. The other thing is that the text here should be almost white. So I'm going to do hash d9 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 like that. And then the other thing is also I'm going to give it a height of 200. We are going to give 250 pixels, and then the width here should be of 350 pixels like that. The other thing is we can give it a shadow of this x or let me just add lg here, shadow lg, and then also we can give a margin of 20 pixels here, so 20 pixels. So this is the card. So this is how our card will be like. And the other thing inside here, now we can have another div, and this div will able to style it or to position it where we want. So here I'm going to add a class name, and here we are going also to make sure that we give it also is a flex, and then flex column like that. The other thing is also we are going to have items to be center, and then also justify items, so justify to be center. And then the other thing is margin top here should be at least 20 or 10%, so just like that. So if I just go back to my project and see what we are creating here, you can be able to see this card here. So let me just now continue putting the information here. So the first thing is head one that displayed the statistic or the title of that card. So the title here, for example, for this part here will be users. So we want to show how many users, and here I can be able to style this here, so class name, and here I can be able to add the text font size. So the text font size here should be 20 pixels. Also, the other thing that we can do here is to give it a font of semi-bold right there, and then also we can just leave it like that. And now if I come back to this, you can be able to see that we have users here, and also you can check here we have arrows. So that's what we are going to do. We are going to create a section for those two arrows. So let me do div right there, and then here I can add one arrow here. So this one will be I arrow, and this one should be from a React icon. So I can see that we cannot be able to auto import them, so I'm going to import them manually. So import here, import it like that from, now we are getting it from React icons, and then /hi2. So you can see this one. So I'm going to have the first arrow here to be hi arrow to be, and then actually I don't know what is let me high arrow small up, just like that. And then also we are going to have the other one high arrow arrow long down, just like that. So these two arrow here. So the first thing also I can be able to copy this here, and then also make sure that I add it here. So I'm going to have it here like that. Also we are going to have the other arrow here. So this one for long up, so high arrow long down, actually not up. So just like that. And then now if I just go back to my project here, you can be able to see these two arrows. So that means we need to first of all style them. So here of course we are going to have a class name, and they should be horizontally, so we add flex. The other thing that we do is to make sure that they are on a straight line, so I add item center. So we need also to be able to style individual arrows, so class name, and here we can be able to add the first thing is the text. Here we can give it the font size, or we can add the font size of the arrow to be 28 pixels, and then we can give them the color. So for this one here should be green, so 500, and because the other one should be almost the same styling, so I'm going to copy this like that, and then when we copy that, and then we can paste it down there, but this one now will be red, so red like that. And then now if I do this, save this, and then if I go back now in our project, you can be able to see them here, but I need also to add a margin top here. So we can add a margin top of, let's say 20 pixels like that. And then when we come back and see in our project here, can be able to see that we have that space created. So now we have, after now these arrows, we need to have another span here, and we can give the statistics. So let's say 200 here, and we can style this. So here we can give it a margin top of, let's say, something like 20 pixels, and then also we can have the text, and then the text here is 18 pixels, and then I think this is okay. I think we can just leave it like that. So if I come back here, you can be able to see the statistic. So the other thing that I want is to format my code, so I'm going to format it just like that. I'm going to copy now this here from here until here, and paste it 3 times or 2 times, because these cards are like 2, they are just think 3. So let me just make sure that I can see how they look. So you can see how they look here. So then that means we need to have the delivered parcel. So I'm going to copy this delivered parcel and also pending parcel. So let me do that. So this is the first card here. So for the second card here should be delivered parcel, and then here I can add like 2000, and also here down we can have pending parcels here, or rejected parcel, or whatever you want. Here we can have pending parcel, pending parcels, and then this one here we can be able to make sure that we add like maybe 100, I think so. Yeah, just like that. And then if I save this and go back to my project, then you can be able to see that this part here is created. So now we want this the other section that has this pie chart and also this card here. So let's do that. So after now this part that we are calling, so you can see we have this part here that we have this statistic. So I'm going to make sure that here also I create another div, and then here is where we are going to have our pie chart and also that recent user card. So let's do that. So the first thing that we need to do is to make sure that we have that React or that pie chart, and we are going to use the material UI. So I'm going to do pie chart and MUI like that, and already you can see here actually we have been suggested the documentation. So right here you can see how to create the pie chart. You can see this documentation, and the pie chart that I want us to create is this one here. You can see this pie chart here. So what I'm going to do is that first of all I'm going to make sure that I know how to get started. So I'm going to click here, get started, and right here you'll be able to see like this how to install this material UI charts. So I'm going to copy this, the very first here, this command here, and then I'm going to open a new tab, a new terminal, sorry. So a new terminal inside here, and then here we are going to be able to use now, we are going to use this terminal. So first thing I need to navigate to my admin, so admin like that, and then I'm going to paste this here and install that. So you can see that is the first command that we should use to install the charts. So the other one here that we need is to also make sure that we install this that they are calling emotion and emotion styled, because if you don't install this, that means it will give us error. And also you need to install this styled engine and styled component. So let me copy this, and then let's see if it has finished installing. So you can see here it has not finished installing, so we can just wait and see when and continue when it has finished installing those packages. And I think this won't take long because this is not like a very large package, so it will take a very short time. So right here it has finished installing the chart, so I'm going to the MUI chart. So here I'm going to install now this emotion react. I think this is a very small package, so it won't take a lot of time. So the other thing that also we need to make sure that, and the last thing that we need to install is this npm or this style engine here. So I'm going to copy this, and if it has finished installing the engine, the emotion engine, so I'm going to now paste this, and it will have already now installed this styled component. And let me just go back to documentation. I'm going to the pie chart, and I can do that by just going back, and here you can be able to see different charts, pie chart that you can be able to use. So mine, I want to use this chart down here, right here. So the first thing that you need to make sure that you do is to import it in the page that you want to use it. So for example here, because it has finished installing everything, I'm going to push this down again, and up here, after now we imported the arrows, I want to add, actually I have done the mistake. We should have imported this. So I'm going to copy this right there first of all, and then make sure that I import it here. And then the other thing is to make sure that we have that information here, or that pie chart here. So to make that, I'm going to copy this now like that. And the other thing is to make sure that we add it here. So you can see here we have this part that are coding the data, and this is where we need to just add the data that we want. So here we can have an object of data. So let me first of all format this. And what we can do right here is to make sure that we add the data. So we can take the data here from, let me see here. So we can take the data from like this one here. Let's take this data here, copy it, and then I'm going to paste it inside this data here like that. So I'm going to format this like that and then save. So let me see now how it works. So if I reload again here, should show us that pie chart, but I think still it is not have loaded that. So let me just continue here. So I want to make sure that we add another div here, just here, that will be able to hold now the recent users. So after that, now here we can have now a div. So this div here, we are going to have a class name. So a class name, we need to give it like the height and the width. So height will be 350. So 350 pixels. Also, we are going to have like a width. A width will be a width of 300 pixels. Then the other thing, we are going to give it a shadow, so of XL, and then we are going to have a padding of, let's say, 20 pixels, 20 pixels like that. So after that, now inside here also we are going to have the heading, and here we are going to write the recent users like that. And then here we can have a class name, and then here we can be able to add like flex, and then we can give it a padding. So this one is padding, and this padding is 20 pixels. We are going to have like a text, and then this text we are going to give it a color of white, just like that. So this is the recent users here, and then also here we can have now a list of those users. So this one will be an ordered list, and here we can have like let me add the names like James Doe, for example. Also we can copy this and paste it here several times. And then this one, it is will be number 2, number 3 here. And then this one will be, let's add like Jendo. So Jendo, and then the last one here will be like Alex here. So this is just a card that will be holding these people here. And then here I can also make sure that I style this, or even we can just be able to see it right now. So you can see here we have this card here, so we need to style it. So let me do that. So here the first thing that we need to have is we are going to have a flex, and then also we are going to have a font to be semi bold here. The other thing is we are going to have to use flex call, and then also we can have justify end here, and we are going to have a pix y of 20 pixels, and then also we can have a margin top of, let's say, 10 pixels. So margin of top of 10 pixels, and then the text here. So here we should have text. So the text here should be a text of, let's say, let me add here hash d9, 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 just like that. So that color there. So if I go back here and you can see now we have recent users here and the card here. So I want to first of all also make sure that we have the here class name, and then here should be flex, and then items to be center. So with that we show them horizontally. So here it should be like here, you can see this one here. So I want to reload here because we cannot be able to see the pie chart, and because we cannot be able to see the pie chart, let me check if we have any error. So if I'll come here to inspect, and then I'll go to the console here, and then let's do here. You can see here your my chart, the chart container does not have height prop, and its container has no height defined. So I think that's the where we are having the problem. So let's do that. So you're going to come here and cut all of this pie chart here, because that means that we need to give a container to create a container. So this, we have a div and then add it here, but this div now we can be able to give it a different styling. So here we can have class name. Here we are going to give it a height of, let's say, 450 pixels. We are going to have a width, so a width of, let's say, 500 pixels, I think so. And also we are going to have a text of white. So let me do that. So we can have a text of, let's say, this hash FFF, just like that. So let's try and see now. If I save this and then go back, yeah, you can see now the error is gone and we can be able to see our pie chart here. So I'm going to now close this. So you can see it looks nice, but here this one has it's just close to our pie chart, and I want to push it to the end. So to do that, I can come here and say something like flex justify center or between, like that. I think this will be okay. So if I do that, you can be able to see that it has been pushed here. So now the other thing that we want to do is to make sure that we create here the parcel, this part here that we are calling the parcels. So we need to create the parcels here, and we want, in our parcels here, we need to have this rich data grid. So to do that, also we are going to use this one for the MUI or material UI, and we can be able to see the overview of the data grid. So let's come here and see the data grid, how we can be able to use data grid, get started, and overview. Also you can be able to see, let's see first of all the overview, and here you can be able to see how data grid looks like. So this is the data grid. So you're going to get started here, and here we need to install it. So let me install it first of all. So install now this, and using npm data grid here, and then also you can see other things that you need to install, but right now we can just ignore this because already we installed this emotion and also styled component and installed engine. So let me come here and install now that package. So I'm going to open another terminal here, a new terminal, and then here we can be able to use the existing one actually. So let me do that. So I don't know why it is not working as expected, so I'm going to paste that and then let it install. So now here I can just remove this unwanted, like this unwanted terminal here, so we can be left with this one. So this one here, let me also make sure that it's here, it is installing. So let me see if it has finished installing, because the other one is the one that is running our application. So I think it has finished. Yeah, it has finished installing now the data grid. So you can just go back and see in your documentation here how to be able to create your data grid, and it's very simple. So now let's get into our project here, and the first thing that we are going to do is to make sure that we get into, let's close this and then get into the parcels page here. And then let's first of all design how our page will look like. So let me first of all remove this styling here, and then also we can have remove this text. So we have this div first of all, and I want to open the previous project here. So you can see we have these all parcels, and also we can see we have new parcel here button that also take us to create a new parcel. Also, you can see this page here has the background color of this white, or almost a white color. So let's do that. And also you can see here is we have a margin. So let's try and do that. So here I can have a margin first of all. So let me add a class name. So here we can have a margin all around of 30 pixels. So 30 pixels like that. Also we can have a background color, and this background color here will be a white background color, or even we can use this almost white color. And then the other thing is we can have a padding of 20 pixels. So here we have 20 pixels like that. And then now we can have the first section. So the first section is this section that has these old parcels and the new parcel, and then we have another section that will hold now this data grid, that is. So let's have another div inside here, and this data grid, we are going to have a class name, and then here we can have flex. We are going to use items to be center, and then also we can have justify to be between like that, so that they will be pushed to the end. So here we can have now our header. So this header here we can have all parcels. So we can add here all parcels, and here we can have class name, and then here we can have the margin to be a margin of 20 pixels, and then also we can have text, and text of let's say 20 pixels, and I think that's okay. Now here we are going to have a button. So this is a button here, and then here we can have now this button new. We can create here, and we can add here new parcel, and then we need to style this. So I'm going to add class name, and then this class name here I'm going to have a big background color. First of all, we are going to have a background color here of a black color. So this one is 1E, 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 just like that. So that's color of black. Also, we are going to have a text of white, just like that. Then we can have a padding of 20 pixels, so, or 10 pixels actually. So 10 pixels, and then we can have cursor to be pointer, just like that. So let's see how it looks like first of all. So if I save that and then go back here, you can be able to see now we have this color here, have all parcels here, and we have this part here called new parcel. So let's do now the other part that hold data grid. So actually we can just have data grid here. Let's first of all import it, or look at how we can be able to use it. So I'm going to come here and make sure that I import it. So import this data grid here, and then in this app here you need to add it just like that. But I want to remove some, I'm going to remove some areas because I'm not using TypeScript. So if you check here, this documentation is using TypeScript because you can see they are adding types here. So also the other thing that you are going to need to add is these rows and columns. So let me do that. So I'm going to add them here in this function, in the function for the parcel. But I want to remove these types here because I'm not using TypeScript. So let me just also remove this like that, and also this one here. We are not going to use types. We are not using TypeScript, that is. So now the other now thing is to add now the data grid. So let me come here and copy this part. Let me copy it, and then I'm going to paste it down there. So if I save this and then go back to my project here, so this one is as if it's giving me error. Oh, actually it is not giving me error, it's okay. So actually I won't use this. I'm going to use just white color here because it's as if it's not working well with this color. So I'm going to add here, so this color here, white color, just like that. I think this will be okay. And yeah, you can see now our data grid is right here. So there is something that I want to do, and that is to make sure that the data that we are having here is just like the relevant data. And I use ChatGPT to generate the data. So if I come here to this other tab or this new window here for the Chrome, you can be able to see that here I used ChatGPT to generate for me the data. So I'm going to copy the one for the parcel. So I have for the parcels, and also I have data for the parcel, and I have for the user. So let me copy this. So I'm going to copy this column and rows here. So I'm going to copy it like that. And then here, I'm going to now replace these rows and columns with the now my data that has been generated by ChatGPT. So if I do that and save, so I'm going back to my project here, and you can see we have these parcels here. But there's something that I want to do, because here we need to select now. So let's do that. So I'm going to make sure that I add some options here. So let me do that. So I want it to be right here. So here we can add something like check, or check selection right there. So the other, I think that's the only thing I want right now. So I think, yeah, you can see now we have this part here. But if you also check here, we can see we have edit and delete. So let's try and add that. So to do that, we need to come here to what we are calling or these rows. This is where we can be able to actually, for the column here, we need to add that in our column here. So let's do that. So here, the first thing that we can be able to add is another field. So, but this field will be a bit different. So copy that, and then I'm going to paste it down here like that. So this one will have to be, we are going to call it edit like that. And then the other thing is we are going to have header name here. So the header name here also is edit. So edit. And then we are going to have, now we are not going to have the type here. We are just going to have the width. So the type here, we don't want the type here. We want the width here to be 150. And then after that, now we are going to have what we are calling, so here we are going to have a render cell. So let's do that. So I'm going to show you what is going on here, so don't worry. So here we are going to have render cell. So you need to have a comma there, and now we can have render cell. So render cell like that. And then here we can have now to take the params. So params, and then these params here we are going to have to have as a function. and then inside this function we can return what we want. So for example, this one we can return like a div. So we can have here the fragment first of all, and then here we can use, I'm not going to use params right now, but here I can add a button. So I can have a button here, so button like that, and this one button will be edit, just like that. So if I go back to my project here, you'll be able to see that we have a button here, or we have edit, you can see here, but let's add a button. So it will have a button here. So let's see if we have that as a button. So yeah, we cannot be able to see this button here. So let me first of all style it. So I'm going to have a class name here, and then here we can give it a background color of teal, and then we can give it to be 500. The other thing that we can do here is we can give a text of white, and then also we can have a cursor to be pointer, I think now, and also we can have the width to be like a 70 pixels like that. So let's see if we can be able to see this. We can be able to see now our button here. So for this part we cannot be able to see it, I don't know why, but we need to see now this button in every row that we have here. So I think that we can do it later. I don't know what is not happening, so I'm going to format this like that. I think I need also to check if there's something that have not done it right. So we have our field here, we have our header name, and also we have our width here, and then we have render cell. So also I'm going to copy this first thing first. Let me just make sure that I copy this here. So we have this one here. I'm going to copy and also add here. This one will be for delete. So let me do that. So this one is delete here, delete, and also here we are going to have delete here. So delete, we are going to have now the trash far trash icon here. So far, let me try and see if I can be able to import it. So far trash, so like that. So I'm going to import it from icons. So from React icons, you can see it here, and then here I can be able to, let me first of all see if I can be able to have it here. So we can see we have delete here, and I can just remove also something like weight here. So to do that, you only need to come here and remove this weight here like that. And then if I save this, let's see, yeah, you can see, but we want to also have this here, like the edit and delete icons here. And yeah, I'm going to do this on the other videos, because I don't know why it is not working, but it should be working. So I'm going also to make sure that I reload and see if maybe that's what's making not to show here. And actually, let me just inspect to see if there's any error. So we don't have any error right now. The error here, we don't have any error that is keeping us without seeing the edit, and we are going to check that on the next project. So now the other thing that also we are going to do is to create now the users here, and we are going to use just the same thing because they are similar. So I'm going to have it here, but now I'm going to copy, actually I'm going to copy everything here, copy. So I'm going to copy everything in our parcels and then paste it in our user. So copy everything and replace, but we need now to also change this from parcel to the users. So let me scroll up here and then highlight this, Control D, so that we can change to users. So this one is users, like that. So if I do that, also I need to change the data here for the columns and the rows. So let me do that. So I'm going to remove here the columns and then the rows also. So let me just remove it like that. Let me just scroll up here and remove everything here. And then I'm going to make sure that I paste now I'm going to paste now the information here, or this data for the user. So you can see we have this user data here for the columns. We have the columns here, and also we have the rows. So let me make sure that I copy everything here and then paste it here like that. And then I think now I don't know what is happening here. I'm going to just, or actually I can just come here and copy this, or copy this for delete here, because for this one we are not going to edit the user. We are just going to make sure that we can delete the user. So I can copy this here like that, and I'm going to paste it here just like that. So yeah, I think that will be okay. So if I go back now, you can be able to see the user's information here. And maybe I can just make sure that email, or we just remove something like the country here. And to do that, you can just come here to the columns, and for the country, you can just remove it just like that. So you have this, and then format the code, save this. Okay, so now you can see here we have all users here, but here we need to change this now to be new user, so that we go to create new users. So what we can do is that I can scroll down here. After now this data, you can see this data is very big. So here, this one, we have all users, but now this one will be new user like that. So yeah, so you can see now our dashboard is working now, and it's going to the direction that we want. So here we have home. Here we have our parcels. So you can see our parcels here, and if I go to users, you can be able to see the users. So now in the next video, what we are going to do is to make sure that also our this part for the edit and the delete here is able to, we are able to see it. And also the other thing that we are going to do is to make sure that we create the other part for adding new parcel. When you click here, you need to go to that new user, and for all new parcel. And also if you come to the to users here and also create new user here, you need to go to new user, and then you'll be able to see that page. And the last thing that you're going to do is to create now the login page. I think those I can do them in the next video. So in this video, we have completed the majority of what we wanted to create. So I'm going to end this video here. So have a great day, and I'll see you in the next video. Please remember to subscribe to this YouTube channel. Make sure that you like this video, so that also it may reach many other people, and turn on the notification bell.